nigga up too strong. I'm gonna move on.
Swagger on diamonds just Sakasha trying to pick my brain and judge me like a book. I don't got many likes, but I got a lot of looks. My picture on the news, they trying to label me a crook. They say I do too much, I say I'm off the hook. They ask me where I've been, I say I just came from the hood. Smelling loud off this good, the whole day out in Jug. These niggas wanna go to war, man, I wish they would. Oakland like Baghdad in my neck of the woods.
Rest in peace, my nigga Lil E, man.
Out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section, cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G, always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me, no.
We live from the boxing section, man. I'm disgusted right now. I really am disgusted right now. Shout out to the OG Sheldon. Shout out to my dog, Big Lloyd. I'm disgusted right now, man. I really am, man. I'm really disgusted right now. LeBron really let me down, man. I really felt like he quit them last couple minutes, crying and whining about a fucking foul instead of getting back on fucking defense. You know what I mean? It's just fuck, man. I owe so many people fucking Wingstop right now. Shout out to my dog, man. Hey, I got you. Listen, Big Lord, I'm gonna be real with you, man. You're gonna have to wait till my wife come home with the computer and shit, because if I leave, my audio gonna be fucked up. And then everybody gonna be complaining and shit. So we're gonna have to just wait on that. Eli Zachary, what's up, big dog? What's happening, baby? Reese, bro, what's up with you, man? Yes, sir. Salute to my dog Jalen, man. We in this thing. Rob Brown, salute to you, my brother. I mean, LeBron, fuck, man. He had to be hurt because that was some bullshit. Motherfucker like Dwayne, nigga like Dwayne Wade on his last go around in fucking Miami and shit. Taylor Bell, salute to you, my brother. Big Cletus, fuck you. Shit. Shout out to the OG Sheldon. Yeah, man. I don't know what the fuck he was on. But my thing is, dude, fuck, man. I gotta give out so much fucking Wingstop this fucking week, man. Fucking LeBron, crybaby ass, man. Fuck. Weak ass nigga, man. Shit. Y'all know what today is, man. I know the Lakers is full of shit. But y'all know what today is, man. Shout out to the homie, man, the bird, man. You know what I mean? Man, I done got spoiled with this. I done got spoiled with this computer and shit. But salute to y'all, man. Let me get through these. Damn, y'all motherfuckers is doing some shit. But yeah, man, I'm fuck, man. Let me put this fucking link in the chat, man, so y'all can jump on this shit so I can cry with a group of you niggas and shit. This shit. There we go. Booker ain't shit. Fuck him. Vogel, fucking idiot. Where the fuck was Montrezl Harrell this whole fucking series, bro? He had a great game and never played again. The type of shit is that, man? This nigga Vogel just looked fucking lost on the fucking bench. He looked fucking lost. He looked like that's how the fucking Indiana Pacers used to look back in the day, bro. Fucking lost and shit. The nigga looked so fucking lost on the fucking he looked so fucking lost out there, dude. It was fucking disgusting. King Israel, salute. Red, salute to you, my brother. get through these shits. Man, damn. I feel like Reg, man. I feel like Reggie Owens and shit, man. When y'all be when we be commenting on his shit and he trying to read through him and shit. Damn. Trying to catch up to shit. In the words of the great from Reggie Owens. Hey, man, y'all stop texting in the chat so I can catch up to this shit, man. Hey, and what the hell happened to payoff fouls, man? You know, what the fuck
Oh, it's a new age, brother.
Fouls?
It's a new age, brother. Ain't no playoff fouls no more. You can't touch these dudes, man.
Bro.
Can't touch these dudes.
Every time we got back in the game, bro, they would just call some bullshit.
Hey, Eli, you right, brother. The Clippers is next. They ass going home tomorrow.
You fucking trash. And AD, get your paper mache ass up. You motherfucker made out of the weakest fucking glass there is, man. Fuck.
Yeah, that was a legit injury, though. I saw when he hurt himself in that second game. That fucking weird ass fall. Yeah, that fucked him up. He's hurt bad. He gonna take a whole off season to recover from that shit.
Damn.
I ain't gonna know why he tried to play. He should have known how the shit was gonna end up.
Kyle Kuzma, get the fuck out.
Kyle Kuzma's a bitch. Kyle Kuzma's not worth no $42 million. They gotta get rid of that nigga.
I think it's the coach you asked me. Shit. I told Cam that shit. I said, I look, man. Mark Jackson, whether he call people fags or not, man, you know, fuck that. They need to get
Hey man, look.
So his kids must
the coaching don't have nothing to do with with motherfucking Kyle Kuzma playing like shit. He plays like shit.
Reg kids must be asleep. Reggie kids must be asleep because he's in the motherfucking panel. What's going on, Big Reg?
What's up, Red?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And man,
yeah, you know Kuzma ain't worth that money, man. Kuzma's a bum.
Yeah, no, he ain't. And I hate to say that these cats ain't worth it. But like I said, and like I was telling Fred, y'all hating on LeBron. That shit has to stop with. That's the thing I didn't like about what was Luke Walton's dad name? What was his name? Bill Walton or some shit?
Big Bill Walton, yes.
Yeah, Bill Walton used to do that sports commentating shit. And when he used to get on these panels, the one thing that clown always criticized was the stars of these teams. But he never criticized what his sorry-ass son was doing, who never played a role in that team but received money. He would bash every single star in the game. He'd bash Kevin Garnett. He'd bash Paul Pierce. He'd bash Kobe Bryant. Like all these fools. It ain't on these stars. When you got a team with a roster, what is a roster on the NBA? Like 15 players? Yeah. Somebody got to step it up.
Yes, sir.
Somebody got to step up. Yeah, what's the point of the draft? What's the point of putting these dudes to a rigor of selecting who is who? There's people sitting in that G League who will fucking do better than what these dudes is doing in this damn league. Stars should not, and when you see a player playing 40-something minutes and blah, 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 and can't get rest because they're that vital to the team, there's an issue in the league. And that's why there's this other issue. These fools who they bring in the coach don't know how to coach fucking talent. You need more black coaches who understand how to utilize this damn talent. These damn fools from suburbia don't know how to use talent. They're going to use them up. And like Barkley was saying.
Let me ask you this, Red. This is something I think.
Real quick, Sheldon. Why in the hell did Montrezl Harrell play? What the fuck was that about, bro?
Because they had nobody else. Everybody else is hurt. Now, let me ask y'all this.
Montrezl Harrell didn't play, though.
He's an idiot. But look, let me ask y'all this, though. This is something I feel. Now, I believe this. I don't believe you should be allowed to coach in the NBA unless you played in the NBA. What do y'all think about that?
No, that's not.
I mean, I wouldn't agree with that because I think there's people who can come out of high school and coach in this league. I don't think there's no rhyme or reason. I think you should be able to coach because my thing is your greatest talent coaching wise comes out of damn high school or out of these park leagues. Because to me, these universities don't develop these players. When you look at all the top universities, they don't pick kids from any old school. They go searching around the country for the most developed kids across the country. So only thing you got to do is keep these kids in good conditioning. These universities ain't developing shit out of these players, and the NBA showing the hell ain't doing. It's on these players to put in the effort. That's why you don't get shit out of players like a Kuzma and all that shit, because if they don't put the effort in, these damn coaches don't do it. Unless you get a coach that would drive these players like Mark Jackson did when he was in Golden State. These other dudes.
Well, I just think that a person that played in the NBA knows what the NBA is all about and knows how to navigate these youngsters through the NBA, instead of some dude who ain't never played the game trying to tell me what I need to be doing on this certain play. You didn't even play at this level, so how the fuck can you tell me anything?
That's not necessarily true, though. That's not necessarily true, because you could do, because athletically you probably couldn't make it, but as far as basketball knowledge, that and knowing who to play and when to call timeouts and all that shit's important. You know what I mean? I wasn't the greatest player. Shit, I could coach my ass off. You know what I mean? Because I know what the fuck I'm doing. I know who to put in the game. I know strengths. I know the weaknesses. There's no fucking way you go small and trend in the fucking game. You go small and you got no rebounders. Put Trez in the fucking game.
And Trez is hurt. You keep missing that. Trez is fucking hurt.
And then look, this is the other side of the shit. Where's the game plan? You got a player over here going hot than a motherfucker. How is this dude Booker able to shoot 10 damn 3-pointers? There's failures on defense.
Because they wasn't guarding him. They didn't have nobody to guard him. Exactly.
There's failures on defense because they don't teach shit in this game. They rely on these players' speed and other athletic abilities. These fools ain't coaching for shit. And that's the problem. That's why LeBron is burnt out.
I agree with that.
And even listening to Barkley. Like I told Fred, Barkley ain't gonna bash LeBron because this ain't LeBron's fault. The thing he was bringing up about AD, he was stating AD doing the wrong type of training. There's something going wrong with AD's personal training for him to always end up hurt as a young damn dude. And I think Barkley's absolutely right about that shit.
Exactly.
He called it
like Shaq. What does Shaq say about that dude? What does Shaq say about AD all the time? Shaq says AD ain't a dog. He ain't got it in him. That's what Shaq says all the time.
Yeah, but if you got them injuries, there's only so much you can do. Especially an injury on a 7-footer, them injuries gonna plague them much worse. Like
exactly.
And then the other thing, why was this dude allowed to play? That's the other thing about these teams. Yeah. They should have never cleared that dude. Looking at, he only played 5 minutes. So it's like you got to look at the
didn't
doctor.
Do shit in the 5 because he was hurt. You should see it.
Yeah, you got to look at the doctor. Like, doctor, what the fuck made you clear this dude? Knowing damn well. And now, what type of damage did he do to himself playing in this game? Hopefully, he didn't damage himself.
Taylor Bell, salute.
Because who knows what the fuck they shot him up with, Reg?
Hey, Reg, I feel like you, nigga. You know how niggas keep typing the shit? You trying to touch the fucking comment, and then it's like 50 comments and shit.
Yeah.
So who knows what the fuck they shot him up with, right?
They gave him that shit they gave TD in that Super Bowl, and it didn't work.
Hey, remember, I don't know if a nigga seen Varsity shit. Remember that shot? They tried to put the shit in the window knee and shit, and he was like, "You put that in his knee, I'm out. I'm out." Yeah. What's up with you, man? How you feel, man? Yeah, man, dude.
Yeah, because they give you that Toradol, they give you that cortisone, and you don't feel nothing, and you can fuck some shit up even worse.
Yeah. They just, man, this team just got to go back and rethink. They ain't even got to rethink shit. All they need to do is bring another coach, get these players properly conditioned. Better physical conditioning, because you only gonna have so much left because LeBron is up there.
And the real trial though. Let's be about this though. Both the championship teams got put out because they didn't get the proper rest. Everybody else got a whole fucking year to rest. These niggas didn't get that much rest, bro, and it showed. So I think next year it'll be different, man, because they had no rest.
I think they got to get a quality backup for AD. They can't just have AD and nothing else. They got to get a quality backup, and Marc Gasol is not it.
I don't know why they got rid of Why they got rid of Dwight Howard? Dwight Howard was doing all right for us.
Yeah, and
They
should have
didn't
kept,
want to pay
kept
him,
the
bro.
light skin
They didn't
dude.
want to pay him.
Oh, JaVale McGee. They should have kept him down there. You
Yeah,
just need
Didn't
somebody
want
to
to
move
pay
the
him.
field. And that's where these leagues fucked up. It's beyond that. That's even like my brother Taylor Bell said LeBron got instinct. I don't buy into that, Taylor Bell. It's only so much these stars can do. With the type of players they got on this team, all you gotta do is triple down on LeBron. You ain't gotta worry about these other fools scoring. That's a
And
problem.
let's not forget that LeBron is what, 36? He'll be 37 next year.
but
he up there.
the thing I didn't like about LeBron, I didn't like the fact that he kept crying over the calls. It's like, get your stupid ass back on defense. You know what I'm saying? Because they wasn't down. They was down.
Yeah, that whining shit was a little annoying.
Bro, it was a little annoying. I'm cussing like a motherfucking house.
He been doing that shit his whole career though. All them players.
No. The nigga, listen. The nigga, they could have got nigga. It was a loose ball that they could have got. This stupid ass nigga would have kept playing. You know what I mean? If he'd have ran down, they would have got the loose ball and got it right back. But he too busy crying and shit, walking back on defense with his goofy ass, man.
Dame tried though. My nigga Dame tried. He had 28. He tried. He tried.
Dame needs to come to LA, bro. That's what needs to happen.
Yes. We'll never get him though. They'll never let that shit happen.
Yeah, that'd be nice. But too much. They need too much money for him. Shit.
He don't want to. He ain't leaving nowhere, man. Hey, listen.
He locked in. He just got 270 million. He ain't going nowhere.
Hey, listen. I'm about to start using my privilege, man. You know what I mean? I'm about to start using my connections, bro. You know, I was like, I didn't want people to feel away about me as far as asking to help me out with certain interviews and shit. But fuck that, man. I'm about to start using my connections and shit, man. I'm finna hit my nigga Deuce up and figure out how I can get this nigga on the show so we can talk about boxing. That's what I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to get Damian Lillard on this shit, man. Cause Deuce, that's his cousin and shit. And I'm gonna use my black privilege to try to get this nigga on this show and shit.
You use your black privilege? Hey, so let me ask y'all this, man. Why is everybody turned on Jermell?
Wait, who is? Oh, you talking about Charlo?
Yeah, Charlo.
He did this goofy shit yesterday, bro. Straight fucking goofy, dude.
The nigga stated an opinion.
That ain't no fucking opinion. That's that bullshit.
Yeah, that was an opinion show.
Come on. OG, you got nigga. After that conversation that you had on Reggie's show, I don't want to hear that shit from you.
But wait a minute. The nigga's a weirdo. It's not like he ain't been a weirdo. So I don't know why anybody's surprised. He been a weirdo, but he stated an opinion. That should make niggas be like, "Fuck you, you's a sellout, you's a coon," and all this old weird shit.
Nah, bro, that's fucking terrible. Let me tell you this. That's like me having that's like me right now saying, you know, fuck these kids. I ain't taking care of these fucking kids. I ain't no fucking opinion. You know what I mean?
I think that's a little bit what you talked about there is a little bit way deeper than what he said. That's a little far.
Man, it's the same shit. He abandoned his blackness. You know what I mean? And I'm disgusted because y'all already know, bro. Y'all know. Y'all done seen me wear hoodies and shit. Y'all done seen me support fighters, bro. Fuck that, dude. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna disrespect. You ain't gonna disrespect us like that, bro. I ain't fucking that.
Yeah. Charlo was way out for that, and it was unnecessary to put something like that. How race don't matter? You from the goddamn South. How race don't matter? You in the sport of boxing. How the hell race don't matter? Like you a father.
Yeah, I don't think he was. Y'all don't think he was just trying to coon. He ain't. He hang around a lot of them other folks, man. You know.
Man,
I don't know. The nigga look like a weirdo to me. Always has.
Listen, I don't give a flying fuck, bro. That's cornball shit, bro. That's lame shit.
That's what I said, homie. The nigga's a cornball. He always been one.
But fuck that. He ain't been no bullshit like this, bro. This is beyond. This is beyond, bro. Hey, listen, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. The way I got this phone turned, it's gonna be hard to get through these fucking messages, bro. I'm gonna keep going, niggas. But the thing about those shows, bro. after all that shit that we talked about on Red Show, which I hope chop that shit up and put that shit out.
Right.
Army and all that shit.
Right.
What's my favorite line, bro? It is about race. Everything is about race. This whole fucking world is about race, bro. And at the end of the day, nigga, if race didn't matter, fuck you ain't fight Canelo. If it's about race,
that's that cornball shit. Now, Reg, I want you to give me your perspective on it, because that sucking Canelo's ass is some cornball shit.
He been sucking Canelo. Him been sucking Canelo ass a lot lately, bro. And it's like, bro, get your goofy ass out of here, bro. Like with the whole Oscar De La Hoya shit. Like, we know you like Oscar De La Hoya, but you supposed to say, yeah, you know, duck me. But you so worried about that fucking fight. So that's that, man. Oh my God, bro. Listen.
Reg, give me your perspective, Reg.
What on him with the Canelo shit?
No, him just being a cornball, period.
I mean, it's because as much as I don't want to bash the Charlos, because they function like warriors and shit. Like their behavior is the behavior of a fighter. Like I like what I see in the Charlos. They want to fight, but when it comes to dealing with them other folks, they don't got that same energy they got for black folks. They don't do all that other shit. It's like the tone change. It's almost like the behavior of a damn pit bull. You know how they dog aggressive, but they nice to everything else. That's the behavior of these fools, and I don't like that shit. I don't like it. Yeah. I don't like when they make these statements when they should be hush on it. They know the environment we live in. You know, race is everything, and I guarantee he has a young son. You best believe in this society he gonna worry about that young boy because of race.
No, race don't matter, so he ain't tripping.
He can say that shit to the white folks. That's the other thing with people trying to think they doing shit to kind of appeal and appease white society is the people who do that shit. White society don't give a fuck about watching you kiss their goddamn ass. They don't even ask for these fools to do it. But these fools think that this is type of stuff that gets them ahead. Like you ain't getting nowhere doing that. People know when you kissing their ass. People know when you being a fake. And then people realize when you do that and they gonna use your ass. These white people don't ask these fools to do half of that shit. It's these old monkey ass fools who think they doing a lot of this jigaboo and shit to get themselves ahead. And they end up not going nowhere behaving like that. They don't go nowhere. Whitlock ain't go nowhere. Stephen A. Smith up there folding apart as we speak. Charlemagne the folding apart. You have to be who the hell you are. Like you can't be on that what they call shit, shucking and jiving. Yeah.
That step and fetch shit, right.
Hey, yeah. I've been stopped listening to Stephen A, bro. He been on some bullshit for a while. And I just don't like that shit, bro.
Wait. Hey, was he really on TV the other day with like some Malcolm X jacket shit, or was that some Photoshop shit?
He did that. He did that weirdo shit. But yeah, I've been riding on these niggas hard for the last couple of months. Ever since they start going to Canelo fights. That's that weirdo shit. Why are you going to this motherfucker's fights? He ain't coming to yours.
What do you do? What does Stephen A do?
Them niggas been going to all of Canelo's fights. What
did Stephen A Smith do?
Oh, he had a Malcolm X jacket on with this weird ass, gay ass nigga. That nigga's a weirdo. What's
wrong with having a Malcolm X jacket on?
How you gonna have a Malcolm X jacket on when you've been cooning for years, nigga? You think ain't nobody seen all your cooning? You've been cooning for ESPN for years. Telling niggas stay off the weed and all that weirdo ass shit. That nigga's a weirdo.
But niggas doing stay off the weed though. They fucked up a lot of their money. But I tell you this though. We get on them niggas for great. I spent big money on that fucking fight. That bullshit. Cause it was only 2 good fights. You know what I mean? So they can miss with that shit. I done bought merch, the whole shit. So you can miss with that shit, dog, for real.
So wait a minute. Hold up, Kyle. So you telling niggas to stay off the weed, but the NFL can pump you up with Demerol and motherfucking morphine and all kind of other bullshit, and you don't say shit about that. But you gonna tell niggas to stay off the weed? Nigga, you's a weirdo.
Nigga, but that don't cost you your job though. That don't cost you they don't kick you out the league for that. They kick you out the league for weed. I mean that's just the facts of the matter, bro. You can't even You can't even say about me, bro.
If you gonna speak on the weed, speak on that other shit. You don't never say shit about what the league does.
Listen,
So fuck him.
weed gets you kicked out the league. That other shit don't get you kicked out the league, bro.
I'm not saying that. That's not my point. My
But
point
that's
is,
why he was telling you to stay off the
if
weed.
you're gonna speak on the weed, speak on what the NFL is doing fucked up too. Don't speak on one and shun the other. If you're gonna speak on it all, or don't speak on shit.
But this is what I'm saying, though. Listen to what I'm saying. If the conversation is about them staying in the league, that's why he's saying stay off the weed. I could be a rapper or something, nigga. This is what I'm saying.
It's just what Reggie was saying before. Be real, man. If you gotta go be real, just be quiet.
Yeah, that's a fact. Dude, what's up with it, man? Salute to you, my brother.
Oh, let me say this to Fred. I know Fred listening. Fred, I told you Barkley wasn't gonna hate on LeBron, my brother, because LeBron ain't lose this game, homie. And you supposed to be big time on basketball and shit.
Hey, what's up, family? What's going on?
What's up, Cuzzo?
What's up,
Reggie,
man?
what's happening, man? What's up, man? Shit, I was trying to peep up in y'all. Y'all done talking about basketball?
For sure.
Oh, we was talking about basketball.
Oh yeah, I try to pop in on the basketball talk.
Nigga, we'll start it back up, nigga. Shit.
No, man, I was just surprised how y'all was hating on LeBron like that, man. Like nobody knows that the nigga hurt.
Yeah, I wasn't hating on him.
Listen.
That's what I was saying, Cuzzo.
Listen, no. It's free smoke. So, it's free smoke. So, LeBron, he gotta step up to play.
With the cloth talk.
It's cloth talk. He's a likable guy. You know what I'm saying? So LeBron gotta come with it, you know what I'm saying? Because you already know he got with it. So LeBron, he's supposed to be the GOAT, but no, it's Michael Jordan is the triple GOAT. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying though,
this nigga tripping, good.
I was like, why the nigga talking like that? That's why I was like, is nigga tripping out? Like what?
No, he's trying to sound like that. I don't know if you've seen that cat JFL who be coming over here. He's trying to sound like him.
Oh my god.
Oh no, man, LeBron hurt, bro. Niggas can't be as bad as the Lakers, bro. Lakers been eating for a long time, bro. Lakers they can't win every. They can't. Lakers can't win every championship, man. It's all right.
No, what I was saying was, I wasn't mad at LeBron for trying and getting out there balling. We know he hurt. But when you start crying over fouls and letting the whole team run down court and you still here arguing with the ref, come on,
That's
man.
what happens when you get hurt,
man.
When you get hurt, you lose heart. It's as simple as that, especially the basketball players, bro. They lose heart. When they lose heart when they get hurt, man. Y'all can't be hard on that nigga like that. He done brought y'all a championship and shit.
Fuck that. He ain't bought me a fucking thing. He lost a whole bunch of fucking Wingstop though.
Man, motherfucker, he brought y'all a Disney championship last year, the Mickey Mouse Bubble Championship.
I don't give a flying fuck, man. He cost me money this year. Shit.
He said the Disney Bubble Championship.
I like that. The Disney Bubble Championship. I like that shit.
Yeah, he brought that shit. They brought that shit like a Mickey Mouse hat. It's all in a little trophy and shit. He got his name stitched in that motherfucker on the championship. Nah, man. Lakers can't win them all, bro. LeBron been hurt all year, man. The niggas ain't had no rest, bro.
Okay, so Deuce, what changes need to be made in your opinion?
Some more rest. That's about it. They cool. They got players. They cool. They just need some rest.
You don't think we need a quality backup for AD?
Y'all got Drummond. What happened with Drummond? You niggas need every player in the. You guys need every player, every all-star in the league. Drummond got hurt. He must have got hurt last game.
He got hurt. He got hurt before the playoffs, didn't he, Reg?
Oh, y'all niggas don't even know about the
No, I haven't. I don't follow the league like that.
Yeah, he got hurt before the playoffs. Because you notice he didn't play this whole series, damn near.
He played last game. What the hell are you talking about?
Bro,
he played in the last game. He didn't do nothing memorable because I sure didn't see.
The biggest problem is Montrezl Harrell not even getting a fucking chance.
Montrezl Harrell's a fucking bum, man. He got to the Lakers on the. He ain't nothing but a garbage man, bro. That's why we didn't want him back. He can't even rebound.
Are you a Clipper?
I'm #1 Clipper fan. Number one Clipper fan on earth. Montrezl Harrell was a bum, bro. He's a garbage man. All you gonna do is get loose balls and shit like that.
I think Robert Brown just hit it on the head in the chat. He said they need to get a real GM and stop letting LeBron pick the fucking team.
Facts. But the Lakers. Go ahead, cuz. Go ahead.
No, I said they got 2 more years of that shit, so y'all might as well go to sleep. So LeBron gonna stay till he draft his son. So y'all might as well just be ready for that shit.
He about to LeVar Ball it.
Shit.
So you admitting that LeBron is the GM is what you're saying?
Bro, who don't know that? Rich Paul is the GM. Every player on the Lakers is fucking team clutch. Who don't know that shit? Everybody on the Lakers is signed to clutch management. Everybody.
But also, man, the Lakers have always suffered at that GM spot. Who runs that team? They need to do a better job. I'm telling you, they need to bring Mark Jackson to that goddamn team. The league suffers because even when Mitch Kupchak was there, Mitch Kupchak was trash. The only thing that helped the Lakers out was the fact that Jerry West was doing some connection shit for them when he wasn't even with the team.
Yeah, once Jerry West retired, Jerry West was their last GM, I think. Jerry West was the last GM they had.
No, Mitch Kupchak was.
Yeah, but I'm saying Jerry West was bailing Mitch Kupchak out when he wasn't even there. Mitch Kupchak was trash. Mitch Kupchak was too busy drafting Vucevic, whatever the fuck.
The machine was a baller. Yo, you like the machine? He got 3 championship rings.
He was on the team. He didn't do shit, but he was there.
Yeah, he helped, bro. He helped win some of the rings. I remember when they were playing against Denver in the finals, in the Western Finals. He had like 30 points, and he was locking up Iverson. I remember that shit. I can't say that. The Lakers got 17 championships, bro. They ain't been struggling nowhere. Yes.
You saying Sasha Vujacic locked up Iverson?
Yes, in the Western when Iverson played for Denver.
Yeah.
Look that up.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I remember.
He wasn't old Iverson. He wasn't old Iverson. He was still getting 40 points a game. He wasn't old Iverson.
He wasn't put Iverson on the bench, bro.
He wasn't the mid-2000s Iverson. He wasn't the Iverson.
Bro, he was probably better. He was probably better. He had a better shot. When he played with Denver, when Iverson played with Carmelo, those 2 years, Iverson was probably better than he ever been.
Iverson
was scoring 50-point games.
I can't agree with that one, brother. Iverson in Philadelphia was a fucking monster.
Hey, y'all going home tomorrow anyway, though, bro.
We gonna find out.
Y'all out of here.
We got hard.
No, y'all out of here.
We got hard.
It's a wrap. Y'all can't guard Luka for shit.
Yeah, right. The referee's not letting us guard him.
Man, y'all let
this motherfucker going around moving screens and carrying the ball and shit.
Man,
That's all
I was sitting there last night, bro, and watched that motherfucker score 42. I'm like, this is ridiculous. Can somebody guard this man, please?
Them niggas letting Billy Ho crush them niggas. Billy Ho about to send y'all fishing, man.
Well, he did the same thing last year, and we sent him home. It's all good. He was doing the same thing last year in the bubble, and we still sent his ass home. The niggas making them lucky ass threes, bro. So it's all good though. We still gotta play the games.
Just hold on, y'all going home.
He did the same shit last year. Everybody was sucking his dick. Oh, Luka Magic. Still sent his ass home. The same thing this year. Yeah, we did in the bubble.
Hey, Santos, they talking shit about my Lakers, man. My Lakers got their ass whooped.
Yeah. Nah, y'all crying while the Lakers losing.
Clippers ass cheeks, man.
This nigga from Oakland talking about what the Clippers are. You stick to San Francisco.
Ass cheeks.
But you said the Clippers moving to Seattle though. You heard about the Clippers plan to move, right?
Bro, we building the stadium in Inglewood next to the Rams Stadium. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
Oh, I was fucking with you.
We'll be there next year.
I forgot you follow this shit.
Yeah, we'll be there next year.
Santos, what you say, homie?
I was just saying what's up. I didn't see the game, but I saw this. I kept up with the scores from I guess the latter half of the third quarter till the end. When I turned it on, they was down by 18 or 20 or something like that.
Yeah, they was getting their ass whooped.
They got that. Listen, they got that shit down to 10, right? LeBron.
I saw that.
LeBron got fouled, but they didn't call it. That motherfucker got to crying this shit. Them motherfuckers went down and hit the next 4 shots with his stupid ass. It's like, bro, take your stupid ass down the court, man, and play some fucking defense, you weak ass nigga.
Man, that shit ain't all LeBron, bro.
Fatigue will make a coward out of you. That's one of the number one quotes in sports. Fatigue will make a coward out of you. You always gonna quit when you're tired.
Let me ask the panel this. Let me ask y'all all this.
He can't do it by himself.
Facts.
Let me ask all y'all this. With the soft ass league we got today, can you imagine if Michael Jordan was playing today?
Well,
what would that nigga average? Like 50?
Here goes some Jordan worship. He wouldn't be. Them young boys would run his ass off the court. That's what happened to Jordan.
Nah,
young boys would run his ass off the court.
He's talking about Jordan the prime, man. He's talking about Jordan the old.
Nah,
Jordan prime.
When Jordan was scoring those 60-point games, he was playing against a bunch of little ass white boys.
Jordan was playing against the toughest defense the NBA has ever seen. That's what he was playing.
That wasn't defense. That was fouling. That wasn't defense. That was football. That wasn't defense.
Listen, and he averaged 30 a night against football. So what would he average today with no football?
Let me tell y'all this though. Michael Jordan resume is so fucking overrated, bro. He has overrated resume.
Please say that shit. Please say that shit.
To get to the finals, he had to go through Detroit, had to go through Boston.
He didn't go through Detroit.
All the hard.
He didn't. All them teams got old. All those teams got old. It does matter.
They were knocking them on the head. Then he had to go through New York and get beat up.
So wait a minute. So what you saying is,
man, New York is a bunch of fouling ass hacks.
So Deuce, what you saying is LeBron, in your view, is better than Jordan?
No, I don't think LeBron's that good. Kobe's better than Jordan, but I don't think LeBron. That bowling ball game don't fucking do shit. That's why whenever he play against somebody with real skills, he lose.
Let me say this. Hey, Cal, let me say this. You, Cal, my cousin Deuce Time, and Fred, y'all need a show where y'all just hating on niggas. Like how Dave Chappelle had that show. Y'all niggas need to do some shit like that.
We can't. Hey, Deuce, how you feel about Keith Thurman?
Hold on, Mr. Clipper. I got something for your ass. I popped in just for this. Hold on. Goddamn, Free Smoke Thursday. Hold on, I got something for your ass.
Hey, it's free. Hey, DJ. I gotta cut you off because whenever you talk, I'm gonna over talk you because it is Free Smoke and I am the cough talk.
All right, Cal.
No, I don't think LeBron game is all that skillful. He can pass, but that's about the best thing he can do.
You gotta stop that.
LeBron is a very skillful player. He just thinks team first. He don't think he's not a killer. He's not a sniper. He's team first. He's gonna pass the ball. What you had in Michael Jordan and what you had in Kobe, they are just straight killers, and they ain't thinking about passing the ball. Just like Kobe said, when the Shaq said there ain't no I in team. Kobe said there's a ME though. So
there's an ME in that motherfucker.
Straight killers, man. So you gotta understand. You got two different temperaments when you talking about Jordan and Kobe's temperament was basically the same. When it comes down to LeBron, totally different temperament. LeBron got more of a Magic Johnson type temperament. So you can't, I don't even compare their games to each other.
But bro, people always try to act like LeBron just had some super teams. Man, look at all the Hall of Famers and all the All-Stars that Jordan had on the teams with him, bro. And people don't never say that shit.
Jordan? Did you say Jordan?
Yeah, all the Hall of Famers and All-Stars.
That's all East Coast media. That's all East Coast media lore, bro. Look, Scottie Pippen's nowhere near a top 50 player. He wasn't even a good player when he was by himself. That's all East Coast.
I think the NBA would beg to differ, my brother.
No. Ask the players. Ask the player. They're like, only reason people like you because you hang out with Jordan.
Michael Jordan wouldn't have got those 6 rings without Scottie, bro.
He could have found it. He could have found somebody else just as long
as
as
Scottie nobody else, bro. It wasn't nobody else that could do what Scottie could do.
What does Scottie Pippen do in Phoenix? What does Scottie Pippen do in Houston? What does Scottie Pippen do when Jordan wasn't there? Jordan had to come back to get into the playoffs.
What did Michael Jordan do in Washington, goddammit, since he's doing that?
He was 50 years old in Washington. What are you talking about? Scottie Pippen younger than Jordan.
Jordan never won without Scottie, and Scottie never won without Jordan.
Scottie Pippen.
Here's the facts,
Pippen.
Deuce Time. Jordan never won shit till he got some help, which was Pippen. He wasn't going to win nothing without Pippen.
Jordan didn't win shit till the league got old. Jordan didn't win shit till the league got old.
Wait, Cal,
man, look,
can
man.
Wait, can y'all hear Cal?
You must not watch them games back in the day, man. The way them niggas got beat up, man, in the East, man.
That ain't basketball, bro. That ain't basketball. That ain't fucking basketball. I don't respect none of that shit. I'm sorry, that ain't basketball. A nigga push me out the air who getting down.
Man, if you played in the hood, nigga, that was basketball. Nigga,
nigga, if you push a nigga out the air in the hood, nigga, the game is over, nigga. What the fuck you talking about? Nigga, you crazy as fuck, nigga. You clothesline nigga out the air.
I've been hurt many times.
You clothesline nigga out the air, the game is over, nigga. It's a fight.
Where you grow up in Sunflower, USA? Don't nobody play no ball like that, nigga.
Yeah, right, nigga. I grew up at the park, nigga. Rogers Park, Darby Park.
I've been hurt plenty times.
Cinderella Park. I grew up at the park.
Niggas don't play no cheap ball. Niggas play hard ball, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this about the league back then and the league now. I'm gonna say this about the league back then and the league now. The league there's so much more skill now. You didn't have 7-footers pulling threes back in the 80s. All they told your big ass to do was get on the block and rebound, and we gonna feed you the ball. Like what no Giannis's, what no Chris.
They had them, but not over here.
These niggas is soft, DJ. Stop making excuses for these soft ass niggas in the NBA. These niggas is soft.
There's a difference. That's bullshit. All that ball was bullshit.
Y'all gotta remember, these guys are products of basketball camps. These guys grew up playing in basketball camp. Other niggas didn't have that privilege when they were coming up, man. Back in the day, man, they had to learn on the court. They had to learn in the backyard. They had to learn from their big brothers and things of that nature. These youngsters now coming up through there, they all have parents that can pay for basketball camps. Have experts.
No, they don't. They get sponsored. They get sponsored.
It don't matter. They still got the help. They still got the help that other players didn't have back in the day. Is what I'm saying. So it don't matter where it come from. They got more resources nowadays. So by the time they get up to the league, they already groomed.
Man, I've been going to basketball camps my whole fucking life.
And they still soft as shit.
Well, you've been watching 15 years.
No, I've been going to basketball camps my whole life. Basketball camps always been there.
That's not true, man.
You're a product of the basketball camp, and I mean that's good. That's good. I ain't saying nothing wrong with it. But what I'm saying is the guys of yesterday didn't have that privilege. Not even the white guys.
Yes, they did, man. Yes, they did, bro.
Not all the time. Just a few of them had
that
opportunity. Not all the time.
I'm 37.
No, he don't know what you talking about.
Yeah, you're a little young.
Yes, they did. Man, why do you think all the basketball players know each other?
Y'all hear me?
Why do you think all the basketball players know each other?
We can hear you now, Kyle. We can hear you now.
All right, listen. What we can't do is talk over each other and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? We can't talk over each other.
You're right.
Let's not we don't change the format of the boxing section around this bitch. We still gotta let each other talk and shit. Y'all want y'all talking over each other and shit like that. But I gotta say this before I let all you other niggas go and shit like that. Let me tell y'all this, man. Scottie Pippen got further without Michael Jordan than Michael Jordan ever got without Scottie Pippen, and that's cloth talk. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
Man, that's not the same fucking thing, man. Michael Jordan was 50 years old when he came back for the Wizards. What the fuck are you talking about? Scottie Pippen was only like 30-something.
What the fuck are you talking about? I said the nigga Scottie Pippen got further without Jordan than Jordan got without Scottie Pippen.
But it's not the same argument, bro. They wasn't the same
How
age.
was that, nigga? He was young without Scottie Pippen. What are you talking about?
When he's talking about when Jordan retired, went to play baseball, and Scottie Pippen got their ass to the Eastern Conference Final.
Exactly.
Jordan never did that without Pippen. Never.
That's a fact.
Say hello. Say hello.
What the fuck?
That's all I was trying to say.
Hello.
What the fuck?
What you don't remember that?
What's up, my brother?
What
94, 95? Yeah. When the Knicks won, when the nigga missed the layup, what are you talking about?
He got him there. He was damn
Tony
near
Kukoc
MVP
was the #1 player. That's why the nigga got mad at Tony Kukoc. He didn't want to get in the game.
That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is, how far did Jordan get without Pippen? Jordan was going home in the first round. Jordan was going home in the first round, bro.
Pippen wasn't driving that car. I'm sorry.
Everybody know that was Pippen team when Jordan left.
No, it wasn't. How could he set out with Kukoc the last shot then? How could we set out? There
what
wasn't
would they have
team.
gotten without Scottie Pippen? What would Kukoc did without Scottie Pippen then?
Bro, the triangle ran that shit.
Case, facts.
Triangle ran that shit, homie. You wasn't fucking Scottie Pippen. It was
I don't
triangle.
care about the triangle wouldn't have done it without Scottie Pippen.
Niggas, y'all
Yes,
can't
it
talk
would
at
have,
the
bro.
same fucking time. Yo, we can't talk at the same time. What the fuck, bro? Y'all niggas is tripping. We're gonna start talking about basketball about this bitch. All right, we can't talk at the same fucking time. One at a motherfucking time. Y'all niggas is bullshitting. Y'all niggas is tripping. This is why I don't talk basketball with niggas. One at a motherfucking time. Y'all niggas is tripping. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck
Get on their ass, Kyle. Get on their motherfucking ass.
About to switch gears. Man. My internet.
Get on their ass, Kyle. Get on their motherfucking ass.
We got excited, man.
Hey, Kyle, hop back in the chat. Kyle back on the panel like, I know y'all ass ain't downstairs in that toilet.
Oh my God.
We cool. I got about 10 more minutes. I gotta go back, bro. Oh man, that was a good one.
Yeah, I needed that laugh, man. That's good, Kyle. I needed that shit.
I ain't laughing about shit.
Kyle, let me say this.
Still got to play tomorrow.
Nigga, they about to get beat by Big Low in the Mavericks.
We gonna find out. We gonna find out. You got some money on that hot dog?
I'm gonna hop off, Mr. Deuce. I'm gonna say this. You understand the difference between this year and last year, right? You remember Kristaps Porzingis got hurt last year too. You remember that, right?
Oh, he's such a big help. Nigga scoring 6 points a fucking game. He's doing so much. I don't want to hear that bullshit. He's scoring 6 points a game and he's doing so much.
And Montrezl Harrell was such a garbage man. He won 6th man of the year last year.
Yeah, off of garbage. They couldn't give it to Lou every fucking year. We get the 6 man a year every year.
That's his point. You can't keep cutting people off. Let them finish.
I mean, and it's just I understand you a Clipper fan, and y'all ain't really ever been past the second round and shit. But I get just making it to the play. But something Shannon Sharp said today, and I've been saying it for the past year. Why don't Kawhi get the same criticism that all these other superstars get? Kawhi is shit in the bed right now, and he's not getting the same criticism. Kawhi's shit in the bed right now, man. Come on, dog.
Bro, this nigga had one bad game. He had one bad game when he got tired. Nigga scored 40 points a game. How's he shit in the bed? What are you talking about?
I don't want to hear that I got tired shit. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that I got tired shit, man. Bro, everybody tired now. You think Luka wasn't tired from busting their ass for 40? Hell yeah, he got tired. Man,
he had 30 in the first half. He had 30 in the first half. He should have had 60 if he was doing so much.
He had
30 points in the first half.
Y'all had 40. I guess that wasn't enough, huh? Okay.
It wasn't enough. They only won by 2.
Hey, man, Luka done set the whole team out,
if they win by 2 or 200, they still won.
Nah, we missed the layup on to win the game. Nah, I don't want to hear that bullshit. Nigga can't beat us by himself. He was doing the same shit last year. We sent his ass home. That's all we gotta do.
This ain't last year.
They sure from the hell ain't.
Last year. Y'all just win a 3-1 lead last year if we want to go back to last year.
Yep. Yeah, we won't never ask again, too.
It looks like you picked the wrong team.
Well, Deuce, y'all got action. Send him home.
We do got action. Batum missed the layup to win the game. After we ripped Luka's ass.
No, it wasn't really Batum. It was that motherfucker who should have shot the ball instead of trying to pass it. He should have shot the ball.
He should have dunked on that nigga. He should have.
The one who they got Lou Will out of town for. What's his name, man?
Yeah. He should have. He should have dunked it.
I don't know what that nigga was thinking. Why are you trying to pass the ball out?
He's second year, bro. He's still playing. We can forgive that. He ripped Luka's ass though.
But I'm gonna say this about Devin Booker, and then I'm gonna fall back. Devin Booker ain't no going back from here. You're a superstar now. Ain't no going back. So when Chris Paul
he took this for 47. You got to keep balling.
When Chris Paul leave y'all ass, ain't no more goddamn 26 win season. Ain't no more 26 win seasons now, Devin Booker. It's on you now.
That's a fact.
Brooklyn ain't winning shit. Brooklyn ain't winning shit. The only hope they got is Joel Embiid stay hurt. Because Joel Embiid still there in the Eastern Conference Finals. They sending Brooklyn ass home. And I got whatever on that.
Yeah, you're right about that. I can agree, man. Brooklyn ain't playing no D. You can get whatever you want against Brooklyn.
Hey,
y'all better watch out for that Greek motherfucker over there in Milwaukee. I think they coming.
He's just a dunker.
No, he got better. He worked on his
He
game.
pulling threes now, Reggie. He pulling threes now.
Yeah, he worked on his game.
Hey, Reg.
They got an overall game.
He played better than he played when he won the MVP.
Yo.
Reg, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, this right here. Hold on. I gotta get this shit together. I gotta cue this shit up. This is just for you, bro. This is right on time with your boy, your boy Dana White with his goofy ass.
What Dana White do now?
Boy, Comcast is so fucking out of pocket, bro.
That's that Bay Area shit.
Nah, them motherfuckers. They gonna credit this bill, bro. I'm switching on their ass. This shit been going on for way too fucking long, man.
No,
I can't even
man. I
fucking
got
upload
AT&T
shit.
and scrap it, man. Don't switch.
What Dana White do?
Hold on, I'm about to show you. I gotta show you. But
yeah, what that weirdo do now?
All right, brother Eli, what's up, homie?
I gotta show you.
I'm out of here, man.
All right, dude.
Hold on, dude.
Nah, I want to talk about this boring ass, redundant boxing shit, man. Let me know when the fights happen.
You hater, man.
Nah, nigga. All y'all niggas talk about is who this boxing shit is all is, maybe, win. It ain't nothing indefinite about that shit, man. It's always like
that's
fantasy
all
booking.
we got, homie.
Just
That's
come
all
back
we got.
tomorrow when Luka clapped them cheeks. Just come back tomorrow when Luka clapped them cheeks.
I'm here every night.
Hey,
Most of the time, y'all niggas is boxing.
Deuce is the H money of basketball talk. He the H money of basketball talk.
Oh, he's the H money of basketball. Okay.
Hey, H money, that's my nigga. H money bubbling.
Luka clapped them cheeks.
Oh yeah, Eli down there in Dallas. I forgot. Yeah, that's right.
H money bubbling right now. H money bubbling right now, Deuce.
That's my nigga. H money, that's my nigga. My nigga got a big pocket.
Gave him the gun back, huh?
I think.
Hey, Deuce.
Yo, what's up?
What you got for us,
bro? I was just messing with you on that basketball. I meant what I was saying about the game, but I was just messing with no hard feelings, man.
No, it's all love, man. We brothers out here.
Right,
it's all love, bro. It's all love, man. We having barbershop talks type shit. That's all good.
That's facts.
Hell, yo.
Hey, Deuce.
Yo.
Hey, Deuce. Don't stand next to H Money, man. Hey, that's my nigga, man, but don't stand outside with him.
Hey, he in Memphis, I'm in Cali. It's all good.
Yeah.
Hey, Eli, what's up with Michael Parsons, homie?
Huh?
What's up with Michael Parsons? Y'all been peeping him out there? The draft pick, the Cowboys got the linebacker.
Bro, I don't
he ain't gonna be shit like the rest of Go Birds.
Oh, come on.
Like
you talking about Parsons? Didn't he come from Penn State?
Yeah, linebacker you. So
he out of Cali. He's out of Cali.
Yeah, he's from Oakland somewhere?
Yeah, no, he's from San Bernardino, homie.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
San Bernardino, yeah.
I know they talking about trading. I know they've been talking about trading either Anderson or Jalen Smith. I know they've been talking about trading him.
They talking about trading Smith?
No, they're talking about trading the Wolfman.
Oh, they talking about trading Van Der Esch.
Yeah, they want to trade the Wolfman. Yeah, he always hurt, man.
Yeah, Jaden Smith just got all that money. They can't trade him.
No, ain't nobody gonna take that. They try to trade his ass during the draft. Nobody want to take that money. He getting paid as much as Bobby Wagner.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody want that money.
It don't matter though. We fuck around and make a deal. If we can fuck around and make that deal for Aaron Rodgers, nigga, it's over for everybody.
Yeah. Ooh, Frisco.
What you got?
What else
What?
make you feel
Las
for Aaron
Vegas, nigga. Las Vegas, nigga.
Oh shit, y'all ain't gonna beat Patty.
John Gruden
Hey,
choking
y'all,
his ass
y'all,
out. He doing that
Give
girl
y'all
shit.
ass 50.
y'all like
Pat
me.
Mahomes still finna give y'all ass 50.
Y'all like me.
Hey, Reg, read this if you can, Reg.
No, I can't read that shit. You gotta read it.
Oh, he gonna beat the shit out
All
that
right.
white boy.
All right, y'all, man. Much like I gotta get back to work, man. Y'all had me bubbling with this little basketball, so I had to hop in there.
All right, dudes.
Stay up, man.
All right, brothers. Y'all be safe.
Yes, sir.
That's a fact. You can't be mad at him for saying that. That's a fact.
What did it say, DJ? What did it say,
That ain't an
DJ?
opinion. That's a
What did it
fact,
say,
though.
DJ?
What it
What did it
say?
say, DJ?
Woodley doesn't look like the Tyron Woodley of the past, who's putting everybody to sleep. He hasn't won a fight in 3 years, and he's going to be 40 years old. That's a fact, though. That's a fact. I know
I'm
you
gonna tell
love
you
Tyron
another.
Woodley, but that's a fact. Now, he'll probably beat the shit out of Jake Paul, but that's
That's
a
what he's
fact.
gonna do. That's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say. The fact is, he gonna beat the
He'll
shit out of
the
this
shit
dude.
out of Jake
He
Paul.
gonna fuck
That's
him
easy
up.
money. That should be easy money to him. But that's a fact, though. They don't like to say nothing out of pocket there. Those are all facts. He doesn't
Okay,
look
so
like the
how
same
about
Tyron Woodley from 2016. He hasn't won a fight in 3 years, and he is almost 40.
Oh, Cal, drop the
He
link. Can't say drop the link.
yeah,
UFC,
I'm dropping it right now.
But he gonna beat the shit out of this dude, and that's a fact.
That's beat the shit out of Jake Paul. That's easy money.
It's probably the smartest money he ever made.
Right.
I think he may get it, but he got to take that dude serious still, though.
Yeah, they do. They do. Them boys
Because
really train. They
Woodley's
athletes,
not a
man.
boxer. He's a striker, but he's not a boxer. And footwork and all of that, being able to transition over to the boxing game. Jake Paul really been in there fucking in that gym. What if Jake Paul do beat him?
Yeah, but
That's gonna look bad.
he fucking with Floyd now though. Tyron Woodley, he being trained by Floyd, so he gonna be all right.
I'm gonna say this, and this is real spit right here.
I'll be
Jake
back,
Paul,
man, in a minute, man. My internet is fucking up, and my kids is fucking
Yeah, I'm
crying and
gonna mute
shit.
for a minute. I got some shit I need to do real quick. I'm gonna mute for a minute.
all right. But if Jake Paul beats Tyron Woodley, the shit is rigged.
He got a 2-fight deal. I've been wanting to think they signed him to a 2-fight deal. If he lose right now to Woodley, what they gonna do for the second fight?
That's their problem. If Jake Paul beats Tyron Woodley, the shit is rigged.
Not if he knocks him out.
Nah, exactly.
If he knocks Willie out, Willie can't go out.
But
That's
Knocked
true.
out more than once.
I don't see it. It's just
He's supposed to have some boxing
I just
skills,
don't
but
see it. I just don't see it. I don't see it.
you gotta
I
remember
don't see it.
This ain't no wrestling match, man. This ain't no MMA. This boxing. So he got.
DJ.
I mean, I know Willie been training off and on for some years in boxing, but I ain't really just seen his hand skills though.
I'm sticking with my story, man. If that nigga loses this fool, this shit is rigged.
This might be a more even match because of lack of experience on Jake Paul's end and Tyron Woodley not really being a true boxer, but having some boxing skills. At least I've heard him say it, you know. But I don't know, man. I mean, he get knocked out, then I mean, hey, it is what it is.
I really thought Woodley was gonna end up fighting old dude from Florida shit. Man, boy.
Jellion.
Yeah, I thought him and Jay Leon were gonna end up getting it in.
And that nigga is on the Rolly level. That nigga Jay Leon Love is on Rolly Romero's level. He's trash can juice.
Yeah, I was about to say him and Woodley would have been a 50-50 because he washed up too.
Hey,
that nigga Jay Leon Love is trash can juice, homie. That nigga's terrible.
Hey, Jay Leon Love need to just get that gal to meet her. He don't deserve her. Fine as
Nah.
she is.
Hey, now you sound like a
She
whole
fine as a motherfucker too.
Right. Niggas hated.
He can't fight. He don't deserve it. Let me find out you taking your shirt off in the back.
Hey,
Yeah,
fellas,
he don't deserve that gal, man.
Yes,
fellas,
sir. Yes, sir.
listen, fellas, We got an outage where I'm at, bro. So Cam, I need you to come on and keep the show going, cause
Say what now?
we got an outage. Oh, it's more than usual. So I can't even talk to y'all niggas. It's breaking up and shit. So Cam, I need you to get this shit going to work, man. I'm gonna get with y'all niggas tomorrow, man.
All right,
you
brother.
can stay awake. You can stay awake, Cal. Just mute your mic, man. It's still early, man.
Nigga, I got broke at 4 a.m. Nigga, I can't even. Sisters always do this shit.
All right, Cal. Take it. Have a good night, man.
That nigga Sento said, I got a whole route to do. You ain't going nowhere.
That's right. I just started. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look here. JFL came on early this morning. Man, we were tripping, man.
Was he talking that cloth talk again? Cloth talk
man,
and triple goat and all that old weirdo shit?
He was talking all kind of crazy nonsense, man. But look, I kept on encouraging him to keep that talk up, man. Cal said, man, why you encouraging him, man? I said, look, Cal, I got about 2 hours left on this route. I need this energy, you know what I'm saying? I got 2 hours left, bro.
Hey,
yeah, me, bro. I was crying laughing. What you say, Eli?
I said, motherfucker be talking that talk. Boy, he got his own language.
Yeah, man. Yeah. True, man.
Cloth talk, bruh. Triple goat. Like, what is this nigga talking about?
Yeah,
See,
man.
what we're not gonna do,
triple goat,
what we're not gonna do is dedicate 45 minutes of the show to this nigga again.
Hey, that was funny last night, man.
Hey, I got this question, though. What do y'all think about Floyd offering his help to the era for the Manny Pacquiao?
Floyd can't stand Manny.
Wait a minute, Floyd did what? I missed something.
Say he gonna give Errol some tips for the Manny Pacquiao. Do y'all think Floyd is giving these fighters that much of an edge as a trainer, as somebody giving them tips? I know he was a great fighter, but a lot of great fighters don't
if
he can tell you how to beat a motherfucker now.
I don't think he can really just give you the blueprint on beating Manny because they didn't have no hell of a fight between the two of them. It was just a boxing match.
I went back and watched that fight. Floyd was tagging Manny.
He was, but it wasn't no straight beat down like performance though. I mean, it was more of him. He getting his shots off and making Manny not get his shots off. You know, which is cool.
It was the fucking right hand in the kick hook. That fucking right hand was hanging. That first round, bro. That first and second round. If you go look at the motherfuckers, say Floyd. I said I ain't never seen Floyd punch nobody that hard like that. He was punching man respect.
He did what he had to do, no doubt about that. But Floyd is always saying that Manny, he see why Manny was such a great champion. You know, to me, he went in there and did his job, and then later on, years later, he started giving him a whole lot of credit for which ain't nothing wrong with that. That's just sportsmanship, being honest. Ain't no hateration in that. But I just didn't. I got to go back and look at the fight, but I just didn't see a lot of intel that he got from that fight. That's what I'm getting at.
I saw the little thing. I went back and watched it last night, and I watched it again week before last, and I saw the little things that he was doing. I was like, damn, because I went back and watched it on purpose because of this fight right here, and I was like, damn, the little shit that Floyd was doing, like that, not allowing him to take his angles, getting on him real fast, getting his shots off, then stepping back, passing and dipping it out around it, making Manny have to turn. Manny couldn't really use his angles on him. Floyd was punching Manny and then slipping under and getting back out behind him before he knew it.
Yeah, I remember that part.
And Floyd stepped it up another notch in his training, and that's the thing with Earl. He got what he was saying last night about cutting those corners in camps and not doing this, not doing. He like what he doing with Blu-ray. He got to really take camp, put in the physical work, and as well as his work with Derrick James. Like, you can't cut any corners against Pacquiao. That's what costs AB. That's what costs Keith Thurman. These dudes half-assing, going into camps, thinking because this guy's in his 40s, not knowing this dude Pacquiao is cut from a different cloth. You got to go in there and really put in that work that a lot of these fighters don't want to put in.
Yeah, hey, Pacquiao
Okay,
brought
look
that boy.
here. Look here.
He
Let
brought
me
that
ask
boy
y'all.
type bounce to the fight game.
Let me ask y'all Southern brothers this. Eli, I know you from Texas. I got Errol beating Manny, but I don't think he stops Manny.
That's the only way he's gonna beat him. He's gonna beat him on points.
And I got him beating Manny by split decision. What you got?
I think he outclasses Manny completely. I think he hurts Manny at times, and I think he makes what's his name Freddie Roach think about throwing in the towel. But I think that's the way it'll end up getting stopped if it gets stopped. But just him knocking out Manny right now, I don't see that unless he runs Manny into something big. But if Manny wears down, now the only way I can see that, if Manny wear down like he wore down against Keith Thurman and like he wore down against Adrian Broner, he still wore down in like the 19th round, then Errol will fuck around and get him out of it. But I see Errol, I see Freddie Roach stopping this fight or it being a unanimous decision. I don't see him outboxing Errol.
Yeah, I agree with that right there. I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
DJ?
I see it just the same way Mikey was. When his corner was getting ready to want to stop it, except for Freddie Roach will stop
DJ? Well, DJ gone.
DJ stepped out.
Tank? Tank, you there?
You on me? Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There,
Can you hear me?
Hey, Tank. So how you see it, man? I hear you now. How you see it?
I think that after 2 years off, 40 years old, I wouldn't be surprised that somewhere between the third and fifth round, somewhere around there, that Manny Pacquiao will start to show signs of being noticeably gassed out there. He's notorious for having problems with his calves cramping up and legs having issues. And I think that there's a difference between generations. You know what I mean? We can't act like we haven't seen in the past in boxing when we've seen the Oscar De La Hoyas take out the old legends. You know what I mean? Or the fights where guys take out that older fighter, whether it's a Hector Camacho taking out Ray Leonard or like I said, what's the guy's name? Oscar De La Hoya taking out Julio Cesar Chavez. So I think we might see something like that. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised anyway. Yeah, it's going to look good in terms of being on paper. The build up, they're going to show some good old highlights of Manny yesteryear. And then when they come to the Keith Thurman fight and try to gas the crowd up in the audience into thinking that he still got it, all they're going to really show is two highlights from the Keith Thurman fight. And that's at the very tail end of the first round when he dropped Keith Thurman in the round that he was already losing. And in the 10th round, another round he was losing, where he caught Keith Thurman with a hard body shot. That's what made Keith Thurman lose the round, is because the body shot caught him while he was trying to take a breath, and the man almost spit his mouthpiece off and had to run around the ring to avoid any more damage. And throughout that fight, you saw Keith Thurman coming on strong with Errol Spence working with Blu-ray. I don't see him taking his time with Manny. I see him going in there with a purpose. I see, or I heard Errol, better yet, I heard Errol last night. In his voice, you can tell that he's intending to go out there and do exactly what he said he's wanted to do, which was clear up his side of the street and then see if he can make the fight with Terrence Crawford and then move up to 154. I think that's his plan. And I don't think 40-year-old Manny Pacquiao that's been off for 2 years is going to stop that.
Reg?
Reg already spoke on it.
Okay. Reggie?
I'm gonna be the long range on this one, man.
Okay.
I think Earl will get a stoppage. I don't see him winning a unanimous decision against Pacquiao because Pacquiao don't give up. He keeps coming and keeps coming. He's got that in and out style that it can be. I don't think anyone can really emulate that to perfection in the gym. And he's gonna hit you. He's gonna hit you, and then he still packs a good punch. It may not be the PED Pacquiao punch, but he still packs a good punch. And I think
that was never
Earl's
proven, Santos.
And it
like
might
I
not be a
said,
PED, Pac-Man.
as a PED point, he ain't been knocking nobody out like that since then. But he still he packs a good punch. He's in and out. I think looking at the fight, now I know he didn't have Blu-ray for this fight, but looking at the fight between Porter and Earl, the way Porter was on him, it's going to be a little bit different with a heavier punch with Pacquiao. And I just think if Pacquiao can give him a little bit taste of what he got from Porter, plus with his power, it's going to make a difference in the fight. Pacquiao, Earl's got to really put on a hell of a clinic to outbox him for 12 rounds. I think Earl could possibly stop because of Blu-ray, his strength and conditioning that he's going to be getting from him. And he admitted last night that things hadn't been the same without Blu-ray. So I think we'll see the difference there. Plus, he'll probably have some gas at the end of, toward the later rounds. But I think he has to get a stoppage to get a clear win. I don't think a clear win for either one of them is in 12 rounds. No one stop. I think it's going to be a long wait for the decision. I mean, for the scores to come back and all that old kind of bull crap. If it goes to the cards, but I got a feeling that somebody. I don't really see Pacquiao knocking Earl out. I can see him hurting Earl a few times, but I feel if that's a stoppage, I feel that Earl will be the one getting the stoppage against Pacquiao, and I think that's his best opportunity to win.
I don't think you're the Lone Ranger in that, though, Santos. I think that the only way that Errol could, if Errol loses, I think it'll be mentally that he goes in there and he over respects Manny Pacquiao. That's the only thing I can see if it happens mentally, like he gets ahead. You know what I mean? Like if the lights get too bright or the moment is too big, and he's like, I'm in here with Manny Pacquiao. If he's thinking like that, then he can risk getting caught with something or something happening in the fight. But other than that, I don't think you're the Lone Ranger because I'll be impressed if Manny can make it to past 10 rounds. If Errol's sitting in there sitting on his punches, yeah, I'm with you.
All right, I'm back, fellas. What was the question again?
Do y'all think that Errol can get his body work off on Manny like that without giving up his length and distance? Is he? I mean, do y'all think he can get the body work off like he usually does, or will he have to more or less jab from the outside, kind of like he fought Mikey?
Oh, we're giving our breakdown of the Errol Manny thing. I'm sorry, I came in on the tail end of the conversation.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Oh, okay. I see that fight going similar to the way the Danny Garcia fight went. I think he's gonna beat the fight out of Manny. Now Errol has been known to take rounds off in the past. Like from what I've seen in some of his fights, if it goes that far, he'll take rounds 7 and 8 off roughly somewhere in the middle of the fight, he'll take a couple rounds off. I don't think he'll do that with Manny because he saw with the Keith Thurman fight, you can get caught with some. But I think throughout the fight, Errol will be able to get off some of his body work and slow Manny down because you have to slow that footwork down or catch him at the right time, like Saucy Marquez did, and when he put him to sleep. So I think it'll go similar to the way the Danny Garcia fight went. I don't think he'll knock out Manny. Manny's, even though he's been knocked out before, I think he's coming in this fight knowing that that's a strong possibility, and he'll avoid that at all costs. So I just see him beating the fight out of Manny throughout 12 rounds. A strong unanimous decision by Earl.
Now, this is going to be one of the strongest punchers that he's faced, Earl Spence, that is. And it's going to be the first person he's faced with this in and out style and jumping around to angles and stuff. If Manny is still
No,
capable
Porter
of
was
doing
that.
that. So,
Porter fought like that.
huh?
Porter fought like that.
You said Floyd?
Porter. Sean Porter.
Sean Porter. Yeah, but it's a little different. Sean Porter wasn't in and out. He did angles, but he wasn't in and out. See, Manny Pacquiao gets a rhythm, and he's up and down, in and out, up and down, in and out. Ain't nobody duplicating that, man. You don't even see it in the ring from other fighters. It's a difficult thing to keep up. It takes a lot of energy. He's one of the few that I've seen. He's bringing a Muay Thai style of bounce and in and out movement to the boxing ring. That's what, to me, that's what made him successful. Outside the fact he can hit you, but I don't know, man. I don't see a UD. I don't see a UD for Earl Spence. A clear UD is what I'm getting at. I ain't saying he can't win. I just don't see a clear UD. If Manny is, I'm gonna bank that he's healthy. He's been out 2 years. I'm gonna bank on that he's healthy. And if Manny is got any juice in his body, I don't mean no illegals. I'm talking about just the go-go to move like he normally moves, or at least slightly to that fact. I think that's going to be a difficult part of for Earl to get onto. You know, this ain't Mikey Garcia. You know, it's going to take a little bit more from both of these guys. This going to be a fight, man. It's going to be exciting. Very exciting.
After this fight, how difficult is it to really make that James Crawford fight?
Yeah, that was gonna be my question right there. That was gonna be my question. Do you think Errol is gonna keep his word and after this fight go across the street? Because all roads lead to Crawford. I don't believe that Errol can leave 47 without fighting Crawford and not be considered a duck. What do y'all think?
I think he can leave 47 without fighting Crawford and not considered a duck because we see he trying. And what he said last night, that was some real shit. He said, man, to be honest, me not Crawford know how to make a fight. He like, I said what I was gonna do. I did everything I said I was gonna do. That's what I want next. He has repeatedly said that's what he wants. Everything that he ushered out has been realistic. He did what he said he was gonna do as far as fights he was gonna fight. Shit, if he collect all the belts, Terrence, y'all go, they go and they deal with shit. He didn't put none of the shit on Terrence. He put the shit on Bob last night. He like, it's Bob.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't be digging this when people be looking at the fight. They try to put it on Spence, but Spence not doing that to Terrence. Spence putting that shit on Bob.
Well, it's obvious Bob had a lot to do with that fight not coming to fruition. And it's definitely apparent that Bob has disallowed Manny Pacquiao and Terrence Crawford to fight for the second time. No ifs, ands, buts about it. I mean, Bob is guilty as charged. And then he's speaking out all ignorant about his own fighter that he's promoting, who he makes money with. I mean, he's guilty as charged, man. Earl did say last night he's going to, after this fight, he plans to go across the street and see what's happening over there, see if he can make the fight. If he can't make the fight, he's not going to worry about it. He's going to move on up to 154. And I take him at his word of what he was saying last night, because Earl don't strike me as the type of guy to go public on an interview and say some things and not mean what he said. Now, if he's just out there doing a little video amongst his homies or something like that, he could be doing a little trolling situation. You don't know if he's real about what he's saying 100% or not. But when he's giving an interview in a setting like that, and he got a broad audience listening, I think he was real about what he was saying last night. And that's not a duck. If he can't make the fight because they don't want to get right on that side, which if he's still on the ball, as far as Terrence, he still might not be able to make the fight. It may not happen. And then at the same time, Terrence got to be willing to accept that fight. I don't know why he shouldn't, wouldn't want to, but at the same time, he said that he's moved on. But have you really moved on since you didn't get the Pacquiao fight now? So No, in my book, and I'm a Bud fan. I was a Bud fan before Earl even made it to the professional ranks, But at the same time, I like both these cats. You won't hear me speaking ill about Bud at all normally, and I don't feel like I'm speaking ill about him now. I'm speaking factual. if Earl keeps his word, it's not a dub. It's a man moving on with his career.
Errol said two things last night that I thought were very interesting. Number one, when he was blaming Bob Arum for for Terrence Crawford not getting the fight, it was like Bob knew Manny was trying to cash out. He knew Manny wanted to get as much money as he could from him. Now the number might have been higher for Bob Arum than it was for Al Heyman or PBC, but Al made it happen. And the second thing that Errol said was, man, I'm trying to stay active. He was like, I know I'm not fighting as much as I should be. He was like, because I'm going to blow up between fights. And I don't want that to happen. It's like, I've gotten my weight down. When the man said he was a middleweight last night, that shit blew my mind.
Yeah, 158. They say 158. Man, like, that's nice.
And he's gotten up to 180 before. I was like, man, come on. Are you serious? But yeah, those two things really stuck out to me last night. He was like, I want to fight one more time this year. If everything goes according to plan, I want to fight one more time this year. I was like, see, that's what I like to hear. He was like, I don't like fighting every 6, 7, 8 months. He was like, I think I should be fighting more than what I am. So, and then that's when he went into, after this fight, he's probably got one more fight at 47. And he's going to try to make the Crawford fight happen. He was like, man, we didn't know nothing about making no fight happen, man. We both talked about it. He was like, we don't know nothing about that stuff. So they both just kind of let it go. And then Santos, that's something that you say all the time. It put the onus on the fans. Like, the fans kept this stuff going. Them guys chilling, man. They not thinking about it. They know they'll probably get to it eventually. But man, that really stuck out to me last night. How he said he wanted to be more active, and Bob knew. So that makes me go back to when Bob said he blocked the fight. Well, why did you block the fight? Now, you so scared for Manny's health, or you didn't want to pay him? Is that what it was? Now starting to see that you really didn't want to pay Manny. So those two things really stuck out to me last night.
Bob don't want to pay nobody. So that's what really
Bob want to pay
Reggie,
Bob.
You there? Are you there, Reg?
That's a fact. Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, Reg, give me your thoughts, man. Is Errol gonna keep his word and go across the street if he beats Pacquiao? What do you think?
I think he will, but it depends on where Terrence goes. I think they say Terrence leaving Bob. Hopefully Terrence leaves, and that way it makes negotiations much easier. I don't think it was nothing with Earl trying to avoid Terrence Crawford. It's hard doing work with Bob Arum. It's hard getting them to agree on ish, and that ultimately has screwed over Terrence. And now Terrence waits until this moment has failed him once again to realize, like, man, let me get the hell up out of here. This dude's screwing over fights for me. So I think the onus is on Terrence. I don't think so much of the onus being on Earl Spence, because he can make the fight. It's on that other side. But if not, he'll move to 154 and try to go up there and campaign. I think he's done what he's done here in this division. He's gonna get out of here. Jerron Ennis ain't ready yet. As much as people probably would like to see what Jerron can do with Earl, but Jerron just ain't at that level. And I think it's time for Earl to move out of there if Crawford ain't gonna give him the fight.
Well, for one thing, I'm
Hey, Sheldon, hold on real quick, Sheldon, before you go. Reggie, I completely disagree with when people say that. I think Boots is ready. The man's got almost 30 fights, man. He's at 26, 27 fights, bro. So I disagree when people say he's not ready. When is he going to be ready? When he's 35 and 0 and still hadn't had a title shot? But I fall back. Go ahead, Sheldon. My bad, man.
Let me respond to that.
No, that's cool. Go ahead, Reg. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, so should Earl sit there and wait for him and take that fight? Is that a fight fans want to see? Or should he just go ahead and make that move up if he can't get the Terrence Crawford fight? What if Earl goes up there and try to challenge against Charlo? If Charlo's still there, what's the more exciting fight fans want to watch?
What's the more exciting stuff? I mean, that's subjective. I mean, to me, I just want to see Boots get a shot. I don't like that, the man's got 27 fights and people still telling him he's not ready. I think Terrence Crawford should fight him. Who else is he going to fight right now? Is he going to wait for Josh Taylor to come up? Is he going to try to find Yadadis Ugas? Who else is Terrence Crawford going to fight right now? I want Boots to get him a shot, at a belt, man. I don't want this man to get, 35-0 before he gets his first title shot. I don't think that's right. I see the skill. We all see the skill level. We all see the potential. Let's quit putting him in there with guys we know he's going to beat. Like, we know he'll probably beat Ortiz. We know he'll probably beat Jamal James. Like, let's put it. We know he'll probably beat Sean Porter. Like, let's get him a title shot, man. Let's put him up there. I think he's at that level now. But what other way to see than to prove it?
No, you're absolutely right though. You're absolutely right on that, DJ. I can't disagree on that. You're right about that.
Well, I see this. Bud is leaving Bob. His contract's up in October and he's out of there. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at the fact that the man had a good track record with Bob. Bob got him all the fights he needed at 35. Bob got him the fights at 40 to make him undisputed. Bob dropped the ball when he re-signed and didn't get him the fights he needed. But he had a good contract. He was getting 4.5 no matter who he fought. He's getting $1 million extra if he don't get the Spence fight. So there was no reason to break the contract and go through the same shit that Mikey Garcia and Andy Ruiz went through fucking with Bob. That didn't make no sense. I'm gonna get my money, and when it's time to leave, I'm gonna leave. I believe he's leaving. Now, once Errol gets done with Manny, and like I said earlier, I think he's gonna beat Manny. I think that fight's gonna happen December or January. Because I believe both of them want to fight. Errol wants to fight to become undisputed. That's big for a competitive fighter, a guy that really wants competition. Terrence wants to fight because if Terrence wins this fight, he's undisputed in 2 divisions. He's a shoe-in for the Hall of Fame. And he can fucking probably retire after that. There's nothing else to do. If you came from 135, you've been a champion at 135, undisputed at 140, and undisputed at 147, what else is there for you? You know what I'm saying? So I think that fight's going to happen. Now, whoever win or lose, if Errol wins, I know he's going up to 54, and he's going to continue. If Terrence wins, will he stay at 47 and fight Boots? I don't know. That's the only really question I have. But the fight happening, I don't have a question about that. Bob is going to be out the way in October. That fight happens December or January. I'm calling that now in June.
I'm with you on that part. Now, to that second part of Errol possibly moving up to 154, I thought something was stuck out last night when we said, are you, Jamil, and Jamal all moving up at the same time? They were like, I don't know. I just know I got about 2 more fights, this one and maybe 1 more, and I'm going up to 154. And I'm somebody gonna give me a title shot. Did y'all catch that?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Now, what happened to I'll never fight my brother? What happened to that?
He didn't say that, but it was like, damn. He didn't say that, so I'm not gonna put that in his mind. But I'm like, damn, what is the discussion?
I think the twins and Earl all move up simultaneously.
I think he'll fight Jamel. I don't see no problem with that.
But
I don't know why anyone would see a problem with that. I think he'll fight the dude.
They spar anyway. If the money right, they probably would fight. If the money was right for both of them, they probably would fight. But I don't know, man. I got a feeling they both the twins will both move up.
And that puts Derrick James in a bad spot.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
exactly.
I
See,
don't even
they got
see
the
that.
same train. That's the difficult part for me more than anything. Because then he'll have to choose whose corner to be in.
Cause I keep hearing people say that, and then I heard that last night, and I'm just like, man, I don't want to see that, bro. I like that kind of that charisma that they have as a team, that cohesiveness as stablemate, and what Derrick James got right there with both of them, and just how they feed off each other. You know, I kind of like how it's going. They get the good fights off each other. They putting that good energy where shit champions, iron chops and sharpen iron. I don't think they really sparring so much no more, but just them being in the aura of each other is pushing each other. Like shit, Jamel had to come from behind, and now he going for undisputed. He gonna be undisputed first. Now Errol going for undisputed. Now Jamal, I think Jamal
Got
needs to move
background
up to
noise, show.
168. I think Jamal really needs to move up to 168. I said it the last time in the fight against was it Derenchenko? He looked drained at the weigh-in. He didn't look like his normal solid self. He looked real bad.
Well, I spoke with Ronnie Shields a couple months back on another channel, and Ronnie Shields said he advised him not to move to 68.
I think the dude too
Is,
big. When I seen Charlo,
is that is
he almost looked my size. He too big. I don't know how the hell he make 160.
is that not the move to 68 ever, or just for right now?
He
So he
said
don't
he
fight
advised
Benavidez.
him. He said he advised him to clean up 60. If the move to 68 is a must, do it, but don't move up to 68 for no fight. Don't move like that. Finish your business at 60. That's what Ronnie Shields advised him to do. We don't know if he's gonna do that.
They ain't gonna never unite all those belts at 60. At 60, you can forget about that. That ain't happening. Cause he won't fight Andre. So
Right.
What's up with that weird ass shit? That's some weirdo shit right there.
That's what he said. That's what they taking that personal with what happened with them in the past. And that training cap that he pulled out of that fight the week of the fight. So they're taking that personally, and they have decided that they have no interest in making money with Demetrius Andre. So that's why I think you was asking me on Mark Nash's channel. I was trying to get you back on there so I could get you to elaborate on your question when you was asking me about why do we want to see Andre versus Saul Alvarez instead of fighting at 160? But I think he understands that. You know what I'm saying? He's already been uh, uh, under the understanding that Jamal Charlo has no interest in making money with him. And if a fighter doesn't have interest in making money with you, that kills a fight automatically. You know what I mean?
He already turned down $7 million.
Well, I don't even know about that. I'm just those are
Yeah, he did. It was real. It was real.
That's
It was
hearsay.
real.
But
No, it was
what
real.
I'm saying is it's hearsay because
they
from the
produced a
perspective.
receipt on that one.
What I'm saying is it's hearsay from the perspective of there's no term sheet that I've seen. I've only heard one side say we offer this to you, and it was in a DM or a text.
Yeah, it was a text.
I don't have, and that's not the same thing as lawyers sitting down, putting it on paper, making sure that this is a real thing, like what happened between Gary Russell and Devin Haney. Lawyers got involved in that.
Let him finish the point.
And I think that the difference is that with the Charlo side, they didn't confirm the dollar amount. He just said, whether it was enough or not, and that, he still got to talk to Al. But what I do know is that from the Charlo side, out of the Charlo brothers' own mouth, they have no interest in making money with this guy, and it's because of personal reasons for what happened with the business, for the business being messed up in the past. That's why I only speak on that, because that's what they say. They have no problem admitting that. You know what I mean? And every time Jamal gets asked about unifying with Demetrius Andre, he goes to that and he points that out. Oh, he don't want to fight. He didn't want to fight my brother. He had a chance to fight my brother. Like, he always goes to that. Only recently, when he was on Brian Custer's platform did he even, for the first time in a long time, express interest in fighting Demetrius Andrade? And I don't know if that was 100% genuine because I didn't feel like he was being genuine when he said it. It was like just like a, he'll just answer the question and next question, please. You know what I mean?
Quick
And then
question.
we
Quick
already know
question.
Gennady Golovkin, the other 160-pound champion, is
He's
looking
not
to
going to
fight
fight him.
Marauder. Yeah, he wants to fight
That's
Marauder.
what I was going to ask you, Tank.
So
If Andre did get that fight with one of them after those two, if he wants a belt at 160 outside of that, he has no choice but to fight Andre. So it's just a matter of if the
who's
zone
he?
will give Andre the fight that forces everybody's hand.
Who's he?
If Andre has
Which
two
he?
hands, if huh?
Which he? When you say he, who are you talking about? You said if he
If
wants
if
another belt. Who?
if Jamal Charlo wants another belt, he
Uh
has
huh.
no choice but to fight Andre if Andre gets his hands on another belt, or if Andre gets his hands on the fight on the winner of Triple G and Murata and wins those two belts too.
Oh
He'll
yeah,
have
yeah,
three
yeah.
belts. You only got one, so you'll have no choice but to fight
That's if he wants
if
one
you
at
want to do
160, right? That's what you
Yeah,
said.
but that's the zone's fault because the zone should put Andre in a powerful position that either they gonna fight you or hey, we gotta release you something because
Yeah,
it's
but
not
that
making
can't.
any sense.
Yeah, but that's with Jamal. He's already put his, uh, just like Demetrius Andre. Jamal has already put his name in the hat to move up to 168. So if it came between, it seems like I'm just saying I'm outside looking in. I don't have no inside information, and I'm not going to speculate. But it seems like, according to what they're saying, they have no interest in making money with this guy. So if it became, so it sounds like if it came between the Demetrius Andre getting the three other belts at 160 and him going for undisputed to face Demetrius Andre, he'd rather move up to 168 and try to campaign for a fight with David Benavidez or Saul Alvarez. That's what it sounds like. He'll rather do that than to make money with Demetrius Andre. So that may
That
trump
would be a horrible
his
business
want
decision.
for a belt. They took that personal, and it seems like they taking it. They taking that to heart. So Demetrius Andrade is left with the choice of, like he said, look, I'm ready to move up to 168. It's difficult for me to make 160. It's too difficult. That's why he wants to fight Saul Alvarez or some of these 168-pound guys because he knows it's hard for him to make 160. He said the only way he'll stay at 160 is if he can get one of the champions to unify. And like we already pointed out, Gennady Golovkin wants Murata, and we don't know what will happen after that fight uh, if Gennady wins, if he'll want to fight Andre, or he may go the Charlo route. And if he goes the Charlo route, I think Demetrius Andre to just try to leverage that WBO middleweight title and say and tell the WBO, hey, I want to use my WBO middleweight title and leverage that for a shot at the WBO super middleweight title. Because
To be
that's his
honest,
only
that
play.
whole 160 division, all the fights are worthless at this point in time. All the fights are worthless because we won't get the end result that fans want, which is fans want to know who's the best. At 160, you won't get that. So all those fights are worth it. Everybody on every side of the street, whatever you want to call it, from every promotion, all the fans of these should just go ahead and say, man, fuck it. We're not watching these fights because it makes no sense. None of these champions want to fight each other. Triple G don't want to fight Charlo or Andre, and Charlo don't want to fight Andre. Andre want to fight everybody. I'm not going to sit up here and bullshit. He say he want to fight everybody. I believe him. But I'm a Charlo fan. But at the same time, like bro, that shit get old after a while. Like yeah, like it's one thing in Errol's defense when he says that about Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman don't got nothing that he needs. He don't have a belt. We would love to see that Keith Thurman fight still. But this dude has a belt that you need. He has something that you need, and you still won't.
So what do you think is more important to these dudes, these new school dudes? Is it money or legacy?
I think it's more than that. I think
Yeah,
some.
if it was money,
Uh,
yeah, I don't know which one it is. It's supposed to be money. Is how it looked like to them. It's supposed to be legacy, really. But they saying that they care about the money. But shit, here everybody asking for the Andre fight, and he got a belt, and they won't fight. They won't fight each other. Imagine the fucking build up for that fight with both of them two talking shit. That fight is
I
fucking
think that
huge.
7 million was going to be. I think that 7 million was going to be his highest purse at that point too in his career, and he definitely turned it down because he after before Eddie Hearn produced a receipt of getting in touch with him, he denied that ever hearing anything from them. But when he produced the receipt, he said you got to talk to Al. He never said that the
right.
money wasn't right. So that tells me that it was 7 million. I don't think Eddie Hearn, as much as he lied, I don't think he would have went public knowing that they can contradict what he's saying about the 7 million. I think he was telling the truth that time. He don't want to.
If I recall right, they was on a live together talking about that,
seven,
bro.
7 million.
Mhm.
My brother got to be mad at me. I'm getting ready to go get that 7 million. But I got to feel
Hey,
he
you
just don't want
remember
to fight
when
the
he was
cat.
working out and he was talking to Eddie Hearn? He was working out and he was talking to Eddie Hearn, and Eddie was talking about the money then, and he told Eddie, he said, Eddie, you know we're not gonna be able to make this shit like this. Call Al.
That's what Santos is talking about, and that's
Yeah,
what I'm talking about too.
yeah.
But what I'm saying is, when he says call
Yeah,
Al, that's what makes it official to me. And if Eddie Hearn
you
didn't
gotta
call
call Al.
Al and get the advisor involved and get the lawyers involved, then it's just hearsay. That's what I meant by when I said that. I think that I can
I thought
offer
that's
the.
what you were
I
saying.
think he offered it, but it's not an official. There's a difference between talking and making things official by putting it in writing.
But that's the way
That's
it
what I'm
started
saying.
off,
He just,
though. Tank. Everything
I
started off
know
with verbiage at first, and
it
then it goes
starts
to paper.
right, but if it doesn't go to paper, then it's not real. So it can start off
Well,
with
okay,
conversation, and then the
but
conversation can get dead in the water because one of the other side doesn't make a move. Whether Eddie did reach out and say, "All right, look, Al, I'm ready to put this in writing and put this on paper. My lawyers have drawn this up here, right?" And then they look it over and say, "I'm going to advise Jamal not to take it." And I'm using that example because the that is the situation that happened with Devin Haney and Gary Russell, and that's according to both sides. Gary Russell is on record in saying that we received in writing the term sheet, but Al Heyman advised us not to take the terms that they put out there. That's his advisor. So he said it went through Al Heyman and the lawyers, and they came back with what? There's no fight. No, it's a no go. That means that once it
well,
went to the lawyers in writing and the advisor, they advised him not to take the fight.
I don't know how much you
We
read
don't
into
we
that.
don't have that from this situation. We just have them talking. We don't have Jamal saying, "Well, yeah, he did reach out to Al Heyman, and we're not gonna do that," because that's what happened with Gary Russell. He said we did. They did reach out to Al Heyman. Al Heyman got the paperwork, but we're not gonna do it. But we don't have that confirmation from Jamal. That's
But
why I
how
call it
far?
hearsay.
But how far are you going to get with a fighter who really doesn't want to fight your fighter? If you tell him 7 million, and then if you get to the point where you're going to proceed to the next step, you change the money. That money wasn't going to change, bro. They were trying to make that fight. That was Jamal just don't want that fight. Period.
I kind
Correct,
of agree.
Shamir. Correct,
I
Shamir.
kind of agree with.
Munguia need to fight Andre. Munguia is Andre's. I mean, yeah, Munguia. I mean, Andre. I mean, what? How's it? Yeah, Munguia is Andre's mandatory, not the other way around. So Andre has been trying to get Jaime Munguia into the ring. Jaime
Did he turn down
Munguia
the
keeps
fight?
going other routes. He has been the number one contender for the WBO middleweight championship for a while, and he is not invoking that mandatory status to fight Demetrius Andre. He keeps moving all over the place, and you have the zone commentators are allowing him to do it, even though he fights on the zone. They're not saying, just like they did the same thing with Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. They didn't hold Devin Haney's feet to the fire and say, "Look, stop talking all this Gervonta Davis stuff. You just won the mandatory to the WBC lightweight championship. When are you going to get in the ring and activate that mandatory so we can see you getting in a fight with Devin Haney?" That's how it should have been. But
I
instead,
kind
they
of
are
agree with
entertaining.
you.
Yeah, he did. Devontae Davis is, pay-per-view star and blah blah blah. And if he wants to go after Manny, who's gonna turn that down? That's what they started doing instead of holding these guys' feet to the fire.
I kind
It
of
was
agree
on
with Eli.
Ryan Garcia to push that fight anyway because he was the challenger. So it wasn't on Devin to push that fight because
I kind
Ryan
of
Garcia didn't have anything that Devin wanted, no more than a challenge. That's it.
I kind of agree with Eli what he was talking about as far as last night goes. Errol did clear some shit up last night. Like he said, he really didn't. Him or Terrence didn't really know how to make a fight. They was just talking, and so I'm thinking that Jamal probably doesn't really know how to make a fight either. He's shifting everything. Let Al do it or talk to Al, as they said. So I don't really know what's going to happen between him and Andre, but I know the fight needs to happen. And like Tank was just saying, why is nobody pushing Munguia? He needs to either fight Andre or get the fuck out the way. They need to put somebody else in that spot the same way they did with Sean Porter. You don't want to fight? Okay, you're out the spot. He's in it. You know what I'm saying?
And if I'm not mistaken, isn't Munguia also Triple G's mandatory for the IBF?
Man, they pulled the reins back on Munguia. They knew he wasn't ready. He talked all that big shit early. They knew damn well he wasn't ready.
Or they don't have either they don't feel he wasn't ready, or they just don't have no faith in him. Which is, you can say is the same thing. I just don't like the ready. I don't like the ready phrase. Just me, y'all. Everybody can say what they want to say. I'm just saying, just me. I don't like that when a guy has that many fights under his belt and people are talking about him like he's the next big thing, but he won't get in there with the next big challenge. When you are, what more do you need to do? You already become the #1 contender at the division. Go fight the champion. You know what I'm saying? And nobody's holding feet to the fire in terms of the mainstream media, and that's the most irritating part. They put that on us. They put that on us to do, and then when we do it, they make it seem like we're out of pocket or like we're hating because we're not considered the mainstream when it comes to media and talking about boxing. But we're telling the truth.
Turn that fight down? Did he turn that fight down with Triple G and Andre?
That's what Eddie Hearn keeps saying, that they don't want to fight Andre. I don't know about the Triple G because Triple G is the one who calls his own shots. So Triple G has seemed like he has been good with not even fighting at all, right? Because before he fought another fight, Derevchenko, who was his last opponent, I think he had 2 fights, at least one. I know he had one against Charlo, but I think he fought in between that too. But how is it that your last opponent fights and then and you've been off for forever and a day, still ain't been stripped of your title yet? You're still walking around with the IBF middleweight title.
Yeah, Triple G got.
And then now you're talking about fighting Iran.
Damn that, Tank. Murata's been off by the time he fights Triple G. If that fight comes to fruition, Murata would have been off 3 years, man. Murata ain't fought in 2 years, and he still has his belt. So why does he still have his belt? Why hadn't who is it? Chris Eubank? Ain't Chris Eubank the 160 regular champion?
Yes, he was. He with that Carball fight was for that belt. It was for
he was supposed to have 18 months. According to WBA rules,
man.
According to WBA rules, once there is a WBA champion established in the division, the quote-unquote super champion has 18 months to defend the title against the WBA champion of that division before being stripped. That's according to their own rules. That is the only mandatory fight that the WBA super champion has to make. He doesn't have to fight any other mandatories. He doesn't have to fight any other contenders. All he has to do is he has 18 months to fight whoever the WBA champion is, and that's why I don't call the WBA champion in the divisions a JV belt, because they're the ones that have to take on the mandatories in order to keep their title. They're the ones that have to fight the #1 ranked fighters.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this: why were they putting pressure on Manny Pacquiao? Because from what I heard, they were telling Manny Pacquiao, this is back when the whole Conor McGregor rumors were coming up for Manny Pacquiao. They were telling him, no, you got to fight somebody within our top 10 ranking system or we're going to strip you. And so
because there was a WBA champion. That's what I'm saying.
because he
Right.
There
was
was a
only costing you
WBA
like
champion at the time.
So I'm asking why hasn't Murata been stripped if he's had the belt for over 2 years? By the time December rolls around, which is when him and Triple G are talking about fighting, or when Triple G is talking about fighting
Right.
him, it would have been 3 years that he would have been inactive. So I'm asking why hasn't he been stripped yet? What does it say in their rules about that?
That's what I'm saying. That's what we're asking. It was like, where is the consistency with the WBA? Because according to their own governing body rules, after 18 months of not fighting the WBA champion, and I got to look that up. I don't know if there's been a WBA champion the entire time at the division. You know what I'm saying? Because it only takes the time period only takes place when there is an established WBA champion at the division.
Yeah,
You understand what
Murata
I'm
is
saying?
Okay.
Murata
So
just hit
somebody
18
look
months.
up when Chris Eubank won that regular title.
Right. You have
Can
to look
anybody
up the
do that?
time periods
Murata just
exactly.
hit 18 months.
Exactly. Because
Murata
sometimes
just
they
hit
leave that
18
spot
months.
blank. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they'll leave that spot blank and they'll purposefully not have the person at the quote unquote regular title. So that they can because politics will allow them to have whoever has that super status to run that reign out a little bit longer. They play
Matter of
politics.
fact, hey, Murata hits 18 months this month on the 23rd will be his 18 months. It was 2019 it was but it was December 23rd. So December
Okay,
23rd of 2019 to December 23rd of 2020, and then 6 months from there this month on the 23rd will be that.
there it is. So that his 18 months has not been up yet. That's why he has. That's why he still has.
Yeah.
And now because you have two choices: you either defend your super status against the WBA champion, or you go and fight another champion to unify. Those are your only two options.
Now let
So
me see
that
So why
who
did
his
he get
so
manager
elevated?
was.
He got
so by
elevated.
saying that, they can't hold off till December then. They have to fight this summer.
Well, if he's
Yeah,
making the fight,
but
they're
that's
If they're
making the
making
fight. I think
unless they're
that
making the
counts.
fight, right?
That
yeah, if
counts.
they're
If they're
making
in
the fight, it
negotiations
counts.
to
They're
making the
not gonna
fight,
fight in
facts,
December.
facts.
So let me ask this. This is the question I want to know. How did Murata even get in that position?
Murata beat Brent. They rematched. Brent had beat Murata and won that belt, and then Murata beat Brent and got the belt back.
The
Murata
regular
had that
belt.
belt before.
The
Yeah,
regular belt. Yeah, and he got
yeah.
elevated. Okay.
He didn't get elevated. Murata had that belt before. Before Jamal moved up, Murata had that belt. Brent was with Derrick James training, and Brent went up at his next fight that he left Derrick James. He won that belt off of Murata in a war, and then Murata came back and rematched it and won that belt
No,
back.
that's what I'm saying. But it's the WBA regular, right? How did he become the super champion?
He was the super already.
Oh, it was the super belt. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was the super belt. He had to come back and rematch with Brent and come back and get that belt. Because
Okay.
remember, at that point, they were talking about Murata like he was Newey or somebody. They were talking
Right.
about Murata was the shit. And then Brent
Right.
went out there and shit,
And
just
mopped
put
him.
that work rate on it. Nothing. I'm trying to see who is his mandatory right now. Okay.
About to say, guys, we done
Oh,
said
shit.
all this, and I'm still
Everett
confused
London.
as to why this man is still the champion after this summer.
Hey, Everett London Lara is Murata mandatory.
There was Lundy Lara. Yeah, that's why he moved up to 168 recently, right?
No, 160.
I'm sorry, 160. Yeah, you're right. You're right. 160.
Yeah, Everett London
Arizona
Lara.
Lundy Lara is now the
Eubank is the
WBA
interim.
160 champion, right?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, Eubank is the interim. It's the interim champion.
There
Everett
you go.
London Lara is the regular.
There you go. That's it.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay. Eubank is the interim champion. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So,
So Everett London Lara is looking to push the issue on somebody about a championship fight. That that may very well end up being the fight. Because Eric London, that may be why Jamal Charlo is hanging around and why Ronnie, that makes sense why Ronnie Shields advised him to stay at 160. Because at that point right there, he knows that those two have that like history with each other. And Eric London Lara did lead Ronnie Shields. So if Eric London Lara pushes the issue and gets that match with Murata and beat, then that could be a big fight with a storyline behind it that'll actually sell between the Cuban community and the black community. It'll give it that
So
Hispanic
let
black.
me ask another question. So do we think that Murata is gonna wait until December for Triple G, or will he take a fight before then?
I don't think he can wait. He's almost at that 18 months right now.
No, but
And
if they're making the fight, the WBA will let that go because they'll say they're negotiating a fight for a fight to take place.
Right.
Now, if the fight doesn't take place, then they'll immediately invoke the fact that he has to defend it against the WBA champion, and if he doesn't do that, then he'll be stripped or put in
well,
recess.
don't they give him
something
like
that.
10 days to
Yeah,
10 days?
whatever the time period is. I don't know if it's 10 days, 2 days, 10 hours. Whatever the time period is, they'll let him know what the time period is, and he'll have that time period to make the adjustment or
And make the fight.
lose his status.
Okay, I got you. Okay. Well, hopefully that happens, man. Because I don't see why these two dudes are gonna wait until December to fight, and it's only June. That makes no sense to me.
Right.
Yeah, and Robert Brown, that's what I just said. It was like we broke all that down, and I'm still confused about how that works, man. But I don't know,
What's
man.
good, fellas?
Go ahead, Rob.
Oh,
Go
you're
ahead.
the chat. I mean, you're the panel now. Man, I was
What's
just
good,
responding
man?
to you in the chat, man.
Yeah, you just got 18 months. That's just how it is. And unless,
Mhm.
and remember, it's still, at the end of the day, it's still just boxing politics. You know what I mean? Whoever's
Got
paying
it.
the sanctioning fees, who's ever paying the sanctioning fees, that's who they're gonna favor, and that's who's gonna, or whoever's is one who's paying the sanctioning fees, and then who's the biggest star that can pay the sanctioning fees because they're only getting a certain locked percentage. So if a fighter is getting more money for his fights, and then that person can get them more sanctioning fees because that percentage will be a higher dollar amount in the end.
Right. They get
You know what I mean?
3% or $250,000.
There it is. Period.
Just one thing to clear up, man. Murata's actually got longer to negotiate, bro. He was just elevated to the super champ at the beginning of the year. When he fought Brandt, that was for the regular championship because Canelo was still considered a super champ at 160. Canelo moved up to 168, and then that's when they eventually elevated Murata, and then Lara just fought and became the regular champion when he knocked out Cornflake. And then you got Eubanks, that's the interim champ now, and supposedly Eubanks and Andre may fight each other. And what they've been talking about with the zone is that they want to put Triple G and another nobody together, and then they want to put Murata and somebody together on the same card to build for the December 31st fight between Murata and Triple G, because that's supposed to be, is it somebody's New Year? I'll say it's the Asian country's New Year. I won't say which one because I don't know.
Well, he's from Japan, so I would think if they're trying to make it a thing, it would make sense that it would be the Japanese New Year.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, I don't know which one, but yeah, that's I don't want to just be calling somebody something they're not. You know what I'm saying?
So Rob,
yeah,
what you saying is they gonna give them both soft touches.
Yeah, for sure. The only thing is the soft touch that Triple G wanted, the IBF just turned around and screwed him over because they ordered that guy to fight another guy to become the IBF mandatory. But see, Triple G is taking care of his mandatories. If you look at the rankings, those top two slots for Triple G is clear. You know what I'm saying? And so they ordered number 3 and number 4 to fight each other. And see what you guys were saying about Munguia, that's the same thing. Munguia is like, he's highly ranked in the WBO for Andre, but if you look at it, he's also ranked number 1 for Charlo's belt, but he ain't going that way. You know what I'm saying? like somebody said, they pumped the brakes on him and backed him off once they saw, that Golden Boy, they don't, Golden Boy losing fighters one by one, man, and they
They ain't
said,
got nobody.
well, yeah, they was like, well, we got Ortiz and we got Mungia, and neither one of them looked like they the thing in the last two fights. So it's like, hold on, let's
Garcia,
back up a
Ryan
little bit.
Garcia too.
Yeah, once he,
That's their three-headed monster.
He took his step out of it.
One got
yeah,
mental health issues and removed himself out of the equation. And the other two, well, I wouldn't put Virgil Ortiz in the conversation, but Mungia, because he didn't look so stellar lately in his last fight, I guess according to some people, uh, they're just like, well, is he ready? Or there I go using that word again. Or is Golden Boy ready to bet the farm that he'll beat Demetrius Andre? That's the question. You know what I mean?
You know what I hate?
The Charlo is different because you can always say, well, that's a PBC, that's over there. But the reason I stress that Mungia is Demetrius Andre's mandatory is because they are both fighting under the Zone Act.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, see, Tank, I'm with you, man. When it comes to this, is he ready or is he not, man? So how you got 36 fights? Ain't he 30? Yeah, he's 36-0. How you got 36 fights and you ain't ready?
Yeah,
like, come on, man. Let's cut the shit, man. Either shit or get off the pot. And see, that's why I'm at with Boots, man. He's 27-0, bro. With what is it? 24, 25 knockouts. Get him, man, a shot, bro. 37-0.
They at least got to determine of Garcia, one of those. They at least got to give him a Thurman Garcia fight.
Man, Thurman don't want to fight, man. Thurman don't want to fight. Like I'm not gonna get all animated like Kyle does about Keith Thurman, but Keith Thurman don't want to fight, man. He's comfortable.
Okay, DJ.
Let
me ask you this, DJ. It's two guys at the top of 47. It's two guys at the top of 47. Which one can he beat?
Which one can who beat?
Boots.
I don't know.
Right, we got to see it.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Give him a shot. Let's get him a shot, bro.
I say neither, but I would like to see it. I would like to see it. I just say neither.
Well, I don't know. Fucking mind to get in there and do it.
I think those guys need to go through the tier guys. I think they need to go through the tier guys.
If he hit Crawford with that same uppercut he hit Lipinets with, it could be night.
Well, you can fuck around and get in there with one of these guys, and it be they night that they had to sit in the sauna for 3 hours with a sauna suit on, and they drained. You don't know. Talking about the two guys up there that's waiting to go to 154, they may not get up for that fight against the young lion that night. They may be looking past that and looking at the big dogs and the other big fish that they feel are on their level, like in terms of their popularity.
It seems like Boots want.
Yeah, but think about who we're talking about. We're talking about Earl, who's with Blue right now, and we're talking about Tank,
I can't hear both of y'all.
who's a gym rat.
I stop.
Go ahead.
I got background noise.
Yeah, Shelton in the background.
Last night he was at 158. So last night he said he was at 158. So that's cool. And then Terrence is a gym rat. He stays in the gym. He's never out of shape. So he's not gonna catch those guys doing that sauna thing at this point in time in their career at 147. I think Boots need to go through the tier of guys that are former champions before he gets to those guys. And that's usually how things work. These guys, I always say that it's like high school. You got freshmen, you got sophomores, juniors, and seniors, and it's not time for his class to graduate just yet.
I think for me, I think Boots fights. I think Boots will fight a decent fighter his next fight, like a Kavaliauskas or somebody of that magnitude. I don't think that he gets the big fight right now unless somebody like Danny decides to give him a Philly or all Philly fight, or if Thurman decides to step up and give him a fight, which one of them will have to give him a fight. Once these belts go spread out again, they will have to give him a fight. But I think if it's anyone, I seen him and Errol talking on FaceTime when Errol was like, big dogs don't talk to pup. Your time coming though. You can rest assured that. I think that it was more so he was looking at. He has been calling for Terrence Crawford. For some reason, Boots has been calling for Terrence Crawford that he wanted that fight. I think that he thinks that Spence is the bigger fight at 154 for him, and I think that they both realized that because when they talked and we saw that FaceTime, it was like, oh yeah, we gonna get it. It's gonna be down the line though. But when he came out talking about Crawford, it's like shit. I'll take Crawford fight right now, which I think it's just the fact that they've seen Crawford hurt more times than they've seen Spence hurt. So they think they got a better chance with Crawford. Even Virgil was talking that shit until Crawford walked across the path. And it's like Virgil felt Crawford present. When he was doing that interview and Crawford walked in there, Virgil's whole face changed like, oh shit, this motherfucker finna talk shit. But Crawford just kind of congratulations, just eased by him real smooth. But it changed the whole fucking atmosphere right there when the interviewer said, "Oh, there goes Terrence." And Terrence eased over there. Virgil didn't seem so excited to want to go fight Terrence when Terrence walked in there, and he had to look him eye to eye. So it'd be a difference. Even when Ennis was backstage after Ennis beat the guy in Philly and had the big fights before and all of them, and Terrence was backstage, he told Terrence then, "I want that fight. I want that fight. I want you."
Yeah, the energy is different. The energy is different. Yeah, Booth, I think he really does want to fight. Virgil, I'm not so sure.
And Virgil Ortiz right now is the number one contender for Terrence Crawford's WBO welterweight title.
How don't he activate it?
That's what I'm saying. So I think that in terms of talking about Jaron Ennis, he's not ranked as the number one contender for any of the sanction titles. The highest that they have him ranked is at the IBF, and that's at number 3, behind Sean Porter and Abdul-Karo. So I think that Ennis is if I'm just gonna say I'm gonna be if I was advising Ennis, right? I'm not saying what's gonna happen because guys don't want to fight and this side of the street and that side of the street. If I was advising Ennis, I'd be like, look, bro, you are amongst the top 10 in the division, and you should be focusing on fighting other top 10 contenders in the division. That's the only way you're going to move up on all the rankings is fighting other top 10 guys. So you knock off like a Virgil Ortiz and knock him off the chessboard, right? That's like I'm saying. I'm ignoring the fact that Golden Boy's not going to let him fight him and all that other bullshit, right? I'm just saying if I was advising him, he put the pressure on his ass. Like, you know what I'm saying? I want Virgil Ortiz fight. He's the number one contender for Bud's title. I want to be the number one contender for Bud's title. I've been wanting to fight Terrence Crawford. So give me Virgil Ortiz and I'll show you who really deserves the shot at Terrence Crawford's title. You know, that kind of talk. You know what I mean? Knock his ass off the chessboard so that they can't play you. You know what I mean? You got Danny Garcia. They got that Philly connection. You know what I'm saying? Danny Garcia is not going to do much for you as far as a win in the loss era because Danny Garcia, he can't lay claim to knocking off any of the top guys at 147, but you can make a lot of money taking over Danny Garcia's spot.
Well, he's probably not Mikey now.
In terms of his status, it's the Thurman, Porter, Ugas, Virgil Ortiz kind of guys. Mikey Garcia, I don't see him taking that kind. Like Mikey Garcia is out there to make money right now. He's out there to make the biggest fights that he can, so he can make money and get out the sport. He's at the end of his run in boxing. So he's like, let me just cash out on my let me cash in on my name being Mikey Garcia, and let me cash out with some of these top guys so I can put the biggest fight out possible. It ain't about like Mikey Garcia's legacy is already set, so he has nothing to prove. He's a multiple division champion, 4-weight division, you know what I'm saying, four champions in each division. He has nothing to prove in terms of legacy. At this point, Mikey Garcia is in it to get money. So the only thing he'll do is like if he can get money fighting what's the guy at 140 that's moving to 140? Teofimo Lopez. If he can get money fighting a Devin Haney, you know what I'm saying? A big fight with money, he'll do that before he'll get in the ring and risk getting knocked out by a Jerron Ennis. To me,
Well, you know, Danny's calling him out right now.
Yo,
that
hey,
may be
Greg,
one of those money fights. That may be one of those money fights right there. Him or Thurman. I'd rather see Thurman get in there with him personally because he was talking mad mess about Thurman years ago. And I know Thurman is looking for a fight. I think he's feeling the pressure of getting boxed out by Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence because, you know, they probably feel like he boxed him out when he had the opportunity to give them title shots. And so now what they say, the rabbit got the gun.
Does Thurman still have a name, fellas?
Does Thurman still have what?
A name.
A name.
Make some money.
Yeah. What do you still hear it out there, right? He was they was talking about him fighting Terrence Crawford not too long ago. So his name still means something, and even if it didn't, he's ranked in the top 10 of the division. I'm looking at it right now. He's one of the top 10 fighters in the division. Until he's not in that top 10, he has a name.
Yeah.
Okay. Now this quick.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
John Porter has said July. Who does he fight in July? That's a worthy fight to get his name back in conversation. Because Canelo was the last fight, and that did nothing for him. Who is that fight?
And he should have lost that.
I got one for you. Y'all. A rematch with Ugas. Because a lot of people felt he lost that fight anyway.
He did.
He did, but it's not a big fight. That fight didn't sell shit. They had
to keep your name out there. That keeps his name out there.
To go back
and keep his name out there. Right now, yeah, right now Sean Porter's ranked number 5. Right now Sean Porter's ranked number 5 in the division, and Ugas is ranked number 6. But Ugas is the WBA regular welterweight champion, right? Because if they're going to reinstate Manny as super, then they have to reinstate Ugas as the champion.
Yeah.
And if Porter could get that belt off of him, then he'll put himself in a position to whoever becomes the super champion after Errol Spence and Pacquiao fights. They have 18 months before they have to fight Porter. So that puts him right back into contention.
I think Porter, man, may go toward Mikey Garcia fight, who's also ranked pretty highly in the WBA, because the WBA was also floating out the idea of having a little 4-man tournament for the regular and having Ugas fight Jamal James, since they had elevated him to the regular. But it's so confusing with them. But I even wonder if Porter will even fight in July, because you guys know he's a commentator for the Olympics for the boxing. And that starts in July. That's July. What's the Olympics? July 23rd, I think. So it's only a few dates that will be available in July for him to fight anyway. And then he's got that gig for the Olympics as a commentator. So I don't know that he's actually going to be able to fight in July, honestly.
That's a great point. Great points. Scheduling conflicts, that sometimes trumps everything. And then he has to decide, what do you want to do? Are you ready to take that step as a commentator, or you still want to get in this ring and put yourself in a position to become world champion again and make money on that end? So he has a choice to make.
Now, he could use that Olympic platform as he's talking and people see him in front of the world. He could plug, hey, my next fight is going to be whenever, you know what I'm saying? Kind of get that buzzing. So people now, that don't know, casuals be like, hey, that's the guy that was breaking down all the fights in the Olympics. Let me see what he's talking about. If he's the type of fighter that he's talking about, these guys need to do, he could use that to build himself. But if I was him, I would fight after July, after the Olympics, and use the Olympics to kind of get my face out there in front of everybody. And now I'm the household name and the known guy and the favorite. And now maybe it builds my fight up, because the big thing people say about Sean Porter, oh, he's a good fighter, but what do people like to say? Well, he don't really sell. You know what I'm saying? So now you become more eyes on you. It's a better thing. So if I was him, I would go maybe in August or September, not July.
Well, Porter's out, in my opinion, Porter's never gonna get near a title again. He's never gonna be a champion again. I don't think he can beat any of them guys at the top. And he's not getting younger, he's getting older. So what you saying, Rob, is probably the best move for him. Go ahead and announce these Olympics, get your name out there. Maybe you can get a gig with Fox or ESPN or something. Who knows?
I think that depends on how long he boxes. Because
three out of the four sanctioning bodies, he's ranked number 2 in, so he's right there. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and if Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford move up and go to 154 in the next year or so, it depends on how long Sean Porter wants to fight. I can't say that he'll never be a champion if he continues to fight for the next 2 or 3 years. And in the next year, Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford moves up, and the person that has a belt is Virgil Ortiz. I can't just say that Virgil Ortiz is going to beat Sean Porter if Virgil Ortiz becomes the WBO welterweight champion. I'm not that confident in Virgil Ortiz to say that.
I agree with you on that, but I know Boots will smash him.
But we're not talking about Boots. You said he'll never win the championship. I'm saying that that's not the only championship available, and there's more fighters. Boots is not even ranked in the WBO for a championship higher than Virgil Ortiz. Virgil Ortiz is number 1, and Boots is number 6.
So what you saying is, if these guys get it on and then they move, then Sean Porter have to fight somebody for a vacant title, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that it depends on who the champion is and how the matchup is, because the styles is what makes the fight. And if Porter continues to fight the next 2 years and he continues to keep himself in the same shape that he is in right now and can fight, you know what I'm saying, with that same pressure and that style, his rounds are hard to judge. That's why all the fights are close, and people, they don't like to fight him twice. And if Virgil Ortiz is one, I'm just saying Virgil Ortiz because I'm looking at the ranking. So let's say Abdul Karab, right? Let's say Abdul Karab, he's the number 1 contender for the IBF. Let's say Earl and Terrence move up and they vacate all the titles at the welterweight level, and because Abdul Karab and Porter are the next 2 guys, they fight for the vacant title, like you said. I'm not sure I can't say that Abdul Karab can beat Porter. I'm not that confident in him like that.
Right.
He can win. From what I'm saying is he can win the title. It just depends on who the opponent is.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's kind of my point is. I don't think he can beat any of the 2 top guys. I don't think he can beat either one of them. But some other guys, I'm not so sure. He can beat some of those guys. I just don't think he can beat Boots, but he could probably beat a Virgil or Abdul Karab or whoever the other guys. But Boots is too much for him, and he can't beat either of those top 2 guys.
But who's to say that Porter? Because Porter, in amateurs starting his career out, he fought at higher weight, and he's talked about moving up to 154.
That little good,
he's
gonna get his ass handed to him.
Did y'all get that same feeling that when he said that, it sounded like he was joking around? I mean, he was like halfway serious. He's too small. Yeah. He's a big dude. Like you said, like he's a big dude. He can carry the weight.
Yeah.
But with those other guys, they have natural advantages over him. And the way he fights, that up close forehead in your chest style, it may not be advantageous against those guys that are taller and know how to use their reach and size, and they're naturally bigger. They walking around at 160 or 170, or you hear Errol saying that he's been at 180 and he fights at welterweight. So imagine what these guys do to squeeze that into 154. He run into one of those guys.
Can you imagine him and Jared Hurd? Can you imagine that?
Right. Thank you.
That's fucking crazy. Yeah.
Man, you know what? I believe the only championship that Sean Porter is interested in, truly to his heart, is a broadcasting job. He ain't really thinking about no championship right now. I think the only way he'll go for a championship, a belt, is if they become vacant. He knows he's not. Errol Spence is not going to fight him again. He didn't push the Terrence Crawford fight like he could have. He even let Ortiz get ahead of him. So he's not interested. In fighting those guys. He wants a broadcasting position, a permanent one. That's what he's working for. That's why he made those comments about Devin Haney on his podcast.
Yeah, that weirdo shit he said.
That's the only championship he's thinking about is a broadcasting job. He ain't thinking about that other bull.
I was gonna say you can look at his clothes.
He's content with being a gatekeeper right at this point.
He thinks that
you can look at the way he's presenting himself, like he wants
Mir
to stand out.
Mir called him an amateur legend.
Amateur legend.
Yeah.
He's a world champion. I'm gonna give him his. I'm not gonna disrespect the man. He put in the work to become a world champion when he did, and beat who he did, and what's done is done. Whether I think he can beat, Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence, these things are different. But I'm not gonna act like his fight with Errol Spence wasn't competitive. We can say, well, that's because Errol chose to fight that way. And we can say that, and we can, pretty much say that with confidence. But at the end of the day, that's the way Sean Porter fights everybody. So we're gonna say that about everybody. Everybody just chose to fight Sean Porter that way.
No,
he makes you fight the way he fights.
Errol didn't choose to fight that way. Sean Porter made him fight that way.
That's what I'm saying. I think that Sean Porter makes everybody fight the way he fights.
That's the reason why a lot of people want to see Porter against Crawford. They want to see Crawford fight that type of style. And Crawford, Porter's going to make you work. You know what I'm saying? He's going to make it a tough fight. But to me, guys, when they come out that fight with Porter, in my opinion, it shows whether they really got the goods or it takes something out of them, one way or the other. But it's going to show whether you're looking at a true champion right there. So, that's why I applaud guys like Boots saying that he wants Porter. How many young guys are actually calling the fight Porter? Nobody really calls a fight Porter. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Honestly, most people's favorite fighter, they don't want him to fight. They don't want him to fight Porter. No guy getting built up says, you know what, we need a pressure style, and so let's look at Sean Porter. Nobody calls that, man, because that's a tough fight,
For anybody.
I'd be like, man, I'm a boxer, not a football player. This joker coming to play football,
But here's the thing I think that makes the fight easy for Boots and for Crawford is the fact that they can switch.
Well, yeah, Boots looking at the matchup. It's a great matchup.
Yeah.
Styles are a good matchup for one another.
Yeah. And you could neutralize that shit if you're giving him different angles and you switching on him and he don't know which way you coming. You set him up for a nice clean shot and knock his ass out. And I think that's what we're looking at. Porter.
Porter ain't I don't see him anybody. He might not ever get knocked out, bro.
No, I see him getting stopped. I see Boots stopping him. I see Crawford stopping him.
Errol couldn't stop him. So
Errol's not a power puncher. Errol beats people with accumulation of punches. Errol don't get knockouts.
Right,
Since he knocked out.
But you got to get
or Campo. That's his last knockout, and that's 5 years ago.
Terrence has got to go through all that bullcrap that Porter puts out in order to knock him out. You ain't just knocking him out. No, I don't see it, man.
I see it.
You can catch him, but I don't see him. I mean, the man. I just say never seen him almost knocked out. I've seen him knocked down, but I ain't never seen him just hurt to the fact that he looked like an easy knockout.
I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying I'm not saying it's easy. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying a person that's ambidextrous can set him up because they're coming from different angles. They switching on him, and it confuses him a little bit. You can set him up for a clean shot and stop him.
Unless you're roughing them up in one of the styles and got them tired half the fight. I mean, you never know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
You just never know. I just don't know. I think that knockouts is part of the game, but boxing is too. Javon Ennis got like a 90% knockout ratio, but that's against lower level competition. And once you get up in competition, you have to rely on something other than accumulation punching power or one punch knockout power. And I think that he has the skills to do it, but I don't see that. You know what I mean? Like I don't. If it happens, I wouldn't be surprised because, like I said, 93% knockout power is nothing to sneeze at. But at the same time, I'm not going to act like I ain't been watching boxing all these years and seen guys that look like they should have knocked somebody out, go 12 rounds and have a tough 12-round fight with a guy. My thing is that when a lot of people sometimes say, well, this is going to be a knockout, and then the person doesn't get the knockout, other people start to say, well, everybody thought he was going to get the knockout, but he didn't get the knockout against him. And I think that becomes a problem narratively from people outside myself. Like I'm just talking about if I do it. Like if I'm like, oh, yeah, I think this guy should knock that guy out, and then he doesn't come with the knockout, but he outboxes him or has a tough fight, wins maybe 7 or 8 out of the 12 rounds, and they come like, yeah, but you said he was gonna knock him out, so he can't be that tough. That's the shit that we got to deal with.
Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm basing it on, big bro. I'm basing it on the fact that I seen him fight Errol, right? And then I seen him fight Formella, correct? And I think he left everything on the field with Errol. I don't think he's the same guy after that Errol fight. I really don't. Because he looked like shit against Formella.
I think he fights according to the competition a lot of times, though. He's always coming forward, man. You never really see Sean Porter backing up.
He looked like a bag of shit against Formella, is what I'm saying.
Well, he was fighting a bag of crap fighter, probably. I mean, who is Formella? I mean, what's his resume? No, I ain't gonna say resume. What is his body of work?
Yeah, Formella ain't shit.
Exactly.
So you supposed to get rid of him. Get him out of here.
He didn't have a belt. He didn't have a belt or anything. Just go in there and get your check. Go in there and have fun. Get your check. Come on.
No, I don't come from that school, Santos. I come from the school where the guy
might not
be in the ring with you.
But these fighters do.
If he ain't supposed to be in the ring with you, you're supposed to get rid of him.
What is he get? What was that fight gonna do for him if he went in there like guns blazing and he's not a knockout artist? What is that fight gonna do for him?
What did it do for him anyway?
Exactly. Nothing. It was just a fight he had to do.
So why even go 12 rounds? But why go 12 rounds with this motherfucker if you don't have
to? He belongs in the ring with him. That's what I'm saying.
That was a sparring match. Sean's not a knockout artist, first of all.
And that's what I'm saying.
That was a sparring match.
And that's what I'm saying. If you listen to what I'm saying I think he left it all on the field with Errol Spence. I don't think that same Sean Porter is there no more.
I think
that's why he's so heavy.
He don't have no more intent. Is what you're saying?
That's why he's looking at that broadcasting job real tough.
Sean's a damn rat too. Earl ain't not gonna fight out of him. No, I don't. I think he's gonna fight according to the competition.
Well, I think that and with Shelton. My bad. Go ahead.
Huh? Go ahead, bro.
I want to respond to what you're saying, though, bro, because you make sense. Both of y'all make sense, but I understand what Shelton is saying because he says what he's saying is from his perspective, it's not that Errol Spence beat the dog out of him. He's saying that he doesn't see Sean Porter wanting to do this anymore. So he's like, Sean Porter has aspirations to be a color commentator now. He wants to be the Roy Jones Jr. or the Lennox Lewis of boxing. Where remember when George Foreman became a brilliant, and that's an underrated. That could be a topic for another day. Who are some of the best former fighters that became commentators? But George Foreman, Lennox Lewis, Roy Jones Jr. These are some of the best. And Shelton sounds like, and he's gonna correct me if I'm wrong because that's what he do. But he's gonna correct me if I'm wrong. But I think that he's saying that he sees Sean Porter eyeing that end of the tunnel already, and we're saying that we think he may have another run in him for a title, and he's saying I don't see no other run in him. If a title comes because it's a vacant title, he'll take it. But he doesn't have the drive to be Sean Porter Showtime anymore. He wants to be Sean Porter on Showtime now.
Exactly.
What's the word
he wants to be Paulie Malignaggi.
He wants to be Paulie Malignaggi, those guys, stuff like that.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm talking boxing.
I think Sean Porter got to that mindset after that fight, after that Formella fight. He's still thinking he should have been fighting Earl Spence until the accident, of course. He was still thinking he should have got that fight, that rematch with Earl Spence for a good while. And then the car accident happened. But that Formella fight, I don't think his mind was totally focused on this is going to be me for the rest of my career as a broadcaster. I think that mindset changed afterwards. To that, I mean, it was on his mind, no doubt. But I think he got to that. It's been on his mind since before the Earl Spence fight. But I think it got on. It went to the forefront of his mind after the Formella fight. He said, "Man, Earl's not gonna fight me. I don't want to fight Terrence, truthfully, and me and Terrence don't want to fight each other. And those are the two biggest fights out there. Thurman's not gonna fight me. There's nothing else here for me to gain unless the belts became vacant." And he said, this Formella fight ain't nothing but a sparring match. So I'm just going ahead and get my check, come on up out of here. Sean never gave way to that guy in the fight. I mean, it's just, I think if he had to put on another performance like he did with Earl Spence, and he had a fight on that level, I think he would give it. It's just who, to me, Sean Porter has proved to me that he is.
He rises to the occasion of the fighter. Yeah.
I don't see him slacking with any other fighter. I think he'll give his best if he's got the best in front of him. But he's still going to fall short, though. He's still going to fall short.
I think Spencer made a good point, man. About that though, that Porter, I won't say he left everything almost like it was beaten out of him, but I do think that he may have realized that if he wants to fight a little longer, he's got to fight a different way. Because to me, in that Formella fight, he showed different things. He showed more boxing in that Formella fight, and he fought. It was a little bit different. We used to, because when I saw that Formella fight, I'm like, oh, he's going to watch this guy. He's going to maul him. He's going to wear him. But Sean was kind of showing some boxing and stuff like that. So maybe the Spence fight had him thinking, hey, look, man, I can't continue to fight this way. I might have to change some things, listen to some of the things my dad been talking about. They talked about some of the things they was working on in the gym, and now he's had all that time. I do think that this thing of him getting this gig, being able to call the Olympics and him really going into the broadcasting field, I think maybe, that's why I said Mikey Garcia, that's like a big money fight, a name fight. I think that may be the route he's going, but I don't know if we're going to, I think Mir mentioned in the comments, I don't know if we're going to see a Porter locked in that way or ready to go that way again, because his mind is on something else now. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I want to jump back on that, because what you just said, when you said about him boxing in that Formella, he actually started that back with the Danny Garcia fight, and then in the Ugas fight he tried to do it. But when it came to Errol, that's why I don't believe that he made Errol fight like that, because of the simple fact, for 2 fights in a row and then another fight after that, Sean has been trying to box, but against Errol he could not box like that. You go back and look at the Danny Garcia fight. He was boxing. That's how he won that fight. If you go back and look at the Ugas fight, that's what made it boring, because Ugas thought that he was going to try to get at him, and Ugas wasn't prepared to actually have to be the aggressor. So John just went in and out, picked his shots a little bit, got tangled up a little bit, punched a little bit, jumped back out, threw some feints. John been working on that for these last 4 fights. Danny Garcia, Ugas, Errol, and Formella. But Errol in that fight against Errol, that's why I believe Errol when Errol said he came the first fight. Because if you go back,
but when a fighter gets hit, they go back to what they used to. You know what I'm saying? And
exactly.
To me, when he got hit, he reverted back to what he was, the old Sean. To me, guys talk about, I was working on this in the gym, and I've done that. We're gonna work on this and we're gonna work on that, and I get in the fight in the second round and I got hit. And it's like, no, this ain't working. You know what I'm saying?
So who made who fight like that? If I hit you and made you say, shit, I can't box this motherfucker, I made you fight like that.
And that's why I give Errol credit. That's exactly why I give Errol credit. That's why I don't try to dog these guys' performance after the fact. You know what I'm saying? People do that with Terrence. Oh, he ain't fought nobody. Man, that Victor Postol, that was a big fight, man. I don't care what nobody say. You know what I'm saying? That was a big fight. That was an awkward fight, and nobody wanted to fight him. That's why I don't dog. I don't go for that.
Right. And what I'm saying is,
no matter who you like,
I think what surprised Errol was that Sean's footwork was a little bit better than he expected.
Now that's true.
He was turning Errol, and we pushed him to the ropes and turned him, and he didn't expect that from Sean. So he had to bite that and go after Sean.
Them kinetic bands.
He came out fighting Danny Garcia behind the jab. People forget about that. You know what I'm saying? He came out fighting behind the jab against Danny Garcia out the outset of that fight, moving around, circling the ring.
I don't know what was up. I'll be honest. I don't know what was up with the Garcia fight, because Garcia just shelled up. I mean, that dude, he threw 90-some punches the whole fight. I mean, that dude, I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah,
I think that's what it was. I think it was a combination of
that no one had ever seen, though.
I think that's what I was getting ready to say. I think that, because that was up until that point, we had just seen the bullish Sean Porter, and I think that the camp was, I'm sorry, not the camp, but the strategy in the camp was to face a different style. And when he got in the ring, he was like, wait a minute, he's not doing what the sparring partners did. He's not doing what my dad said he would do. That means that everything that I have to do is have to be reactionary. Right. You know what I'm saying? And you got a guy that's coming in, fighting behind the jab, moving around the ring, moving away from you, fighting off the back foot, pivoting, hopping, moving laterally. That throws, and Danny's already a flat-footed counter puncher anyway.
Right.
So you combine all of that, and then you get what you got in that fight. You know what I'm saying? But I think it was to Sheldon's point, or I forgot who made it by now, but the other thing, Santos, when you was talking about, actually both of y'all, because RB got in there afterwards and was talking about Porter now, right? After the post Errol Spence and the Formella fight, we also have to take into consideration something that we haven't brought up yet, and that's COVID. COVID had to accelerate Sean Porter's plan B as well, I think. You know what I mean? So we can say, like, okay, you know what I'm saying? That COVID kind of was like, wait a minute, what if I can't box no more? What if we can't get back into the ring no more? I got to be able to do something else. Oh, let me get the Porterweight podcast popping. You know what I'm saying? So I can own my skills, and if I can get used to talking on this podcast, that'll help me sharpen my skills for when I'm in front of the camera on a TV network. And then I think that to Shelton's point, even though I'm kind of like 50-50 on that, like I see everything he's saying, everything makes sense, and with the moves, the things that comes out of his mouth, combined with the way he's dressing. When you dress like that, you're dressing like that for attention, to put a spotlight on yourself. It's not because you have a unique sense of style and fashion. It's like Craig Sager. Craig Sager used to. People go back to the early 2000s. Craig Sager didn't dress that wild in all them crazy ass colors and mismatched shit. He started doing that when he wanted to make a brand and become Craig Sager. You see what I'm saying? Before that, he was just another announcer. Yeah. Just another weirdo announcer out there asking the wrong weird ass questions to basketball players, and it seemed like he didn't know anything about the sport. But then you start wearing funny ass suits and bright ass colors, and now he's Craig Sager. You know what I'm saying? And now this is Sean Porter.
For that, man.
That's the truth.
He did have a little bit better swag than Sean, though.
But no, what I'm saying is go back. He didn't have no swag at all. All he did was put on clothes.
No, you're right.
Yeah, you're right. I remember that.
Go back and
boring dressing.
Yeah, you're right.
The game you need to go back and watch all of the old early 2000s Lakers versus Nets. Lakers versus all these guys, and you can watch Craig Sager wearing a regular ass suit, doing the same shit that he do now.
I agree with you. I seen it.
You know what I'm saying? Doing the same shit he do now.
It's funny
not now. God bless the bed.
It's just funny how you found this loud ass suits. That's all. I'm asking the wrong ass question because
Yeah, it's
that's
the
Craig
same.
Sager all day.
But I think but listen, and my thing is this: I'm clowning Craig Sager. That's what I'm saying. God bless his dead. I'm not clowning him in death. I'm talking about what I see constantly in this industry, right? In the showbiz industry. Craig
Right.
Sager, quiet as it's kept, he stole that from Walt Frazier. Walt Frazier was
Yes.
the first dude doing that with them crazy
Yes.
loud colors, mismatched
Exactly.
stuff.
Yeah.
But he
All that
wasn't on
pride.
camera like
Yeah.
Craig Sager every week.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Craig Sager is not the originator of the mismatched loud color suits and all that crap. You know what I'm saying? He
That's
got that
Clyde.
from Walt
That's
Frazier,
Clyde.
and that's Clyde. Exactly, bro.
Yeah.
Let me stop showing my age.
But no, you're right. Anything you watch about Walt Frazier, because of course I just watch the videos and stuff about him. But I remember hearing a guy up there in New York, man. They used to talk about how he would tell the tailor to bring like 200 something suits to the house, and he's gonna pick, and he would pick the craziest, loudest ones. But he was making a statement. You know what I'm saying? And
Exactly.
you're right. That's a good point. You know, and that's why I say you get your name known, and then look, it's landed him a dream gig, man. Let's not play. Being a broadcaster and getting to announce the Olympics, any event at the Olympics, that's a big deal in broadcasting. You know what I'm
Hell
saying?
yeah.
And
Yes, sir.
you wouldn't think that a guy who, you would go to a guy and be like, oh man, I went to Northwestern for broadcasting. I went to this school for broadcasting. And then they go to Sean and they're like, what did you do? And it's like, hey, I was an amateur boxer and then I became a 2-time world champion and I'm a boxer and that's what I do. And it's like, oh, you didn't go to broadcasting school? You didn't do this? You didn't? No, this is what it's a big deal, man.
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts.
You didn't have to go to 6 years of school and then go to journalism and then have some chick take your test for you and blah blah blah. Nope, I just know what the fuck I'm talking about.
And then it's gonna come to the inevitable. What are they gonna say? Somebody's gonna mess up and say it. Well, you're a credit to your race, Sean.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You're not
That's how
like
it
the
goes.
others.
How they say that train's never late.
So now that we here already, who are the best boxers turned color analysts?
I think Tanks. My favorite was George Foreman. I love hearing George Foreman.
George Foreman was a beast on the mic. When it came to breaking down fights, what was saying, and you hear these weird ass Jim Lampley's trying to spin these weird ass narratives. No, that's not what happened. If you look right here, when he got hit with that shot, now he's doing this. It's obvious to me that now he's thinking about that, so he changed it up.
Hey, you know what I love
like,
about
well,
it
no,
too?
he has the heart of a lion, and he was raised in da da da, and where he comes. George Foreman's like, no, he
That
just
shit
made a
don't
correct
matter.
boxing adjustment.
Hey,
He
you know
shut
what I
all
love
that shit
about it the
down.
most?
The
What I loved about
boxers
the
keep
most
it
was
real
Jim Lampley.
most of the time.
Jim Lampley couldn't argue with George because George knew what the fuck he was talking about. He couldn't argue with George. Well,
The
George,
one-
I think it
I
doesn't
tell you
matter what
somebody
you
that
think.
knew even more than George. And that was Emmanuel Stewart.
Yeah,
Emmanuel Stewart was a hell
Emmanuel was
of a
good.
boxing analyst.
Yeah, but we're talking about like who was like top boxers
Fighters.
in the sport turned, you know what I'm saying? Of course, the coaches see it a whole different way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The coaches see it a whole different way. I love Emmanuel Stewart, and that's because of that reason. You know what I'm saying? He's looking at it from a whole different way. He's looking at it from the way where you deal with the psychology of a fighter. You know what I mean? Like, I have to break this man down in order to prepare him to get in the ring and put his life on the line for 12 rounds or 15 rounds.
What about
It's a whole different.
what about Antonio Tarver?
No, I
I
didn't
liked
like him.
Antonio Tarver. I liked Antonio Tarver
He was great.
personally.
He was good.
I thought he knew what the fuck he was talking about. He
He
was
did.
always a good talker before he got out of boxing.
Right.
So
Right.
for him to, you know what I mean?
I thought
first
he
match
kissed up
man.
a little bit too much. I thought he kissed up a
like
little bit too much.
Yeah, I think that what he did was he could point out when a person is just being a showman. That's what I liked about him and his commentary. He'd be like, well, they just doing that for talk. Yeah, he said this about his trainer and said this about his wife, but I had to do what I had to do to make fights and get fights done, and that's all this fighter is doing. Like he was going into the psychology of that aspect of a fighter, and like, man, none of that matters. Once you get them in the ring, you got them where you want them, and then now it's time to business. And and quiet as kept. He's from that school of boxing because he was in that '96 Olympic team.
Now, was it me or was George still a little bit confrontational when he was an announcer? I think he was.
I think a fighter's a fighter with the whole life. You know what I'm saying?
I tell you what, Brian Kenny wouldn't be doing all that talking he does now with George there. Brian Kenny, like, I've been doing this 20 years, and then George would have been like, man, I don't care nothing about that.
Yeah, I don't care about you typing for 20 years.
I used to love it when George said, "No, Jim, that's not what happened. You
That's
don't
not
know
what
nothing
happened.
about boxing. I'm finna tell you what happened because you don't understand."
Or he'll be like, "Well, yeah, but." Well, yeah, but. Tell you exactly what really going on.
George was talking shit.
Another one is Lennox Lewis was a great one. And Roy was good. Roy was the last, I guess, if you want to say. I'm gonna tell you one that I'm gonna tell you one that I thought was a great fighter, but I didn't like. It sounded like he couldn't keep up or something. And it's gonna sound like it's blasphemy. But if you really listen to the fights that he called, and you talk about who did you say Antonio Tarver kissing up and taking a back seat, I thought that this fighter knew more about everybody. He knew more about boxing than everybody that he was talking boxing with, in terms of his greatness as a fighter. But then he won't press the issue sometimes. He'd be like, "Well, yeah, I guess you're right." At least that's it. If he didn't use those words, I got the feeling sometimes, and that was Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah,
I just be like, "Ray, stand on your square."
That's exactly.
You know what the fuck you're talking about?
Did. That's why they call his name.
How you letting this nigga tell you the fuck he talk about boxing?
Right. And that's why they call his name Tank, because Sugar Ray he was getting along with them guys instead of
the go along get along game.
Yeah. Because he knew everything that needed to be known about boxing, and he'll go get along with them guys, man. That used to piss me off. That's why I didn't name him, because he was great. He was great at what he did when he was talking right, but yeah, he would kiss up to him in a heartbeat. I didn't like that, man.
No, damn well ain't no damn Mikey Garcia gonna stand up to no
right.
Errol Spence. You know what I'm saying? You know that as a boxer though, but you don't want to say. We get to the point where we don't want to say. We don't want to say what we want to say.
Said that weirdo shit.
Yeah.
What do y'all think about Andre Ward and Ray Mancini and Tim Bradley?
Oh,
I like Ray Mancini.
I don't like Ray. You said you do?
I like.
I don't like, but I don't like
Bradley. Tim Bradley is kind of iffy for me, but I like Ray and I like Andre.
I
like Ward a lot.
I love Ward's commentary because even if you disagree with some of the stuff that he lets you know why he's saying what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to agree with him. He's like, look, this is what I'm saying, and this is why I'm saying what I'm saying. And then it's like, okay, fair enough. You know what I mean? But with Bradley, and then sometimes it just sounds like Bradley seems like he wants to be the Stephen A. Smith. He sounds like he wants to be the Stephen A. Smith of calling boxing. Right. No, I'm telling you this, and blah, blah, blah. Nigga, calm your ass the fuck down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he tried to bring this excitement.
You know what I'm saying? And Ray Mancini, to me, I think he's probably one of the most honest because of the area he comes from. But I think that also backfires on him because he doesn't see the nuances of the sweet science of boxing. So he'll be like, "Yeah, Roy's great, but he's no Manny Pacquiao because da 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 da." And you're like, "Wait a minute, Ray.
He was a brawler.
There's no boxing."
Yeah.
Ray was a brawler. He gonna come in just like you. But you know what? Now let me ask y'all this. I think Tim Bradley and Andre Ward are perfect together because Tim gonna come with some bullshit and Andre Ward gonna straighten his ass out.
It's a shame that Malignaggi threw his whole career in the trash to be a company man. Probably Malignaggi was calling some good fights before he started really just capping to be a company.
Yep.
Yeah, he became political, man, amongst the analysts, and that's what messed him up. If he had stayed the way he was,
he's a little racist ass. He's a racist little motherfucker, and that shit bit him in his ass.
But before, remember what we used to, I remember I did a video not too long ago, a year, 2 years ago, something like that, maybe. Probably sooner, but I remember talking about how Paulie Malignani was one of the guys that was one of the non-black guys that did color commentating that we respected when he talked about boxing, because he understood that you could win more fights than not, even if you didn't have power, if you knew how to control your opponent with boxing skills. He would always point that out when a fighter was out there using boxing skills. And in some way down the line, where we came into this era of, just say what's on your mind. You know what I mean? He kind of got carried away, and then we got to see what was on his mind. And that did him in.
Okay, now adding the coaches into this, I kind of like when fucking Joe Booth calls the fight, especially the way he got on what's that Mark Cragle? Whose ass he got on the last time?
Yeah, I don't like that Mark Kriegel.
He was a big fight.
I think he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, Joe Gooseman was panning him his ass.
Yeah, I fuck with Joe Gooseman heavy. Yeah, I fuck with the Gooseman's heavy. They know boxing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They know boxing. I fuck with them heavy. He's always gonna say it, even if I disagree with him on what he's saying. What he's saying is coming from a perspective of knowing and being in there and around fighters. You know what I mean? So I can be like, I'll take that L. You know what I mean? I don't have that pride. I'll be like, I'll take that L because Joe been in there and has been around boxing on all levels: promotion, management, training, commentating. What the fuck I'm gonna tell this man? You see what I'm saying?
Not a goddamn thing.
Not a damn thing. And he comes across as very genuine, and he doesn't allow or it doesn't seem like he has any kind of racial bias when he's talking. You know what I'm saying? He'll give a person his props, his or her props based off where they come from and their upbringing, because he's worked out here in California. You're going to work with all kind of different people, black, brown, white, and everything in between. You know what I'm saying?
He's not in awe of Lennox Lewis either.
Right. So he's going to tell it like it is, but look who he's been around.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
He respects him. So it's not like he's not in awe in like a disrespectful way. It's just like he's like, oh, I respect you, but you know my resume too, bro. So you gonna respect what I say too. Exactly. If I counter you.
Yeah, I like Goosen. I know Tank. All you guys probably remember Rich Murata. Did y'all like him? I liked him as a commentator.
I love Rich Murata. Yeah,
indeed.
He was a good dude.
He'll tell you quick that guy's fighting like a bum. I don't know what's wrong with him. He's fighting like a bum right now.
And that's what you know. What's funny is we're going back to Ray Mancini. That's one of the reasons that I'll be like, man, come on, bro, because he come from that era where, and it's something that people don't like to talk about. I know it's taboo, but a lot of those fighters of yesteryear who got 100 victories and 100 knockouts, they was fight. Those were the guys that was fighting against cab drivers and store clerks. You know what I'm saying? Right. They try to put that on guys now who like a Joe Smith who winning championship and got to go to work the next day. But you know, back in the day, that's what a lot of these guys had their wins and loss records and knockout records on. Yeah, and then but they became great because they will fight Jake LaMotta or Henry Armstrong or Joe Louis. You know, they'll fight 1,000 times the same person, and that's how they started making their name.
Rare because it's rare for a guy to be able to train. Dudes had to go to work.
Right.
It wasn't no money like that. Dudes had to go to work and fight.
It was a real life fight club.
They also believed in fighting consistently, man. They didn't believe in fighting.
That's what I mean by that. Real life fight club every week.
Yeah, they're gonna fight about 20 sometimes a year, probably.
Yeah, exactly. They gonna rumble
if they could.
Yeah, they gonna rumble because that's where the money was.
Yeah.
It wasn't money. It wasn't money.
Money was different too. You know, it might take them. It might take them a good 30-something fights to make a meal if they're a superstar. You know, a couple meal or whatever.
But at the end of the day, it's still working at the oil mill or the metal factory. You know what I'm saying?
When Marvin Hagler fought Vito Antuofermo, his first title shot, ended in a draw. His biggest payday up to that point was like $70,000 until he got that fight.
Who is this you say?
Marvin Hagler. And he had already had 50 fights when he got that first title shot.
Oh yeah, I remember.
And that's what I mean by that's something that's a person to take a whole year to make, working at the steel mill.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So they're like, fuck it, I'll take that fight.
That was his
I'll take
first
that fight
title
2 months
shot.
later.
I think he got like 200,000 for that fight, and that was his biggest payday ever when he got that first title shot.
Fellas, I got another question. Who are your top 10 trainers of all
Oh, I
time?
gotta
And
think.
your top
Of all
trainers of
time?
today? All
Of all
time
I gotta
time?
and
think
top
tonight.
trainers of
I
today.
can't answer
Yeah.
that tonight. So I gotta go back into like Eddie Fudge and all my other
Okay,
great trainers.
I can start with this one.
Blue Duva and all that.
I
Yeah.
got
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
got
I'll pass.
I got Dundee. I
Mm.
got Futch. I got Georgie Benton. I got the Petrocelli brothers. I got Butch Lewis, Lou Duva, Joe Goosen. Roger Mayweather.
You take Roger over. You take Roger over Senior.
Yeah, I take Roger over Senior.
I don't know about that.
His list,
I know he had Mayweather for a while, but Mayweather was already made before Roger started training.
Roger had Layla Ali.
I just like Roger's style. I like Roger's style. Floyd Senior's more defensive.
Well,
Roger's
not Roger ain't
offensive.
the only one that worked with Layla, but Jeffrey worked with Layla too.
Let me have
Hey, but look, Floyd Mayweather taught Roger Mayweather about boxing.
Eddie Mustafa Muhammad.
Say it again.
And my last guy
He's on mine.
is a
He's
guy
on mine.
it's probably gonna surprise you. My last guy is Buddy McGirt.
So no Emmanuel Stewart, no Nassim Richardson.
No.
I was surprised that those two were not no Constamata either.
Yeah, I'm thinking Nassim Richardson, Emmanuel Stewart.
I thought Nassim Richardson would have been on there, and
I gotta think of mine. I gotta go back and
11
really.
and 12.
I really gotta go back. Look, I can't answer. There's too many. I like so many trainers, and the style that I like is teaching boxing style. You know what I mean? I'm not so much into the rile a guy up. You know what I mean? There's so many different ways to train, and there's so many great trainers over the years. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to have. You can have multiple fighters, and that does play a part. But then some guys, if you have that one that you molded out of a lump clay, you know what I'm saying, a lump of clay, and turn them into what they are, teaching them boxing, that holds a lot of weight too. There's a lot of great.
Yeah, that's a hard one with trainers, man. Of course, I like Emmanuel Stewart and Nassim Richardson. You go back to Eddie Futch. To me, I actually met the man, so maybe I'm a little biased, but Customato,
That's
Angelo Dundee, and who was man, what was Ray Arcel? Wasn't he?
That was Duran, Roberto Duran.
He was also Larry Holmes' trainer too, wasn't he?
Yeah, Ray Arcel trained Larry Holmes. Yes.
Yeah. So like just watching him interact in the corner, watching old fights of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I got a top 10, but there's guys like that, that they'll get excited. I like both the Mayweather brothers. I like Mayweather Senior though, man. I think guys that fight with Mayweather Senior, man, if you he's tough on him, but you'll last a long time and not take a lot of punishment.
Exactly.
I also like Virgil Hunter, man. I like what he did with Andre.
Yeah, he's on my list. He's
Yeah,
definitely on my list.
Hunter's bad too. Yeah, you're right.
He took that. Hey, I know some of y'all got that when I said take a lump of clay. It got that one fighter. He turned Andre Ward into probably my favorite fighter.
Yeah, Virgil Hunter.
Andre Ward is not gonna be. He's never gonna be like the biggest name in boxing when in history, like 20 years from now. But I think I can honestly say that he may be one. He probably is. He's definitely in my top 3. But he may be my favorite fighter. The way he carried himself, like he was to me. Andre Ward is the real life Manny Pacquiao. I don't think Manny Pacquiao deserved the narrative that they gave him because what happens is when they come to America and they don't speak fluent English, they come across as being humble. And we know that Americans don't like American fighters because the American fighters are usually black, right? And so they're not humble, not these niggas. But you get a guy that I can barely talk English, and I just want to give proper respect and thank you, God. And they be like, oh, wow, this is a God-fearing man. He has his wife and all the fights. But then you go to the Philippines, and it's a whole different narrative around Manny Pacquiao. He has all these different women. He's a womanizer. He didn't knock women up. He didn't knock women up and bought women houses and all kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she was going to leave him. Oh, Jinky was going to leave his ass for a minute.
Right. But then you got Andre Ward, who's the consummate family man. He's not about that life in terms of showing all what he's doing with all his money. That's the only thing you know about Andre Ward is he's a family man. He got his family, he got his kids, he got his wife, and he got his dedication to preparing for boxing. And the only thing that stopped him from being probably one of the greatest of all time is injuries. Like that's it. It had nothing to do with nothing else but injuries.
Well, that's what I said when you said mold a piece of clay. That's why I put Georgie Benton on my list because Georgie Benton made Evander Holyfield.
Fact.
He made him. Lou Duval was there, but Georgie Benton made Evander Holyfield.
And that's how about Floyd Mayweather
when he moved up to heavyweight. And Georgie Benton was a hell of a middleweight himself.
You know what I've always thought about Lou Duval?
What's that?
I always thought Lou Duval just pretty much was a man with the name, the gym, but he always had a crew of trainers with him. I don't think it was so much him versus the crew of trainers he had. I think he was like more of a head coach, but not with all the great philosophy and all that. I think the name and the gym and all that stuff, the following they had.
He was the guy Tank was talking about. He's the rah-rah guy. Lou Duval was the rah-rah guy. But when it comes to X's O's,
when you look at Lou Duval's fighters, when you looked at Lou Duval's fighters, show video footage of them in the gym training, I didn't see Lou Duval standing there holding, doing mitts with him or showing them how to do different things. I saw other guys doing it.
Yeah, you saw other guys.
Yeah.
Same thing with Customato.
And guys, y'all may not feel the same way I do, but I like
Customato was a philosopher, man. Oh yeah,
I like
yeah. He's a motivator. He's a hell of a motivator, man.
I don't care what Atlas saved my life in the amateurs, man.
He's cut from a great mind, which is Customato, man. So yeah, you got Teddy. He's proven facts that he's a good trainer. Yeah.
But he comes from the Customato school in terms of teaching boxing. But he got that. He's such a fiery personality. I mean, the guy pulled a fucking gun on one of his own fighters. You know what I'm saying? And the fighter was an amateur.
I think he's a piece shit. Personally.
And the thing is,
you ain't gonna be slapping me in the corner.
When somebody like that trains you that hard and they really go, it's like Mayweather Senior. Those guys, if they ever pay you a compliment, that compliment means more to you than almost winning, bro. You know what I'm saying? If they say, that, but like I said, everybody don't see it that way, but like I said, I told you guys, I probably said in the chat, or maybe I said it, just talking. Teddy Atlas, like he kind of saved a lot of our guys, from some of coach was doing to us, man. So I always have respect for him. You know what I mean?
Roger that. I appreciate that, brother. Roger that.
Yeah, I fuck with Ellie Atlas. That's what I said. He's just one of those ones that's he comes from that school. He comes from the school of boxing. Like that, a lot of people forget that. Uh, I forgot the guy's name. Damn, forgot his name. But he was with
Boxing,
Customato. Huh? He
boxing
was
is
part
his
of the Mike
life.
Tyson team early.
Yeah.
Jim Jacobs.
Jim Jacobs, Bill Clayton.
I think it was Jim Jacobs who had the archives, right?
What's his name?
No, Kevin Rooney was the trainer.
Rooney.
Kevin Rooney was the trainer. He was the guy with the mitts, and to me, he is one of the best trainers too. But I think it was Jim Jacobs who had the archives. He had the greatest archives of anybody. Like he had all the tapes, and he had the greatest archive of all the past fighters that existed at the time. And he would allow Customado's fighters to use them. You know what I'm saying? Because he was managing Mike. He was managing some of those fighters. And I think that Jimmy Jacobs, the one that Don King got rid of. Remember when Don King got rid of all of those dudes. And I think that's what turned everything. People always say, well, Customato died, that changed Mike. No, Customato was dead way before Mike became Iron Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? What changed Mike was when they got rid of Kevin Rooney, Jim Jacobs, you know what I'm saying? The core of what was left of that Customato, how do they call it, in atmosphere, or in football they call it a certain thing in team sport. You know, the atmosphere, or the
that coaching tree, you mean?
The culture that Customato, that culture that Customato had cultivated was gone once Don King got rid of all of Customato's people. And that's what made Mike Tyson be Mike Tyson, because they grew up with this kid, and so they knew him in ways that that only he knew what was going on. You know what I'm saying? Like they saw the mood swings. They was there when he lost his mother. They was there when his mother had to sign over the rights to Customato and his wife. They was there when Mike used to have dinner with you know what I mean? So they knew the change that happened when Robin Givens and her mom came into the equation and brought Don King in.
That's good. It's good that you laid in right. That, because I was about to ask y'all, was it Robin Givens that helped that deal with Mike Tyson and Don King? I thought she had a little bit to do with it, but I'm not clear on it. It was her mother.
It was her mom. It was her mom.
Her mother. Yeah.
He got her. He got her, and her mom got overly involved in Mike Tyson's career. Oh, I know somebody.
I thought the mom got involved with the marriage, but I didn't know she got involved with the deal. I thought that was more.
Yeah, they was negotiating on behalf. They was too involved.
He was the deal.
They were tag teaming up.
It was her. Once Mike beat Trevor Burdick, right? That was Don King's guy. These were, remember, Don King was in control of all the heavyweights at that time in terms of boxing. That was Robin Givens' mom's people, so to speak. Why don't you get with a black man? And see, that goes back to, you know, what is that phrase? What was that statement?
Race hustling.
No. The phrase that Mike Tyson came up with, I was gonna say. Oh man, it's one of my quotes. I'm gonna put that shit on a T-shirt. I gotta find it because I made a post of it, and I plan on making it into a T-shirt. But it's one of the coldest quotes ever, and he just talks about that.
Until they get hit.
Nah, that's the one everybody uses. It's one way colder than that. The one I'm thinking of is way colder than that. But it goes back into you know, basically knowing who to trust and who not to trust in your life. You know what I'm saying? He came up with that quote after that experience. You know, dealing with Robin Givens, her mom, and Don King, and then all the stuff that came in a domino effect as a result of that.
You talking about? Anyway, I'm trying to think. It's a quote Mike had. Is it the one about everybody you fighting is not your enemy? That one. And
Yep.
everybody who
And
helps
everybody
you ain't your
helps you is
friend.
not your friend. That's
Yeah,
exactly it.
yeah, that one. Yeah,
I'm gonna
I
get the
remember
exact.
that.
I got the exact same. I got the word for word quote because I'm gonna put it on a T-shirt and it's gonna be part
Yeah,
of my little shit because that's my probably my favorite quote because it goes beyond the sport of boxing. You know what I'm saying?
that's
Just
right.
I mean, everybody got to point if they get hit in the mouth. Goes beyond boxing too because it's metaphorical.
That's right.
But that quote
Yeah,
is it's no there's no metaphor at all. It is what it is and it's the truth.
yeah, yeah. I do remember because like you were saying, the culture, man. You know, they took Mike. You know, remember that documentary they did when they was talking about how before the Olympic trials or whatever, how Mike just like basically had a breakdown and they, you know, he wanted to walk out on it and they kept him going, you know what I'm saying? And they would get him out of trouble when he was in school and stuff like that. And then,
Yeah.
like you say, when Robin and her mom, you know, got around, they kind of built a wall around him and like separated him from everybody. So it's just him and them, you know. And it's not that we advocate for nothing like this, you know, and like Tank always say, you know, responsibility for the playback, you know what I'm saying? But I remember one time Mike said, you know, he had gotten so frustrated. Somebody asked him what's the best punch he threw, and he said one that he had enough of Robin. And he said he hit him with one that knocked in a couple rooms. He's like, that's the best punch he threw. I'm like, come on, Mike. But that's how frustrated dude was, you know?
And let's not
And we
forget.
gotta remember this.
Let's not forget when you're married and somebody else has the power of attorney over your medical situation. They had this man drugged up, thinking that he, you know what I'm saying? Well, you got mental health issues, so we're gonna put you on some of these
Right.
psychoanthropic medications too.
And let's remember this, y'all. This man was only like 20, 21 years old when all this is going on.
Exactly, bro.
He's only 20, 21 when all this is.
Exactly, bro. And this has nothing to do.
He was sitting at that
Again, for
interview.
the playback and everybody listening on this on the playback, this is not an attack against black women. We're just talking about Robin Givens and her mother and what we know that happened between them and Mike Tyson and Don King from what we know of that has been spoken about over the years. So it's not an attack on black women or on black people united with black promoters, anything like that. That is not what the conversation has been about. It's about knowing that
this was at a time when you couldn't really go back on mental health either. You know what I'm saying? Mike couldn't. At this time, Mike couldn't say. Right? Yeah, he couldn't rely on and say, well, look, I need a break because of my mental health at this time. This wasn't, you know, yeah, that wasn't happening then. You know what I'm saying? So, like you said, man, I think sometimes we forget that this was like they caught this dude young, man. You know what I'm saying? And to me, the fact that he's been able to bounce back, because honestly, if you look at, you know, and not to get off, but even and throughout all this time, Mike's mind as far as making business deals and making moves on his own when he really do it on his own. Mike is smart, man. You know what I'm saying? Some of the things he's come up with, you know, some of them have failed, but a lot of the things he's done has kind of paved the way. He kind of set a blueprint for some of these guys, and some of the things these guys do that they get a lot of credit for, they didn't come up with it. Mike kind of paving the way for this stuff, you know?
Exactly.
Hey, you know who gives him his credit?
Well, you know, he studied from his failures and made himself very valuable to himself as far as his knowledge of business and how to do business. But Mike is not a dumb person like everybody want to claim he is. He'll tell you he's dumb and all that, but Mike's not dumb. That's something going to historian, man. He has so many facts and he has so much knowledge in him. He reads a lot too. You know, I mean, the boy studies, man, a lot of history of different things. He's sharp. I like Mike, and I laugh every time people talk about how dumb it is. I'm like, this dude's smart. Son of a gun. He know a whole lot of stuff, you know. But he would tell you that he's not a smart man because, you know, he's talking about how brilliant his kids are. And he wish he was like them. Yeah, very humble. But see, Mike knows where he came from, and he knows he know what he went through, and it took him a while to probably get to that point where he was well schooled and learned about different things in life, you know. But yeah, as far as business, I don't think he was very bright about business in the beginning because not many people are, even the sharp ones. But I think after having some feelings and stuff like that, I think he learned from his mistakes.
Yeah, but them three black people Tank was talking about manipulate the shit out that young boy.
Yeah.
I mean,
you got one of them that was sitting on him and riding him like he was a Bronco and making him feel good. And then the other one, she's in the refrigerator stealing all his food. You know what I'm saying? AKA his money.
Right.
So yeah, they had.
And the other one is in the bank stealing all his pocket, stealing the money out of his bank.
Yeah,
that's
and
why
the other one is in his pocketbook, right?
And that's why I love that story Mike tells when he was when he bumped into Don King at the Beverly Hills Hotel. Y'all remember that one?
Yep.
He said, I came outside to smoke a cigarette and I saw that motherfucker and I thought about all the money he stole from me and I just took off on this. I just beat his motherfucking ass right there.
And look, y'all gotta remember who's listening to this on the replay. This is a guy that we're talking about him in his essence, in his heyday. Like for me, I'm just gonna talk about me personally, right? I was born in the 70s, so I grew up in the 80s during his run. So me listening to as I was growing into my in my adolescence, and I'm training to fight. I mean, mixed martial arts, but it's still combat sports, right? And my dad was a Golden Gloves boxer, so the knowledge that I have of boxing, I can attribute to my dad. He also did martial arts as well because he corrected me, or not corrected me, but he put me on blast after he saw my Fox Sports Rest radio interview where I was talking about and I was telling him, I was like, Dad, they asked me where did I get my love from boxing from. They didn't ask me to go through my whole gauntlet of where I get my combat training from. So my dad was like, I know Shotokan, and I did this, and I Jeet Kune Do, and blah, blah, blah. He went through the whole gauntlet. I know. But anyways, I said that to say, Mike, when I was coming up, when he would do his post-fight interviews and the documentaries leading to his fight, the way this man broke down boxing is second to no one in his early days. Right. Before the Mike Tyson that y'all make fun of, who wanted to eat your kids, and I wish I could kick your kids in the testicles, and if I only do interviews about fornicate. Before that guy, he was probably the most articulate person who spoke about boxing while they were boxing that there was. And I think that it was us and our people that allowed this other narrative to be formulated about Mike Tyson. When you go back to things like In Living Color, when Keenan Ivory Wayans, who put so many black people on, don't get me wrong, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying he didn't do his part to uplift our people and knock down doors and break barriers for us in the entertainment industry. But in the process of doing that, he made fun of the last great heavyweight champion that we had in America that was black before Deontay Wilder. You know what I'm saying? The things that he would say, it's preposterous. And, and I got that because I just read that in the chat by Reggie. Shout out to Reggie Owens, who should be on this panel because he talked boxing like the way we talk boxing. But, they used to get on In Living Color and say all these words and all these kind of things. And because Mike Tyson, like y'all said, he was well read. So he didn't just use words to use words. These are words that he learned how to use because he was well read. You understand what I'm saying? It was later on when all the things that came out of the Robin Gibbons marriage, the drug use, now that he was on these psychotropic drugs, he don't have those no more. Now he's on hardcore shit and sniffing lines with what's the guy name that was on the show on MTV where he would hurt himself, the little skinny white dude. I know y'all. Somebody in the chat know what I'm talking about.
Jackass.
Jackass. Yeah, dude. Jim Carrey. Yeah, he was doing. And this is not Tank, the Sweet Science Examiner saying this. Is not the boxing section saying this. This is what Steve-O and Mike Tyson admitted in Steve-O's book when they were talking on his podcast, How Boxing with Mike Tyson, that he was doing these hardcore drugs on the fly in the midst of his run as Iron Mike Tyson.
Hell yeah, he said he was high during the fights.
All these things contributed to the downfall that we say, and then we let the media run off with the narrative, and we repeat it, right? We repeat the narrative. Oh, it was just because when he got to these big fights, he wasn't able to stand up to the challenge of fighting these guys. That's not the truth. His brain had been, his brain and spirit, the spirit of this man and the essence of this man had literally gone through the ringer so many times that by the time he got to fight with Evander Holyfield and the Lennox Lewises of the world, and the Buster Douglases of the world, his life was in shambles, damn near. You know what I'm saying? But the one fighter that I know that was in his last era that gave Mike Tyson his credit for being who he was and being a major influence to who he was and how he conducted himself moving forward is Floyd Mayweather. He says that Mike Tyson and how he meeting Mike Tyson young and hanging around Mike Tyson young uh, formulated him on his way to becoming who he ended up becoming in terms of the business aspect of boxing. Whatever you think about Floyd Mayweather as the person, that's not what I'm talking about. But in terms of his business acumen, how he was going to moving forward, he got that from Mike Tyson the same way Mike Tyson got his, he says, from Muhammad Ali when Muhammad Ali visited him in that detention center all those years ago.
Right. Hey, fellas, I got an early day tomorrow. You know, I love talking with y'all, man, but I got to turn it in. I'm going to hit y'all tomorrow,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right,
Peace, Sheldon. Peace.
All right, peace, yo.
Hey, now y'all talking all this Mike Tyson talk has led me to another question because the good brother Tay Jones said something the other night that kind of stuck with me. He said people really don't realize how hard the boxing industry is to get into when you come to talking about these top level fighters and everything and why they are so responsive to the criticism is I divvied off onto that as maybe that's why they're so responsive to the criticism because it's only a small percentage of fighters that actually make it to that top tier of fighters in the world. And my question leading off that was we had guys like Floyd Mayweather, like Roy Jones Jr., who were cheated in the Olympics. How many gold medalist fighters actually became world champions and superstars in boxing? Can y'all name some of the gold medalist
Nah,
fighters that actually became superstars? Because a lot didn't.
yeah, I can't name a lot. I mean, we know the obvious ones. You know what I'm saying?
Ray
The
Leonard,
right,
Muhammad
right.
Ali.
Ali, Andre Ward. You know what I'm saying? Some people won't call him a superstar. He's a superstar to me because right
Mm.
now, if he comes out of retirement, that's going to be the biggest fight Saul Alvarez can have, and they consider Alvarez a superstar. So he must be a superstar in that regard. You know, but being a superstar doesn't mean you always make the top amount of money. It just means that if your name is mentioned in the hat or in the equation, it holds a lot of weight. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
When your name is on the marquee, people want to see you fight. You know what I'm saying? But that's a great question, and I look at it like this. This is why I give it only so much um, percentage or credence when they talk about the accomplishments of amateurs, right? To because I mostly deal with amateur boxers and coaches. Um, I have so much respect for what they do because they have to travel and face all these different styles. They don't get to choose their opponent. They have to go in there against whoever advances in the tournament that they're in, and they have to go to other countries and do this and things like that. So I give them the utmost respect. At the same time, it's different on the professional level. Um, Being a great amateur does not necessarily translate into being a great professional. Mikey Garcia was not a great amateur boxer, but you could argue, or I could at least argue, that he was a great professional. You know what I'm saying? And Mike Tyson wasn't necessarily considered a great amateur, but I could argue that he's a great professional, and the list goes on. So when guys like Vasil Lomachenko come out and they point out he had 1,000 amateur fights and only lost one. And I say, yeah, but he had 16 professional fights and lost two. So which one carries more weight? Which one tells more about him as a fighter? You see, you can't have it both ways, right? Adam Morrison was a great college player, but not in the pros.
Yeah.
Jimmer Fredette was a great amateur college player, but not in the pros. So it is not uncommon for there to be a great amateur, right? Whether it's a gold medal or a NCAA championship or whatever the case may be, and then you get to the professional ranks, and that doesn't necessarily pan out that way. Mike Tyson, they'll say he only beat up bums, but when Mike Tyson beat gold medalists, or when Mike Tyson beat the guy who beat him in the Olympic trials, he doesn't get credit for that. Wait a minute, I thought y'all said it was all about the amateurs. See the game that they play?
Yeah.
That was a great question you asked, bro.
Now with that said,
I agree, man. I agree. That's a good question, bro. Something you said and something Tank said kind of stuck with me there. What's funny is that a lot of times the guys that win the gold medal are from these other countries. They're favored that way. You know what I'm saying? But what's also funny is the black fighters that actually win the gold or even the silver and the bronze, they normally end up going on to be great world champions and stuff like that. You look at Floyd, you look at Roy Jones, and, Andre Ward, all those guys. But yeah, boxing is difficult to break in. A friend of mine told me not too long ago that on the site that everybody likes to use to check records, like BoxRec, they list something like 22,000 fighters in the world. You know what I'm saying? Now, and we know that that's not just the whole list and everything, but 22,000 active fighters, that's people that's fought within the last year. And then you add that all the people that's got promoters and stuff like that. Everybody, we was talking about Boots earlier. And Boots has been going in the ring with a lawsuit hanging over him. He just settled this thing out of court with, this promoter, because you'll get so many guys getting their hooks into you. You're 13, 14, 15 years old, and this even happens in basketball, where you're training and you're learning this stuff, and the wrong type of guys are hanging around the gym, giving you gym equipment and stuff like that. But it ain't out the goodness of their heart, some of them, to sponsor you in the amateurs. Some people sponsor you in the amateurs, but that's a way of washing their money, and they want their get back later. You know what I'm saying? So by the time you actually make it to the Olympic trials or even the pros or something like that, you got 10 or 20 people that's got their hooks in you. You know what I'm saying? So it's a difficult and dirty game, and the fact that it's not really regulated, like even Earl said it yesterday on Barbershop. He said it's like the Wild Wild West. It's not even really, at least in the NBA, there is some governing body that I can go to. But, I mean, who you going to go to? You going to go to the WBA so they can give me another meaningless trinket? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's dirty, man. So it's a credit to the guys that go through the Olympics, because that's a dirty process too. And then they go to the pros, and then when they come out there and they fight, and here they are undefeated, and then we say, well, who have they fought? Man, they go in there sometimes with the weight of the world on their shoulders and still perform, and it ain't teammates in there helping them either. It's just them, So
okay, see, I had
those guys.
I had one after this because I know both of you guys have great memories. Two of these type of fighters came up that I'm about to ask about when Gary Russell and Terrence Crawford were going back and forth. Who are some of those amateurs? And I don't remember the guy's name. Maybe y'all remember him. Who are some of those amateurs that y'all know that were like top amateurs that didn't quite make it in the pros? It was one that was sparring Terrence Crawford, and one that was sparring Gary Russell when that whole altercation happened between them, when they said Gary Russell, he was getting the best of Gary Russell and Terrence was teasing him or something, or Gary was teasing Terrence. It was one of those situations.
I forget that guy's name.
Yeah, but it's those type of fighters. Like, who are some of those fighters that you guys remember that just didn't quite have the same career, that it didn't translate over into the pros?
I don't know what kind of career he had as an amateur, but the guy that's kept training Floyd right now, GT something. I can't think of his last name. He was on the Olympic team with Floyd, but he's a trainer now. I don't remember him making it noise to the pro ranks as far as boxing.
Yeah,
I can't think of his last name right now. But he's a light skinned guy, got a beard, sideburns. Looks like he might grow up in Philly or something.
yeah, I know you're talking about. That's working with him right now, right?
There's GT the
There's
Great
a
or something
couple of
like
them.
that.
But I want to let me. I'm over here reading the chat. My bad. Yeah, I heard you. I hear you. But um, Top Waivers asked. He said, "Hey, I got a quick question. Who is the world champion for lightweight? Because Teo holds 3 belts. He thought Devin Haney had one, um, but Rowley is a Rowley is a WBA world champion. And then Reggie put him on. I'm sorry, Robert Brown told him that his Rowley is an interim champion. So if you still in here, Top Waivers, that's the way it goes. That is the very reason why I say I don't have a problem with there being multi division. When they talk about it having the boxing having too many belts, that's what I mean. I don't think that it's a problem having WBA, WBC, WBO, and IBF or the IBO or one of these. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem when these guys actually get a belt for being interim when there's actually a champion present. And in some cases, some of these uh, sanctioning bodies, you have two champions present because you have a super champion and a regular champion. Or in the WBC's case, they have a franchise champion and a regular champion. They're not calling it the regular champion yet, but that's and if you look at a lot of the websites, they don't call the WBA championship the regular champion. That's why I don't use the phrase regular when I normally talk about these champions. But what I do stand on is that there should not be a physical belt that is for interim uh, champions, quote unquote. And I'm using air quotes right now, but the interim title holder should not have a physical belt. To me, interim just you might as well just be a number 1 contender or a mandatory, and you shouldn't get a title for that. That's what Ryan Garcia was on Stephen A's world holding that belt, and he wasn't he didn't have a belt. He wasn't a champion, but because they gave him a physical belt that looks exactly like the belts that Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez has, it confuses boxing fans. That's why it's too many belts. You shouldn't have a belt. I was almost cursed for no reason. Give these guys and gals, you know what I'm saying? Give these guys and gals a medal like if they were in the Olympics or something. Because the sanctioning bodies do give them a T-shirt. I don't care. Give them something other than the actual physical belt. I wanted to say it because I was reading it in the chat um, about that, and that always has bugged me. And Reggie said boxing. And Reggie was commenting on what we were talking about a few minutes ago. He said, "Yeah, boxing is super tough to get into, and that's why so many risk signing with snakes just to get a foot in the door." And that is so true. You know what I mean? But yeah, as far as these guys, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of guys. I can't even think of. I know Henry Tillman because my goddaughter's uh, father is one of my bros, and that's his family. Henry Tillman is like a cousin of his or something like that. So I know Henry Tillman was one of those amateurs. You got Nate the Snake Jones who fought with the Olympic team with Floyd Mayweather as a heavyweight, who ended up being the guy who holds the body shield for Floyd when he prepared for matches all those years uh, when he was dominating the sport. So there's a lot of guys out there um, and some ladies out there who uh, were top level amateurs that their professional careers didn't pan out the way that the amateurs did. So but I try not to. I probably don't remember all of them because there were so many, but I probably don't do it on purpose because I've always stood on the fact that uh, that's cool if you do it in the amateurs, but if you do it in the pros, unless you got injured as a professional, you know what I'm saying? It don't. If you can't back it up when the money's on the line, it really don't count. You know what I mean? Or it counts. Let me rephrase that. It counts, but it's not. It doesn't hold the same weight. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be disrespectful to these people, and so they may hear their name in 20 years from now and be like, "This motherfucking rude ass." But you didn't get a bronze medal. You didn't have to. You didn't go to Sydney, Australia, and get screwed and get a bronze. But yeah, they all deserve their flowers, even at the amateur ranks. But I just don't hold them the same on the same level as the professionals who do it. So that's probably why they get forgotten in the history of and they go by the wayside. But I remember that I pointed out Mike Tyson because Mike Tyson did fight, and I forgot who it was. I can't think of the name, but he fought a gold medalist that was a heavyweight, and he beat him. But he doesn't get credit for fighting an Olympic, heavyweight that was a gold medal winner or a medalist, I should say.
Yeah, that's right, man. I forget a lot of the amateur guys, man. But like you say, and even to the point you was making about that question, that Top Wavers had, man. Just a weight class above that at 140, there are actually 6 listed champions for the WBA, man. You got the super champion Josh Taylor. You got the regular champ with Barrios. Then they have an interim champ there. They've got a gold champion there. You know what I'm saying? And all these guys, like you said, have belts that look identical to the belt that you're giving the main guy. It's just, give me one belt, just one belt, man. I don't need all these extra. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And even if we use the sanctioning bodies as far as ranking people, so that we have a system of ranking people, I don't know, break the earth up into quadrants and do it that way, north, south, east, west, whatever. But there should be one champion. I don't need five. And some people disagree and they want 4 and 5, and unifications are big. But man, come on, man. The Olympics is the biggest thing, and we end up crowning the top guy, or top girl, and then everybody else is, you go on about it. So it's just too much, because what it is it's a way for these bodies to take money out of guys' pockets, and they sit there and they get rich off these guys. They have so many sanctioning fees going against these guys, and for what? You know what I'm saying? And then they hide it by, we're a nonprofit organization. These guys voluntarily pay us to be ranked. But yeah, if you don't get ranked, you don't get nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous, bro.
Right. I think me and Tank talked about something that was like, and we should have asked Errol this, but Errol did allude to the fact that fighters like that's in his position should be at least fighting 3 to 4 times a year. Just where he's at, which I agree. But I just thought, like me and Tank talked about, for these sanctioning bodies, why are they not putting together tournaments like the WBA is talking about right now, a 4-man tournament, keeping these fighters busy and actually making these fighters fight for it? Because when you got young and up and coming fighters like Ennis, that's the whole purpose of that. I mean, I know they're not, through the Muhammad Ali Act, they're not supposed to be managing and doing multiple things within a fighter's career. But shit, what's the use of a sanctioning body if they can't order a fight? Because I seriously think that somebody like Ennis should be ordered to fight a top fighter in there for who's going to stay at that position. You don't just hold that position for 3, 4, 5 years or fight some guy that's not even in my rankings, and then all of a sudden, I'll just drop you out of the rankings. No, you don't have a fight. I got guys that are ranked right here with you. We're paying sanctioning fees, and we're putting together these programs for you, which at the same time, Reggie Owens asked Mauricio a good question about what do you do for these fighters? Or DB asked him, what do you do for these fighters for you to even have that type of stake in their career? So I would think that as a sanctioning body, would say number 6 is going to fight number 4. Number 5 is going to fight number 3. we're not just going to hold these rankings up, and that gives these fighters the fights that they are looking for, and it makes it worth their money that they paid for. Now I have a fight that's worthwhile. You know, somebody like Jerron Ennis, shit. If he's number 4, order him to fight the number two.
Or yeah, I agree with everything you just said. I'm just giving another
Mm-hmm.
scenario. So just to be clear, I'm not pushing against what you said. I agree with all of that. I'm just giving an alternative scenario to that would be um, let 2 fight 3. You know what I'm saying? So that way you don't be like, man, I was number 2 and I lost to number 10 and now I lost my spot. Man, fuck that. You know, no, well, go fight the guy that's right up under you. Who really deserves to be number 2? Or let the number 1 guy fight the number 2 guy. You know what I'm saying? There's some of these where they got uh uh you know, franchise and super champions who don't have to fucking fight them. You know what I mean? And they get to move around their mandatories. You know, let the number 1 guy fight the number 2 guy. If the number 1 if the number 1 guy can't get a shot at the champion in that weight class. You know what I'm saying? They shouldn't have to be forced to scavenger for fights against uh, guys coming from other countries who aren't ranked, and then they get blamed for quote unquote fighting nobodies when the people that are right there next to them in the rankings, um, they need to fight as well. But you're allowing everybody to fight lesser and lesser competition to maintain their spot on the ranking system. Now, me, you already know where I stand. I don't like inner uh um inner sanctioning body tournaments, right? I don't like the WBC tournaments. I don't like the WBA tournaments. I want a full tournament. That way, nobody can hide from the other sanctioning bodies. I like the World Boxing Super Series format. You know what I'm saying? That's the format that I like. That's the format that's already in place that I recommend that just the fighters be allowed to put their names in the hat to compete in. You know what I mean? It's already set up. You do not have to reinvent the wheel because there's a big stage already set up where you can put your name in the hat and come out of this the next Alexander Usyk, the next Inoue, the next who else won? Josh Taylor. The 3 names I named are all got a future in boxing. If you want to call it, they all got next. And what they all have in common, they all won their weight class in the World Boxing Super Series. There's no way around that. That math, it's there. It's proven that if you get in this tournament, that it already exists, and you win the Muhammad Ali Trophy, you will not only get the next big fights, you will not get. You will not only be able to unify your champion, your championship status, but you won't be accused of moving around guys. Nobody's going to accuse you of ducking. Nobody's going to accuse you of not fighting the best competition available because it's tournament style. You fight who advances next in the tournament. So nobody calls Josh Taylor a duck. Nobody calls Inoue a duck. Nobody calls Usyk a duck because they competed in the tournament and they beat whoever was in front of them that also advanced in the tournament. And that's why when you see them on the pound for pound list, or excuse me, that's one of the reasons why you see them on the pound for pound list and not Jamal Charlo or Jamel Charlo or Gary Russell Jr. Right? We want to hide the fact that it's race is a factor, but it is not the only factor. A lot of these guys are banking on brands instead of banking on their skills and entering themselves in these tournaments, specifically the World Boxing Super Series, and show the world that nobody in your weight class can fuck with you by winning the tournament and coming out with the Muhammad Ali Trophy. Shouldn't you black fighters be the ones holding that trophy anyway? If race is a factor, how are you letting these other people from Japan and Scotland and Ukraine represent the Ali Trophy over Jamal Charlo, Jamel Charlo, Gary Russell Jr., Demetrius Andre? Y'all can't get fights, right? Get your ass in the tournaments. Get your ass on the pound for pound list because they seem to do it. Now, if you get in the tournament and you win the tournament, you come away with the Muhammad Ali Trophy, and you still don't get on the pound for pound list then the only factor that matters after that, you have to say, hey, come on now. You really want to say race ain't a factor now to the Jamel Charlos of the world who believe that? And Deuce Times, yes, indeed. That's Carcino's people. Nate Jones, Nate the Snake. But yeah, I digress. I just wanted to say that for a second, fellas. My bad. I know I went on a tangent.
Are you all good, bro? You are all good. I mean that. I mean that's basically what it. And that also kind of puts out a schedule. Like we always have the unifications, Trump everything type fights, but it also puts together that tournament to say, hey, unification or not, once this shakes down between these top five in the division, one of y'all has to fight one of them mandatory automatically. You know, because it just gets crazy where you have guys like I'm honestly thinking about it now. When will Boots get his shot? When will Ortiz get his shot?
Can
When
you
will
imagine Boots win
Sean
that
Porter get
tournament?
another shot?
Man, Boots a wreck shop in that tournament, bro.
Yeah.
And, oh,
Yeah, I mean, and then you automatically get the big names fighting the big names because the best of the best got to fight each other. And then right now, I mean, you talking about Sean Porter, Thurman, Boots, Virgil, Ugas, the Mean Machines, shit. I mean, the Jamal James fighters, fighters like that. They have no shot at a Arrow or a Crawford or even Sean Porter and Thurman are not trying to give up their name that they earn right now. When in reality, you're a professional fighter and you haven't fought in a year or so, and you don't have any meaningful fights. You're picking fighters that you can automatically beat and taking a $500,000 paycheck or $1 million paycheck and running with it and just sitting on your ass. When in reality, politics, which we just talked about in the boxing game, got you there because somebody navigated your career for you and put you there when it's plenty of good fighters in the world that deserve a shot at it. You know, if you take your L, you take your L. But that whole navigating you through to keep your O, I don't think that's fair to fighters that possibly should have a chance. But you got a fighter that's getting all the credentials swung his way because they're saying, hey, he's undefeated and he's been built up to be this fighter. When in reality, if he had fought the other fighters, he might not be undefeated.
I agree with that whole format, man. I've always liked that world boxing, super series or those tournament styles. I mean, and like you said, it's not reinventing the wheel. We come up in the amateurs, the Olympics, whatever, and we fight in the tournament style. And then all of a sudden we get to the pros. And right now, I could give you guys my record. We could attend the WBA or the WBC convention. And as long as we pay the annual fee, you say, look, I'm a promoter. You know what I'm saying? We could say Tank can be the promoter. Eli, you be the guy that's putting up, that's got the venue. And if I come up with the money and say Santos and me are standing here and Santos has the money, the $7,000 annually or however much to get paid, and I got a better record than him, but I don't have the money, then guess who gets ranked? It's not me. It's Santos. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they do this annually. It's an annual thing that they get from these guys.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that some of the better guys that's out here don't have it. You know what I'm saying? And if I got to find a way to do it, then now I got to go in debt. And so who do I go to? Well, I go to those snakes that Reggie was talking about. You know what I'm saying? They kind of, oh yeah, man, $7,000, I got you, bro. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
All you got to do is sell your soul to me for a couple years.
Yeah.
Exactly. I got it. We paid and we shook hands. That's a binding contract. All of a sudden, these hood dudes become real good lawyers when it comes to stuff like that, bro. You know, they know the law all of a sudden. It's like, come on, bro, you've been on the corner all your life. How you know the law all of a sudden? And they're right, they got it. You see what I'm saying? But you know that tournament style, you know, because in any other sport, you play and you go through your tournament and you come through at the end. But in boxing, it can be like almost like you said, Wild Wild West. If I know you and it's like, bro, I need, man, you know, well, I ain't doing nothing in the next couple of weeks. Let me go on and give you a fight. And here I'm a nobody and I get this fight with somebody. You see what I'm saying? It's just not right, man. And so, you know, I agree with that tournament. I've always said, you know, because I realize you got to make room and see, and that's part of it too, because you got so right now the scenario that we was talking about, like I think somebody mentioned, say Andre Ward decides to come back for Canelo or whatever. Okay, now Andre Ward is not in anybody's rankings, but you best believe that if he decides to come back, watch him get ranked. Is that fair to guys who have been fighting their way up?
Thank you,
well,
bro.
No, it's not. Even though Ward is a champion, he's a legend and this, that, and other. But look, I've worked my way into the number one spot, and I deserve my shot now. But you know what? I'll get knocked down. They'll give me an interim belt or give me a gold belt and still charge me while this guy gets his shot. You see what I'm saying?
Or they'll just take him as a voluntary.
Yeah, or maybe they'll take me down from being a super champion, make me the regular champion, because the bigger fight is Ward against Canelo or Spence against Pacquiao. They have the rules in. If you read their charter and their rankings and their rules, it's set up and it sounds good. But then they turn around and break their own rules. They make them up as they go.
That whole research, that whole champion in recess, it says either you fight the regular champion or you fight a fighter of our choice, just so they have that back pocket rule. So this right here, right now, is nothing against their rules if they take it and give it back to Pacquiao, because Ugas has not fought. And therefore, if they say we're putting the belt on the line for this, the champion in recess, when he comes back, has the opportunity to fight somebody. It does not say that he has to fight the regular champion. It's the regular champion or somebody of our choice.
That's facts. And okay, and not to even get into a word thing or word game, but what's the definition of interim? What does that mean? What should it mean?
Interim usually means like champion in recess, like coach in recess. Like when a coach goes out, interim coach is just the coach holding that spot until you make a choice.
Exactly. So now when we talk about, and I'm not just picking on one body, but when we talk about the WBA, because the WBO proposed this too for the first time when they was trying to do this undisputed thing, it's like, well, we'll just let you fight for the interim. Well, by definition, interim means that I have this belt, or I'm the champion, or considered the champion, or fighting for the championship because the champion is unable to fight because he's hurt. But now they've created where you have 3 and 4 champions that are healthy, and then you give somebody an interim champion. And you think they give me that belt for free? No, I got to pay for it.
That's what
people have a problem with.
That's why when me and Tank talked this whole tournament thing out, we had talked this out pretty good. We were talking about like networks, like with it being all these networks, instead of all the network deals, the networks pay into the tournaments to host it, to televise the tournament events. And if it's like a lottery style pick where like each network pays 1.5 million into the tournament for the first round. So if each network pays that, then you have 1 fight 3, 2 fight 4, 3 fight 5 fight 6, whatever. And once the lottery picks come down, you take whatever lottery pick you have. So if you got 1 versus 3, you have this big of a fight, no matter what it is. It's for 1.5 million. And the sanctioning body makes the split. 1 versus 3 winner gets this much. This winner gets this much in the first round. This winner gets this much in the first round. But that keeps the networks from having to come up with so much money because it's actually a pool, and it also keeps the fighters making a standard amount of money instead of having to negotiate all that negotiate all that money. You know what the pot's going to be built up into when you get ready to enter into this tournament. So that keeps everything at a standardized level playing field. And then when you go into these championship fights, it's like, oh, now you got this standard amount plus pay-per-view, because everybody that got to the championship fights, they work to get to these championship fights. So even if it's 4 belts and you have championship fights going on, or you have undisputed fights going on, the pay-per-view fights are worth it for fans. And then plus the fighters already have a guaranteed amount set and stage, but it's been put in by multiple networks into a pool.
I'm with that 100%, man. I remember hearing that. I've always felt like you take the divisions that we have now, and I'm not saying this applies everywhere, but let's just say the divisions that we have now, if we took the top 8 fighters, 1 versus 8, or however you want to do it, but it may break down 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, 3, 6, 4, 5, and you keep moving on. Each stage that you go to, you get more money. And like Errol was saying, that's about 2 to 3 fights. That's about 3 fights a year if you fight. Now, every division, if they did that, imagine what kind of cards we would have. And the fighters can just fight and build up the fights. And promoters can actually work for the fighters, because now you got to sell the network that, hey, I can promote this fight. I can get the venue. I can do this. And like you said, more networks get involved, more eyes get on the sport, because one of the main reasons – people, well, how do we improve boxing? What's hurting boxing? The structure of boxing hurts boxing most of the time. People can't understand it. It's just like for instance, I'll give you a perfect example. One of the most highest profile sports as far as money in the world, and only rich countries have these, is polo, where they play on the horses, right? But if you try to understand the rules of polo, you'll probably have a brain aneurysm, bro. It's just ridiculous, right? Yeah. And so therefore, it's not really many people that get involved in it. You see what I'm saying? But the more simple, it's simple. Soccer, American football, basketball. At the end, we know who's the champion. We crown a champion. But for some reason, it's just. But like you say, that makes sense. That makes so much sense. You take out all this shadiness, and you can fight multiple tournaments where, up-and-comers are coming up, and they're advancing from being a prospect to now I'm getting into where I'm starting to get into contender status. And there's multiple tournaments going on as we build our way up in each division. And it'll be, it'll be a good thing, and fighters can just go out and fight. They don't have to worry about being businessmen and fighters at the same time. And I got to move the right way. And like you say, I'm ducking this guy, but I'm not ducking this guy. No, it's done.
You see young fighters like Shakur and Haney right now. You're saying fighters like that in the first round of tournaments would be making $1.5 million because they are that good as young fighters, and they may be ranked on the back end of it, or Ennis, they may be ranked on the back end of it, but you're getting a $1.5 million contract, a contract fight. You come in the second round, you're getting a $3 million. You come in the third round, you're getting a $6 million. And when you actually get to that championship fight, well, guess what? A championship fight, winner takes this much, loser takes this much. I mean, shit. The fighters are actually getting a chance to earn their worth for fighting, instead of fighting their ass off and getting to a point where it's a stalemate between, oh, do you want to fight me?
And banking on one big fight. Oh, if I can just land this one guy, if she'll fight me, if I can get her into the ring, if I can get him to the ring, and this will build up to a big fight because we have amateur history. No, just get in the tournament and get it done, and then fight who you fight, and then that will generate all the interest you need. And for all of those people who all these years, and including myself, who says that the old doesn't matter as much as y'all make it out to be, right? Because there are fighters who are not undefeated that are still top-notch fighters, and the public, the general public, still like to watch them perform. Nonito Donaire is getting his second win in his career right now, and he's not undefeated. But people want to see him fight Inoue again, or possibly Regan Diao again. You know what I mean? So look at guys like Vasil Lomachenko. People still want to see. Well, let's see Lomachenko after he fights Nakatani. Or actually, people want to see him fight Nakatani. But after that, if he can win, they still want to see. Well, what if he can get a rematch with Teofimo? What if he can get a? What if we can finally get a fight with Lomachenko versus Haney, or Lomachenko versus Javante Davis? These things are still in effect, whether they have an O or not. And so this tournament will get people back into that mindset. I'd look at Pacquiao and Errol Spence. You know what I'm saying? This will get people back in the mindset of believing the stuff that they say, because I truly believe it when I say the O don't matter, right? I believe that because I just gave us several examples of guys who don't have an O that are still in the mix. Jermell Charlo to be one of them, right? Jalen Hurd got a fight coming up. Tony Harrison is still in the mix. Right?
J-Rock.
I can go on and on. So, excuse me, Deontay Wilder is about to get his rematch. So we can go on and on and on. Anthony Joshua, right? Andrew Ruiz has got put back on the map. So we can go on and on with this, but a lot of people say that the O don't matter, but they don't believe that it matters. They only say it because it was a motto that people gave to Floyd Mayweather when Floyd was like, well, I want my legacy to be that I got Olympic style drug testing in the sport. He wanted that to be his legacy, but people wanted his legacy to be that he was undefeated. When that was just the thing that he would just step back and say that he was undefeated because these guys kept saying, well, this guy beat you, this style will beat you. And he'd be like, well, I fought all these guys, and every time y'all tell me to fight a guy, I beat him, and so I fought X amount of guys, and I got X amount of wins. You know, this many have tried, and this many have failed. So they started focusing on that instead of focusing on the fact that he was saying more people pay to see me than they pay to see the exciting fighters that y'all say that y'all want to see, right? Y'all say that y'all want to see these knockout artists, but they didn't pay to see the knockout artists the way they want to see me lose or the way they want to see me fight. They didn't pay. They didn't pay to see these guys the way they wanted to pay to see me, right? And they miss all these things that Floyd was trying to say. And then they just narrow it down to, well, yeah, he just like money. Well, he says the money shit because y'all ask him stupid ass questions. What if Logan Paul knocks you down? Well, shit, I cashed $50 million check. That's what it. You know, my mama still loves me. What else, stupid?
Hey,
what other dumb questions you got for me?
A great fight that you just breezed by real fast that would go good on that Spence versus Pacquiao card is Nonito Donaire versus Regan Diao. That fight will go good on that car on the undercard.
Yeah. But see, but you know, it's a good point. It's a good point Tank just made. And I'm gonna mention something. Like for instance, and that idea you guys was talking about. Now, and I mentioned this guy because he's in the Hall of Fame. He was in the barbershop. Remember we had Freddie Pendleton in the barbershop, right? Freddie Pendleton had almost 80 fights in his career. Yet what is he doing now? Isn't he living on somebody else's or with somebody else and stuff like that? Now imagine if he had gone through a couple of tournaments with $1 million purses and stuff like that. Would the guy be in the same situation? Or when we talk about the undefeated stuff, you know, people made it up to matter. But let me ask you guys, if you guys follow football, who do you think is the greatest football team of all time? Greatest season? I mean, this team should beat everybody else. Because there was an undefeated team, but most people I talk to that follow football don't say that team is the greatest of all time.
Yeah, I don't think that Dolphins team was the greatest of all time, but I think that the team that got losses on the way was the greatest. You know what I'm saying? I'm partial to California, so I would say either one of the Joe Montana 49er teams or even the Steve Young team that was that beat the Chargers in the Super Bowl was a great team when they had Dion, Ken Norton, Merton, all them guys on defense.
Yeah,
Dana Stubblefield, Brian Young, and then on offense they had the Jerry Rice, Steve Young. You know, at the time, Steve Young
John Taylor
was a prototype like what Michael Vick could do eventually, right? You had
Right.
you had the Warren Moons who came into the NFL late, and the Cunninghams, you know what I'm saying, of the world. But Steve Young was the more popular of the two or whatnot. And you still have Ricky Waters and William Floyd. So to me, that would be one of them. But they weren't undefeated like the that Dolphins team was.
That's my
So
point.
people
That
got to
old
let
does
that
not
old go.
matter. That old doesn't matter because at the end of the day, who do most people acknowledge as the greatest boxer of all time? They'll put it as Ali. They'll put it as Sugar Ray Robinson. If you look at
Right,
it, they got losses on their record. But it's
Yep.
what you
right,
do with it. Because honestly, it's almost a mark of to really show that you're a real champion. And most times, you talk about it being a microcosm or applying to life. You don't go through life undefeated, right? You take some losses, but what shows that you're a real man is that you get back up and you keep going, right? And you
Yep.
learn from it.
Yep.
Okay,
and that's
so
why I got. Ooh, my
it's
bad.
safe to say that certain champions, real champions, you know what I'm saying? That loss, they erase that loss by what they do after. So like you say, the idea of you gotta save that and stuff like that. Man, most people don't believe that, and honestly, most of these guys they don't go through the amateurs undefeated. Most of them lose fight, you know. So it. I'm just saying I agree with that
I,
point
I,
that old doesn't necessarily mean as much as people because the guy I just mentioned, Pennington got almost 30 losses and he's in the Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? So no, it doesn't matter.
I want to segue off of that into the pound for pound list right now. We talking about those having O's and those not having O's, like Jamel Charlo, like Josh Taylor, Errol Spence. How do you all feel about Josh Taylor being ranked now over Errol Spence and Jamel Charlo?
I personally, the only pound for pound list that first of all, excuse me, the only mythical pound for pound list that I go by is Champ Side. I don't acknowledge those other lists by BoxRec, ESPN, Top Rank, or Top was it Ring Magazine. I don't acknowledge those as being a legitimate pound for pound ranking system. I go by Champ Side. So he's been on Champ Sides already.
Yeah.
Champ Side released his first one January 3rd of 2021. So that's the only one I actually give credence to. I'm of the
It
few
was the
people.
most. It was the most unbiased one.
Yeah, and he explained exactly each and every position that he had on there, and he's going to change it by the year. He's not going to just change it every time a fight happens. And I come from the era of when the Soul Train Music Awards was the biggest thing in my household anyway, right? I can't speak of what was going on in Wyoming and Idaho and people who watched the Grammys. The Grammys didn't mean nothing to me. The Soul Train Music Award was the award that you had to win because that's
Hmm.
the award that Quincy Jones, Michael Jackson, Stevie Wonder was winning, and they were the best at their craft to me, right? And so I say that to say this: the the WBC Trainer of the Year does not hold more weight to me than the Trill Boxing Trainer of the Year. You understand what I'm saying? The ESPN pound for pound ranking does not hold more weight for me than the champ side pound for pound ranking. You understand what I'm saying? So on his ranking, champ side got Jamel number 2, and he got Josh Taylor number 7. And so I feel like that's where it's supposed to be. These other guys can do whatever they want to do with their list because that's their stuff. So uh I don't care if they put Butterbean as number 1 over all the black fighters. That's their list. They can do what they want to do with it. I don't. That's my. I literally don't care what they do with their list. If they put Josh Taylor as number 1, or say he's the greatest, or take Lomachenko's 2 losses and put him to 0. I don't care what they do. I'm done thinking about them. They don't have. They don't have no weight in my house.
Exactly. What
I'm with
now
Tank
you
on
just
that, bro. I'm with Tank on that. For me, I'm with you with the Soul Train Music Awards and the Source. If you got five, bro, if you got 5 mics in the Source, that was a good album most of the time.
yeah.
You
That
know what
was
I'm saying?
it. That was it. I don't need to be no Grammy.
But
Uh-uh.
but this is my thing. I don't do pound for pound. All right. And I don't subscribe to most people's pound for pound list. And I'll tell you one of the reasons why. I feel like pound for pound lists and most people is a way for them to push a certain narrative for their certain fighters. It's become a waste of time. It's become like, well, this is my favorite fighters, not who I think are the best. And
That's
also,
exactly what it is.
many pound for pound lists don't include heavyweights. And I'm sorry, but to me, if we're really talking about pound for pound, if you got a guy like Deontay Wilder who can come in weighing 219 and another guy can come in weighing 270 pounds and he knocks that guy out, isn't that the definition of pound for pound? When I'm outweighed by 40 or 50 pounds versus guys who are, it's only 4 or 5 pounds or 7 pounds between weight classes. In my opinion, there's too many weight classes to be saying that somebody's pound for pound when I can eat a bowl of grapes and drink water and be in another weight class all of a sudden. You know what I'm saying? So I don't subscribe to pound for pound because of all of that. You know what I'm saying? I just know good fighters when I see them, and take care of your division. That's how I roll with it.
Big facts, bro, and that's why I call it. That's why I corrected myself and said mythical because it's 100%
Mhm.
subjective. There's
Yep.
no objectivity in it. It's just a matter of what you think, and if you can defend the position that you put the fighters in, and have a great reasoning as to why you did so, that you put him there. That's why I say I'll rock with Champside because he did it, and it was a lot of thought went into it. It was not a racial bias. He got multiple champions. He got unified champions. He got only one guy that didn't have a championship, and that's only because he vacated it in Shakur Stevenson. So, for me, I don't subscribe to the quote unquote mythical pound for pound list either. But in order to answer the question, I had to put it out there that if there was one that I do subscribe to, you know what I'm saying? It would be one that was created by us and the best one that I saw created by us. And that could stand up to the ones that are out there, the way it looks, the way it was presented, and the way it was thoughtfully laid out is the one that Champside did.
Santos, you still there? I thought I heard you a
Yeah,
minute ago.
yeah, I'm still here. I've been on mute off and on, messing with these loads. But yeah, I agree
Oh,
with Tank and Rob was saying, man, about this pound for pound. This is a bunch of bull crap. Um, whoever they think should get the money, get the recognition, that's who they want to uplift, especially if it's their fighter. So yeah, I agree.
Rob, you said something there where you say you know a good fighter when you see a good fighter. To all of you guys right now, who passes the eye test for you guys right now? As the young fighters, the young up and coming, even the young up and coming champs and everything, who passed the eye test for you right now? Haven't necessarily been in the great fights,
When we talking,
but
when we
they
talking
just
age wise, like
no, not just age
25
wise,
and
the
under.
fighters that just haven't been in the great fights yet, but they passed the eye test for you. Whether they're young or whether they're into their career, even like somebody like Bud, they still qualify. Bud passes the eye test. He
Oh,
hasn't been
okay.
in the great fights yet, but he passed the eye test. You know,
Yeah, I think they all do. You know what I'm saying? I think Bud for me, um, I just like the way he moves. You know what I'm saying? In terms of uh, the dude is a family guy. Like if I follow his Instagram, right? And I only see him hanging around his family and his friends and his circle. I don't see uh, no knock on anybody else. I'm just saying what I like, right? You got to understand. I'm coming from my favorite fighter being Andre Ward, right? Or the way he moves, right? All I see is Terrence Crawford chilling with his peoples. You know what I mean? Having fun. He he chilling on the sticks, like he'll be on the sticks playing Call of Duty instead of being at the strip club throwing away money. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that he don't do that. He probably do, but that's not what he's posting. You know what I'm saying? He's on the range like Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder is chilling. If he's not training, you know what I'm saying? He's out there shooting. He's out there lounging. He's chilling with his family. You know what I'm saying? These are the things that I personally like. So those are the ones that I would say pass the eye test And if I want to go with the young up and coming guys who don't have the spotlight or who's on the verge of getting the spotlight, then I go into my Javante Davis, Devin Haney's, uh, Shakur Stevenson's, um, those young guys like that, whether it's Jerron Ennis. Um, you know, I respect Virgil Ortiz. I'm not a hater of Virgil Ortiz by any means. I like it when the fighters are fighters from when they were kids and they're up and coming and he's doing all the things that he's supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? I don't see him out here being disrespectful to people for the most part. I don't think I can even really point out one thing that I've seen him say that I was like, that's disrespectful. He's supposed to want to get his name out and get his shine and get his position paved out the same way that Jerron Ennis does. You know what I mean? Um, I just like Jerron Ennis as a boxer better, but that's just me. But I don't hate on Virgil. You know what I'm saying? That's a young kid. Go get your money, young fella. You're doing all the right things. Same thing with Mario Barrios. You know what I'm saying? I've been a fan of his, and since he started working with Virgil Hunter, and he comes across as a guy. He's just a young, tenacious fighter, doing what he's supposed to do from his end. He's not out there getting ahead of himself or like I was a huge fan of Teofimo Lopez um, um, before he became champion, and started feeding to some of the narratives that people say about him instead of telling people like, hey, you know, um, I still got a ways to go, or I'm still working on my. Wait till you see me next year. You know what I mean? I would have liked to see that, but that's just me. I don't have no problem because some people will say that about some of my fighters that I like. You know what I'm saying? Like, why doesn't Deontay Wilder tell his fan base to chill out? Well, the fan base got a right to say what they like. You know what I mean? So I guess that's the same thing. I guess you can say with Teofimo. I just think that he was at one point in time. I just held him in this whole. I put Teofimo up there with Devin Haney, Javante Davis, and Ryan Garcia because I felt that at one particular time they all wanted to fight each other. But then as time has gone on, it doesn't seem like each and every one. It seems like some of them want to fight each other, but not all of them do, right? Um, I heard Javante Davis saying he wants these guys, and then all of a sudden he stopped saying it because his quote unquote team has decided we know what we're doing. We'll put you in the positions that way that will turn you into a star. So now he says, well, yeah, I'll just fight anybody. But I remember when Javante was like, yeah, I'll fight these guys. I don't care. I'll fight whoever. I feel like I believe in my skills. Give me Lomachenko. I remember seeing a interview with Floyd Mayweather where he said him and Javante almost had a falling out because Javante kept bugging him about giving him the Lomachenko fight years ago, and Floyd was like had to tell him no, not yet. You know what I mean? I want to move you into a position to where by the time you face Lomachenko, it's a big money fight for you. He's Russian because he's not Russian because he's Ukrainian. But he's Russian because he's moving up in age, right? But you don't let anybody else dictate to you what you do. So like those are the guys that pass the eye test for me. You know what I mean? Gerard, I'm sorry, Gerard. I'm calling him Gerard. Jared Anderson, who's an up and coming young heavyweight who all eyes should be watching on because he is working on his talent and getting better and better. I think I just saw him at the gym recently too. He's training. So there's a lot of guys that are out there that are talented. Whether it's Jahai Tucker, uh, uh, Ray Savage, you know what I'm saying? We can go on and on and on. Y'all know I love my boy Charles Lolo Harris. But that's when we start to get into the guys that have less than 10 fights. So I'm kind of trying to put something together to where we can, the way I want to talk about that one of these days. Who are my favorite or who got next kind of list of best fighters with less than 10 fights. But I
Most
like that
definitely.
question though because there's a lot of guys that pass that eye test for me,
Most definitely.
as you can see, because
Robert.
I rambled on for about 30 minutes.
Yeah. Robert, what you think? Robert Brown, you on mute? I I'll give a few of mine. I don't know if Rob had to step off for a minute, but for me, Cool Boy Chef, he's getting ready to come up into the unification with Brandon Figueroa. He
Yeah. I
he
don't know how I
he
forgot
yeah,
Stephanie.
he's one of those guys. A lean down there with him in that same division is one of those guys that I'm looking at. That I think after that in the future, that's gonna be a real hot fight. Hopefully, Cool Boy Steph gets a chance to actually go for undisputed against the two belt holder down there. I forget his name, Akhmovalev or
Yeah, I know
something.
what you're talking about.
Yeah, hopefully Cool Boy Steph unifies with Figueroa and then gets to go for undisputed with that, and then Aleem will get his shot at Cool Boy Stephen. Hopefully we get a good classic fight out of that. But Lubin, people forget about Lubin. He had that one
And
loss,
Lubin,
but he has fought his way back into contention in pretty good fashion. And if he gets past Rosario and outboxes Rosario in good fashion and gets a good win, I want to put him as one of those guys that's in the future that's gonna be a problem.
yep.
To me, Lubin is just he's gutted it out. He took his loss. He went back to the drawing board, did what he had to do, and he been fighting. He been fighting it out. So he's one of those guys. Of course, we have the regular guys that are Shakur's on everybody's list. Chris Colbert. He's one of those guys that's an in between right now. We're waiting to see
Prime
him fight
time.
the competition level. What'd you say,
Talking about
Tank?
Lil B Hop. You talking about prime time or Lil B Hop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn, I
Um,
forgot him. I forgot Gary Antoine Russell. I forgot Gary Russell. Yeah, all them
yeah.
dudes. Yeah, there's so many boxes, bro.
Gary Russell to me, he's just a champion. He's going through the business right now, and I hate to see him go through the business, but I honestly believe Gary Russell is already established as a champion. He's not Hall of Famer, but he's just a flat out anybody in that division. I think Gary Russell gives him hell. I would love to see him fight Leo Santa Cruz. I would love to see him fight Navarrete. Those are classic fights that need to be fought. You know, that Navarrete versus Leo versus Russell versus Navarrete. That's
After
three fights
Valdez,
in that division. Just great fight. Valdez, great fights that are there for the taking. But
I got one.
that go ahead.
Shakur Stevenson versus Gary Russell Jr.
It's there. It's there.
Woo! At 130? What?
It's there.
You talk about
Those are
you talk
big.
about a high level chess match.
Those are huge fights, man, and they're there. And by the eye test, you can already see them. Like those are huge fights, but boxing is not giving them to. Is not giving them to us. Even at 154 right now, I'm looking to see Julian J. Rock come back in great fashion. You know, I'm looking to see J Rock come back in great fashion. I don't understand what all was going on in his camp, and it's not for me to understand. But J Rock is one of those guys. He's been knocked out, yeah, and he's caught the bad end of the stick. But I think he's a guy that's gonna come back and give some people hell. You know, I think he's gonna come back and give some people hell. He got caught with some nice shots that he just got outboxed. It wasn't his night. But I think if he's focused, he comes back and gives people hell because he has a very good boxing game when he's at the top of his game. You know, but it's that group of guys that they just passed the eye test. You just waiting to see what happens. Centos,
Yeah, yeah. I think. Hold on. That's that truck. I think. I like Cooper Steph. I like. Uh, I like the I like now which fighters are we selecting from?
Any fighter.
Okay, I like Devin Haney.
Mm-hmm.
I still like Teofimo.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Tank. Um, I like let's see. I like Antoine Russell, but I watched that fight yesterday because I fell asleep on it over the weekend. Watched it closely. He did a hell of a job opposed to what the old boy did against Santiago, but he missed a lot of shots. A lot of shots. So I gotta see him. I gotta see him in action a couple more times before I can put a stamp on him.
Mm-hmm.
He's strong, but he gotta be more accurate. Somebody
He's
gonna catch
aggressive.
him. Like,
He's aggressive.
yeah, very aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
But then I gotta go with. Of course, I like Ennis. I like Ortiz too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like. Let's see, I'm missing some people. Well, I like in the lighter weight. I like what's his name? Inoue.
Yep.
Like Inoue. And Josh Taylor kind of won me over in his fight, but I think he's good for his weight division. But I still don't think he's the best at his weight division. Maybe it may be an oxymoron for me to say that, but it's just what I believe. I think he's got the goods, but he's not the best.
Yeah.
And but I like him. And let's see the upper weights. Still like even though Andrade didn't look so good in his last fight, I think it was a matter of being out of ring for a while. I still like still like him as a fighter. He passed my eye test. I guess so. He got a belt, huh?
Well, no, that doesn't necessarily mean that because they have a bill code.
Right.
It's
Right. That's
yeah.
true. Okay. I don't feel so bad now. I just want to share my categories. My picks were coming up.
He hasn't
Right
been
way.
in a big fight yet. You good?
Let me see.
Yeah, Demetrius Andre should top my list because he's
Yeah,
my
I like,
favorite, and he's my favorite active boxer. So that's a great one that I forgot too.
and even though he's a butthole, I still like Jamel,
Yeah.
and I like Jamal too, but I don't see him see that 160 weight division because Andre is willing to fight any and everybody in that weight division, but Charlo and Triple G are not willing to fight anyone and everyone.
You still need
And
the big
that's
fight
the problem.
coming.
Right.
Right.
So,
Right.
let's see. Man, I'm missing something. Oh, Jared Anderson. I like him so far. I didn't like his comment he made about Deontay Wilder, but I like his fight. And I like Coffee. The former Navy guy, I think, a Marine guy, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I like him. And let's see who else we got out there. Man, I'm missing some up and coming people.
Something about Frank Sanchez.
Yeah.
I like
Frank
Sanchez. He's good. He's good, but I like to see him against those two cats, the two cats that I just named. I like to see how he do against them, or just see how they do against him, rather.
You know what? Those are the fights we were talking about. That those three right there probably are the fights that need to be made for that tier of fighters to see who moves on to like the Joe Joyces at this point. Those are the fights probably.
Throw F.A. and Jogba in there too.
Yep.
Young up and coming heavyweight. I like all those
better
guys.
in his last fight. He looked better in his last fight.
Yeah, I like all those guys. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, like you said, some guys say things because they're like, well, damn, my career ain't moving. Well, look, I'm gonna say this because I know this is a hot topic, and if I say it this way, I'm gonna get the attention. We never know what's in somebody's mind, right? Yeah, or if they believe all that shit they say. Because how many times guys say shit, they get out there and then on TV you see them hugging and shaking hands, and then you be like, oh, I thought they had real heat with each other, and they be like, I just said what I said to get noticed because boxing is a sport to where you gotta you got to make your money for yourself. You know what I mean? And I had to get
Right.
my name out there, so I talking my shit so I can land the fight. And then afterwards, they become good friends like the Rocky Balboa and Apollo Creed and shit.
Yeah.
Let
Idols
me ask
become rivals, then rivals become back idols again and shit.
you, one guy that none of us named that has a big fight coming up, Caleb Plant.
Well, I was gonna
No,
say Caleb,
I
but
don't like him.
I didn't want y'all. I didn't want y'all to kill my
I don't.
homeboy. So that's why I didn't mention. But yeah, I like Caleb. You know, I like Caleb.
I don't vibe. I don't. That just he's not. He
Man,
purposely left off my list, but that's just me.
Why Tank
don't
on
slip.
Caleb Plant?
Don't slip on Caleb, man. I'm telling you.
As far as what?
I'm
I
just
know.
saying,
He's a good.
why don't you vibe with Caleb Plant?
But I'm saying don't flip on him. As far as what? That's what
I said don't slip
don't
on
sleep
him.
on.
I said the guy got skills, man. He he, he,
Yeah,
he can he can take a punch. So far, I ain't seen him hit by Canelo, but he can take a punch so far. But
Yeah.
My bad, fellas. I had to
I think
step
he's a
back
good
for a
fighter.
minute. Yeah,
What you say,
I had to
Rob?
jump away. I had to jump away for a minute, man. I could hear you in my ear, but I couldn't
Okay.
get to it. So is this like our just fighters that pass our eye test, kind of? That's
Yeah.
what we're saying. Okay.
Mhm.
yeah.
So pretty much
I'll answer that
everything,
question. I'll talk about Caleb in a second. But go ahead, Rob.
pretty much everything that you guys was mentioning. I like all three of the Russell boys, man. They and I like Aleem, I like Fulton, Colbert. Of course, I like Ennis and Spence and Crawford at 147. I like Shakur. Um, I I
There it
like
is.
J
That's the
Rock,
one I was
man. I
missing.
like some of
Shakur.
the technique J Rock uses. Especially when he was. It's something he does when he's in the clinch when he hits you with that shoulder and then comes around. I love that technique, man. And of course, I like I you know despite what he said in his mouth and stuff like that. Because I don't watch boxers to actually agree with their viewpoints all the time. I like Charlo. Josh Taylor's good. Another guy that's up and coming that of course, there's T.O. I still like T.O. Haney, um, Tank, of course, and Anderson at heavyweight. Uh, in addition to Wilder and all them guys, I also like Frank Martin, man. To me, he passes that dude is coming, in my opinion, man. He's at what is that, 130, 135. But watching him fight, man, he's a good fighter, man. I like him too. Um, as far as somebody that's like really, really up and coming. And then of course I like at the lower weight classes, I still like Donaire. I never go against Donaire. Um, and Andre, I think he gets a little bit of a bad rap sometimes with the business side of things and stuff like that. But I also feel like it's also a reason why these guys don't want to fight him. If you beat him, you're not going to look good against him. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Although, if you did beat him and if you managed to knock him out, I'm sure your stock would go ridiculously high. You know what I'm saying? But he's just one of those difficult guys that's going to be hard to beat. Um, and I really can't. When I watch him in the ring, I can get behind some of what I see from Canelo. I just certain things I just can't forgive. So I'm not really a fan of his, but I can't deny that the guy does have some talent, and he's picked up some stuff along the way. I don't think he's as great as they say he is, but he's a solid fighter. So those are just some of mine. But one guy I'm really keeping my eye on and really looking for is Frank Martin.
Yeah, I was Frank Martin was one of those ones I was thinking about too. He interviewed great in the barbershop. I like the way he came across like like a real fighter, and like he respected the business too. I saw where he was asked about Haney, where he was like, yeah, he loved those fights in the future, but he understands where he is right now in his own career. Where he was asked about some of the top fights, and he just understands where he is right now in his career. He has his shot coming up, at one of the belts, but he's understanding of what's going on around him, because right now the belts are being held up with Teofimo and Devin Haney, and then there's those who's that got one like Rowley has one right now, the WBA regular belt. So I like the way he interviewed and the way he thought, and he damn sure had a great performance here not too long ago. And I see Derek James is high on him too. When he was talking about him, when him and Jamel were on the phone about him, and he asked, "You see Frank? Yeah, Frank looking good." So yeah. But Tank, back to this Caleb Plant.
Yeah, yeah, I see the skills, but it's like I see skills in um it's to me it's like the same way I see the skills in like Saul Alvarez and um Alexander Usyk and Vasil Lomachenko and all these guys even to a lesser extent Billy Joe Saunders, he has some skills, but I don't see him separate himself from those guys yet. Um, just from my eye test, he has skills, but he has. I don't know how he's gonna adjust with moving forward because it seems like he has some kind of hand problems, and I know how certain fighters respond when they have um injuries that looks like they'll be having to deal with moving forward in their career, and they usually adjust. And so my jury is out. I got to see him adjust to that. You know what I mean? As he gets into bigger fights. So yeah, that just my jury is out. He just another one of those guys to me that are like the guys that I named before that see the way we fight and fights in that similar style. And he'll be able to capitalize on that if he can uh, do it for the long run and have the stamina and discipline to stick with his style in a fight and be able to be versatile and adjust from round to round because all those skills look good, but sometimes you got to be able to go into a fight and get those skills are not what you're going to be able to use to win a fight. Maybe you have to go dog it out uh, like Stephen Fulton did against Leo, or um, Andre Ward did when he hurt his hand against uh, oh man, I'm forgetting the name of the Super Six tournament who we saw in the finals. Uh, why am I forgetting this dude's
Crotch.
name? Carl
Crotch.
Froch. Carl Froch, right? So so Sakio Bika. These fights are the fights that to me that tells me more about you than just the skill itself. Because sometimes like Floyd Mayweather had all the skills in the world, but there were certain fights where he had to just dog it out against a Miguel Cotto or a Marcos Maidana or Chop Chop Corley, and I still have yet to see that from Caleb Plant in terms of on the lower level because these other guys, like before Floyd, Andre, excuse me, before Andre Ward got to call Froch, he had to get into a knockdown, drag out fight against Sakio Bika before that. You know what I mean? And show that if his skills are not something that he's going to have to be able to use, he's going to have to be able to adjust. And so adjusting from round to round, or sometimes the great ones are able to adjust within the round. To me, that matters as well. And I haven't seen that from Caleb for me yet, where he's adjusting from round to round yet. And he damn sure I don't see him adjusting in round. You know what I mean?
Well, Benavidez is gonna be fighting this Takazi, however you say his name, the guy that Caleb won the belt from. He's gonna be fighting him pretty soon. And like to see how that matchup is gonna go. I don't doubt that Benavidez beats the guy, but I just want to the win, how it looks comparable to Caleb's win. That's what I'm waiting to see.
Yeah, I think it'd be different because the way they fight. You know what I'm saying? Their styles are totally different. Benavidez got way more pop. He's a
He
way.
does.
I think he's a better.
He
I
should
think
not.
he has.
Benavidez should knock him out. I think his power is greater than Caleb. I do personally feel that way. But I know Caleb hurt the guy a couple times, so we'll just see how it go down. But even though I feel that David Benavidez has more power than Caleb, that doesn't put me in a fearful situation for him and Caleb to fight. And I know Caleb wants that fight, but not right now. He wants it later. They both want that fight. They don't like each other.
You think so?
Oh
you
yeah,
think
they
Caleb
do.
want to fight Benavidez?
Man, Caleb called him out first about 4 or 5 years ago. It's on video. He called him out first. He was standing right next to him. Well, first he caught him coming down some steps and asked him about the fight. Then later on, they were standing at another fight show. They were standing next to each other, and Caleb was being interviewed by somebody. He said, "Yeah, I want just like he wants to fight me, and I want to fight him. Hey, David, don't you want to fight me?" Yeah, he said, "And I want to fight him." You know, Caleb started all that. I'm telling you, he started it all.
Why do you think now moving forward that when they have the opportunity to fight each other or go in different routes in terms of the fights that they had, their last fights that they went other direction? Do you think it's because they're both eyeing for a bigger fight than each other?
Well, I'll tell you this. The history that I know about those two wanting to fight each other. The Fred and Blue Blood were together. Got a fight. And they saw Benavidez's manager, promote whatever he is. What's the guy's name? The Hispanic guy. He has a lot of Hispanic fighters, like Argentinians and some more. But anyway, I forget the guy's name. But they stepped to him and asked him about that particular fight, Caleb and Benavidez. And he told Fred, "Yeah, that would be a good fight, but it's a good fight regardless." He said, "But it's not going to bring the money in now that it can bring later."
Who said that?
Stopped the fight. Caleb came back and the guy over Benavidez, the one that makes his fights. And then Caleb came back in a video himself, and he said, "See, your guy, or whatever." He didn't say your guy. He said whatever that guy's position is. Your man or whatever he is to you. He's the one who won't let you fight. He won't let us fight right now. He's poking fun at Benavidez. And this is all documented. And then now the recent situation of them not fighting, you know, your boy lost his belt on the scale, and Caleb's trying to secure this Canelo fight. He don't want anything to get in the way of that, and I can't blame him for that. But I know who started the beef, though. I know that for sure. It's all documented, video.
Yeah, but I don't doubt that at all. But I mean, that's like me saying I have. I remember I posted a video last year of Jermell Charlo saying that he wanted Benavidez, but in recent times when it comes down to
that was this year. That was this year.
Was it 2021 or 2020? Into 2020? I gotta check.
I thought it was this year.
Timestamp.
Hold
on, I'll just go to my channel. I'll just go to my channel.
I could be wrong.
I got it right here.
Yeah, he changed up. But see, he changed up real quick on what he was saying. He called Benavidez out, and then he reneged on it. But that ain't what Caleb was doing. Caleb's not reneging on it.
Right now, you know, right now they had an opportunity to, you know.
No, you don't take no Benavidez fight that ain't gonna make you over $2 or $3 million over a Canelo fight. You don't do that. You go. It's still a business at the end of the day. You go get that 7, 8, 10 million, whatever you're trying to get, win, lose, or draw. Then you circle back on Benavidez whenever you can. I don't blame him. I would bypass that too. Because what is he gonna gain outside of recognition fighting Benavidez right now? He can gain some fighting Canelo right now. He can't gain anything fighting Benavidez. Benavidez doesn't have a belt right now.
Do you think that drives up the price though that you can make against Canelo? You think?
Does it? Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily, because he doesn't have a belt for one thing, and Canelo is not trying to fight Benavidez. It makes him more marketable, true enough. But the thing is, uh, Caleb's pushing for 10 million, and from what I'm hearing, the so-called certain suits that handle business as far as making fights happen, they're saying that he's not out of range for what he's trying to get. I've heard a couple people say they didn't agree with what he was asking for, but I've heard some like Lou DiBella. He said he can get that, and someone else. What was the other guy? There was another guy that said that that thought the numbers were in line for 10 million. Because that, I mean, still Canelo's still gonna get a bunch of money regardless. So I don't blame fans because they looking at the popularity. They're looking at the popularity of Caleb Plant here in the States versus the one that got his face broke against Canelo recently. You know, he got 8 million. What was that? Billy Joe.
Mm-hmm.
So they saying the business makes sense for the 10 million.
We'll see.
All right, what you got, Tank?
I feel you. I feel you on Plant. I mean, you know, with Plant, I've watched him fight.
I know it's a hard
mean,
sell.
I think he's a good fighter, but I'm just not overly impressed. I mean, if he beats Canelo, I might be a little more impressed, but I'm just not. Especially when, you know, he was like, well, and I understand the business where somebody's saying, well, no, I got a Canelo fight, but I'm kind of tired of these guys just like waiting on one person instead of making their own way, you know, and saying, well, when he said, well, I fought 2 times a year, I mean, that's good enough and stuff like that. It's like, nah, man, if you can make 10 million now fighting Canelo, maybe you could make 15 if you took out Danny Jacobs and Charlo and whoever else. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be the B side. I want to be A side. You know what I'm saying? But I get it. I mean, you know.
But you got to remember, Charlo's not in his division right now. Charlo's not in his division right now, and he's not planning to go to 6 to 8. Then you got to look at Benavidez doesn't have a belt, and what if he get in there and do fight Benavidez and he loses? The Charlo situation, I mean, the Canelo situation is over with. So why not go to right? He got rid of all his mandatory so he can have this Canelo fight.
Yeah, well, it's the date. I'm looking at it right now. I published this video April 25th of 2020.
Yeah, I thought it was recent. You remember he was running his mouth and then he changed his mind about what he was saying. He talking about vaccines and all that bull crap.
Yeah, that was recent. That's what I'm saying. That's why I want to know what did you think about what was Caleb saying now about it versus where he started out with, because Jamal started to talk about Benavidez, but recently that's not the case. You know, he started talking about I'm going to move up to fight him. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get the okay from Anthony Burrell and all that.
I don't feel that Charlo is a punk. I don't feel that at all, and I don't think it's a straight duck. I think he's doing a business. I think he spoke too soon. I think he really believed what he said originally, and I think he spoke too soon. And I think now somebody's gotten in there to let him know about the business of what he's trying to do, and before he talk about pushing forward with that situation. So, but at the same time, I don't see him making a whole lot of noise in his own weight division because he's not willing to fight Andre. He's not going to get a Triple G fight. So, you know, he probably the biggest fight he can make right now, money-wise, without a belt, and not going up in his weight division, because Benavidez said he'll come down and meet him at 164. It is the Benavidez fight because of the call out. I know Benavidez want him.
Yeah, I don't even think he should go to 164. I don't even think they should do it at 164. Just do it at 168. You know what I mean? If I was Benavidez, when they asked him that, I mean, I'm just saying me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not being Benavidez. You know, I'm just saying I know how I am. And if somebody tell me, Tank, I'm gonna meet you, or you talking to somebody else, and you like, well, I'm gonna go up there and do this, and I'm gonna bring it to the rec shop at this, and
Right.
I won't. Why are you asking if I'm going down? He said he's gonna come up here. So the question
Right.
is, if he comes up here, will I take the challenge? And the answer is yes. You know what I'm saying? I would have kept it like that. Forget all the. Well, would you meet him halfway? No, he didn't say he wanted to meet me halfway. He said he wants to come up to 168 and beat me.
Right.
That's what he
I
said.
don't.
Now,
I don't disagree
now,
with
based off what
you
he
about
said,
that.
then he got to make sure he can do what he do. He got to make sure that he can do what he said. You know what I mean?
Right.
Other than that, there ain't no conversation to be had.
Right.
That's
I
just
agree.
how
I
I
think.
am. You know what I'm saying?
I agree
I
with
think if you
that.
call
If
if
you
you
gonna
call
come in
somebody
my
out,
house and beat
yeah,
me,
you got right.
Yeah, you
Right.
got
I
to be
agree
able to come to my
100%.
house and get
if you
past
gonna come
all
to
the
my house
defenses.
and beat
Yeah.
me, if you gonna come to my house to beat me, and then you can't come and stand outside and say, "Hey, come meet me in the street." Nah,
Yeah, I'm
and
Right.
not
I feel
inviting
like
you in
this,
the house. I'm not
and the way I
inviting you in the
look at
house.
it, like this too. You said you can beat him at super middleweight. Okay, last I checked, anything over 160 pounds is a super middleweight. So if I'm bad, if I'm that bad, bro, 8 pounds ain't gonna make that much of a difference. If I know I can
No.
beat you. So
Man,
if
he
you
walking
saying
around.
you
He
can
probably
come
walking
weigh
around
whatever you
180.
want to. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
come weigh whatever you want to, but as long as I weigh 160 and a half pounds, I'm a super middleweight. I'm no longer, because I'm over the limit for a middleweight. So I
Right.
mean, the weight divisions are there, and guys are, oh man, I gotta weigh. You don't have to weigh. If you feel good at 164, fight at 164. It don't matter what the other guy fighting at. So, but you can't
I'm
open your
fighting at
mouth to call
168.
out a guy. You can't open your mouth to call out a guy and then back up and say. And my thing is, if you say, well, that's not my division. Okay, that's fine. But there was also a lot of other stuff with the age and the shot, and maybe he's talking funny or whatever. I don't know, but no, man. And then you can't do that and then turn around and fight who you're fighting. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and my thing is, I'm coming in at 168. He said he want to fight at 168. He said that. I didn't say that. He didn't say super
Right.
middleweight. He said 168. But he's yelled out the numbers.
Yeah.
So I'm going to weigh in at a minimum of 168. If he want to come in at 164, that's on him. But
Right. Right.
I'm going to be at 168. I'm going to weigh in at 168, not 168.1. And if he still wants to fight me and he says he can beat me, he's going to have to be able to prove that. I am not going to invite him into my house. If he says he's going to be able to come into my house and take me out, he's going to have to be able to come into my house and take me out. I'm not going to leave the door unlocked for him. I'm not going to leave the back window
Right.
open. I'm not going to lower my defenses
I agree.
and not have the guns loaded. I'm coming. You got to be able to do what you said you can do. That's how I am. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say I'm not
Right.
speaking as David Benavidez. I'm saying if it was Tank, that's
Right.
just how my mindset is.
No, but you're
You
right.
ain't gonna be able to tell me all this shit on the internet. I'll
guys,
fuck you
you
up.
guys
I'm
are
not gonna say, well, this
100%
is my
spot on.
address. Meet me here.
Yeah.
Meet me here, nigga. I'll see you at the
I'm gonna
da da
say,
da
come
da.
get it.
Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah,
not.
come get it.
I'm just gonna say, no. I'm just gonna say, okay, well, look, if you can figure out where I am, you got to be able to do what you're gonna say. I'm not gonna invite you, so you can be like, well, you said come get some. I'm just gonna say you got to be able to do what you say. At the end of the day, I'm not gonna invite you. I advise. As a matter of fact, I advise against you come up to 168 because there's killers up here.
Right.
That's how, I probably would have been an asshole like that. No, I advise you stay over there at 160 and take care of business over there. I advise you not to come up here because if you do, it's killers up here.
I
I
told him,
advise you not
hey,
to come to my house.
Hey, Tank, that's real life shit right there.
You
Hey,
feel me?
I advise you not to
yeah,
because shit, it
Yeah, you don't
might
want
go
to fight
where
me.
you don't want it to go. It might not go your
Exactly.
way. You would say you want it to be one way, but it's the other
But it's
way.
the other way. Shout out to
yeah, but
Marlo Hampton.
I'm gonna tell,
They
I'm
say
gonna
your
tell him
arms
like this
too
here.
short to box with
Hey,
God, huh?
come on over here and get these eggs are just coming out. These eggs are just coming out of the skillet. Come on over here and get them.
What you say?
Yeah,
Thank you. Your
I
arms
got a
too
nice
short
little
to box
breakfast
with
for you.
God, right?
Yeah,
I
all
got
too short to
that
box of
breakfast
God.
for you.
Yeah, you can't eat at my house, nigga. You better not even eat out. You better not even eat up my trash. Get your ass shot. Rumbling around in this motherfucking dog. You can't nothing. No, I'll accept the challenge. Shit, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to invite you to this motherfucker. You know what I mean? He said 168. I didn't say nothing. I wasn't even thinking about dude. I'm trying to go. I'm too busy trying to stay off the cocaine and trying to make weight, stay out of partying.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm worried about me.
Right.
You asking me about this guy and will I go down to 164? No, I ain't going down. You tell him he got to be able to do what he said he gonna do. How about that? Get that message back to him.
Yeah.
But now
fellas.
now a year later, it's a whole different story. And again, like you said, I'm not saying that he's ducking or none of that other stuff. I'm just saying it's inconsistent with the original message.
Right. He went gangster.
Whatever you want to draw from that is what you want to draw from that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You could say that he has. Well, maybe on second thought, I can. I think I've been told by Al Heyman that I could probably get a Triple G fight. He's been talking to Eddie Hearn behind the scenes, and just like the Manny Pacquiao versus Errol Spence fight came out of nowhere because it was being taken care of behind the scenes. This fight is coming up, so I ain't really worried about David Benavidez right now. It could be something like that, and I'm fine with that.
Right.
Just like you said, it could be Caleb Plant is focused on getting that Saul Alvarez fight. Then that's fine. But you know what I'm saying? I was just asking just to because I haven't heard Caleb respond to the fight before Benavidez had his last fight when he was like his dad said that we reached out to him and said, look, you do away with your fight against Truax and I'll do away with our fight that we got coming up. And then instead of you fighting Truax, you can fight David Benavidez. And like you said, if that risk is too heavy,
I remember that.
then that's what it is. But I like Roy Jones' stance. Roy Jones is like, you say you the king of the mountain. Well, then where's that, homeboy? Forget all the bullshit. Remember when people forget about this, but I know y'all brothers, y'all astute on this. When Manny Pacquiao was first talking that Mayweather shit, he said, we can give Juan Manuel Marquez X amount of dollars to step aside, and he can be the next fighter. I can come out of this 2-year retirement, and Manny Pacquiao could be my opponent. See, they forget that part.
Yeah.
When Floyd said that, huh?
Mm-hmm. Floyd tried to make that fight happen so many times, man. To me, it's casuals and people that want to steer the narrative a certain way that speak against Mayweather on that fight, man. We all peers know who tried to make that fight happen. I mean, I remember when he offered to put 20. He guaranteed him 40 million because he had never made that much money. He's gonna give him 20 up front, the other 20 after the fight. But Pacquiao, him and his team realized that this was gonna be a much bigger fight, a lot of back end money. They said, "Nah, you can make more getting some of that back end." They don't educate. So Floyd, when he saw him down at the Miami game, pulled him to the side, chopped it up with him when they went to the room, and they made the deal happen. Because Bob wasn't trying to make nothing happen. Bob is he's a preventer. I think Bob didn't want to see Mayweather get that kind of shine or get that kind of money. He was trying to get that 100 million. That's what I believe.
Yeah, he's a hater. That's what it is.
Yeah,
he's a hater
straight up
of the people who get over on him, and the people that get his hands out of their pockets.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's why when they ask Mikey Garcia, "Hey, Mikey, you didn't get a fight with us?" He's like, "Well, I don't know. That's gonna be a hard thing to try to sell Bob Arum on because he don't want to make no money with me, and I ain't too interested in putting no more money in his pocket."
I'm glad we brought this up, man.
He cost me 2 years of my career.
Yeah, I'm glad we brought up Bob and his failing dealings with his fighters. I wanted to ask you guys this earlier. Do you guys feel that it's promoters malpractice, if there's such a thing, what he's doing to Terrence Crawford? Because I feel he's breaching a contract, man, because he's devaluing this guy with all his negative talk of his own fighter who he's supposed to be in business with to make money and who he's supposed to make fights for. And he's definitely blowing these fights for. He's on record saying he killed the Manny Pacquiao fight initially. And then he's not on record saying he killed it this time, but then when the fight gets blown, then he go out talking negative about Terrence again. Let alone before the Pacquiao mentioned to fight Terrence this second time, he talked negative about Terrence, about he could have bought some mansions in Beverly Hills with the money he's lost on him, and I can't make money on him, I can't do it, all this sort of kind of. Isn't that a breach of contract or a promoter malfunction? A malpractice. Something can't be right legally about that, in my opinion. And I feel
No,
like Terrence ought to be able to get out of that contract, man, just on the verbiage that he's been spewing online in the media.
I would say that I know the narrative, the easy narrative, and the ongoing narrative, especially I'm just gonna talk about our people, right? I was talking about
Right.
quote unquote black folks, right? You know,
Right.
is that well he did it to himself. I don't feel sorry for him. He had a chance to get out of that, and he could have signed with the PBC. Like I know that's the narrative. I get it. I'm not even. I'm just going to acknowledge that I'm aware of that narrative, and I get it. It's not about feeling sorry for Terrence Crawford, right? Um, uh, to answer your question, I don't know what the verbiage of the contract is. You see what I'm saying? If your manager uh, put into the contract that you can't talk against me, or if they didn't put that in the contract, you're not in breach of contract because that was never discussed. You see what I'm saying? I don't know
Right.
if it's not discussed. If it's not discussed that I can't devalue you to the public, then it's not a breach of contract. It's just bad
I
business
don't know
and
if you got to have
disgusting
that in
pieces of shit.
writing, though. I don't
But
know if you
you said
necessarily have
breach
to
of
have that in
contract.
writing.
But you said breach of. I think breach of contract. You have to show that it's
That's
in the
different.
contract. That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
but yeah,
Breach
that's
of,
true. But I like a malpractice, though, like a doctor. I don't think a doctor, necessarily has in writing that if I cut your heart out instead of your kidney, you can sue me. I think he go in there and do the wrong thing. That's malpractice. You can sue him. I don't know if
yeah,
that's
but
necessarily right because they do a lot of protecting of medical staff, doctors. But you can still get a malpractice suit on them, and I don't know if that's such a thing, but it sounds like malpractice to me to be devaluing a guy who you
like
are in
sabotage.
business with.
Like you're
Yeah,
sabotaging me.
exactly.
You're
Yeah,
sabotaging me in the market, in the marketplace.
trying to kill his career, man.
Yeah, you sabotage me in the marketplace, right?
Yeah,
So, but see, he has done that before, and so fighters have like he came out and said, "Well, Floyd doesn't make any money. Floyd doesn't generate enough money for him to be asking
right.
me to put his face on the side of the MGM ground like Britney Spears. Who does he think he is? He's not gonna ever be able to draw money like Britney Spears. That's why Britney Spears is on the side of the building. That's not something that Floyd would do. Uh, it's the same thing with Crawford, right? He devalued Floyd the same way he devalued Mikey Garcia, the same way he's
Yeah,
devaluing Terrence Crawford. And I think that if
yeah.
it's not written in the contract, that's one thing about breach of contract. But in terms of like the malpractice and you just devaluing me, I don't know how that works in boxing because it seems like a repeat um, uh, weapon that Bob Arum has used over the years. You see what I'm saying? And I think that if something could have been done, it would have been done
Well,
at
maybe
least
he can get him.
in front. Otherwise, we'll see him do what we have seen other fighters do, and that's handle it outside of boxing. You know what I mean?
I got a
Uh,
feeling. Well, he's already
I don't.
starving Terrence, first of all. But I got a feeling
No,
Terrence
I don't think he's
was looking at
starving
what
them
he did with
because,
how long it took Mikey.
but I
Yeah,
don't
he's
know if he's
starving.
starving
I
them
mean,
because
just because he don't make
Terrence
some
ain't
money
complaining about
here
money.
on his last fight.
But Terrence ain't
No, I
complaining
ain't,
about money.
but what I'm saying is,
You know what I'm saying?
but
He
if
wants
but if
fights.
but if you impede on if you impede or put a hurdle up so I can't make the next fight to which is how I earn my living. That's kill keep you from earning more money. I know he just fought Kell Brook a few months back, late last year, but he should have fought at least already, or have a fight coming up at least. I mean, he doesn't have anything on the books at all.
How long
So
ago was it when
I
he
think
came into the barber shop and was like, we'll be announcing Terrence Crawford fight in the next week, by the end of the week. That was like
that
months
was
ago, right?
a couple months ago,
So like I know what you
April,
mean.
March or April.
I know what you mean because it's like each fight brings you a certain curse, but some fighters have in their contract, um, I'm gonna get X amount of dollars per fight. You know, not everybody has the Al Heyman business model getting money on back ends and getting percentages of pay-per-views and all these different things when it comes to their contract. Some guys just have a straightforward contract. Listen, every
That's him.
time I
That's what
perform
he
for
got.
you, give me $10 million and I'm good with
Right.
that. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, but
if in
he
the
didn't
contract
make
he
the.
says, if in the contract he says, however, on my last uh 3 fights of the end of the deal, I get to pick my opponent, and you have to make that happen. And then if that person agrees, and then Bob and his team and Top Rank is signing on the dotted line saying, yes, we'll get you these 3 fights in your last 3 fights, and they don't get them, then he can be held in breach of contract, I think. You know what I'm saying? Because like when Floyd signed that Showtime deal, Pacquiao, Saul Alvarez were a part of that 6 fight deal. He had to fight eventually Saul Alvarez and Manny Pacquiao. However, it was going to get done. Anything else you can do. But we need you to. We think that those 2 fights would generate a substantial amount of money, and they did. Those are the 2 fights that broke records at the gate and and pay-per-views, right? Or in the top of pay-per-views. So it's got to be something like that. But outside of that, I personally don't follow the narrative of he must sign with the PBC. I don't think so because you know there's
You
no
don't have to.
guarantee. Yeah, there's no
Sign with
guarantee that you're gonna get
whoever.
these fights with that you want. As people have continuously pointed out, there are people that have been in the PBC that haven't fought each other at your weight class. That people we still want to see them fight. So, although we've seen many of them fight each other, you know what I mean. To be fair, um, some of the ones that we always wanted to see will never happen because one or the other fighter uh, uh, has made the decisions not to fight. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's Keith Thurman refusing to fight Errol or now Errol refusing to fight Keith Thurman. You know what I mean? But they're both PBC guys. So, that's always a thing that's out there. But I think that the best bet is to get with somebody that is going to give you the room to do what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's
absolutely.
the zone or
I think it's where he might end up
PBC,
at with Eddie
Showtime.
Hearn in the zone.
Yeah, Showtime. I mean, I would personally be trying to see who's going to get me the fight. You know what I mean? Like if I'm sitting down with MTK Global, I'm gonna say MTK Global. What can you do within your power realistically, and show me the proof that you've been able to do something in this realm to get me the fights that I want. I want to fight. Who did he say? He gave a list. He said I want to fight Pacquiao, Errol Spence, Keith Thurman, and I think he said Danny Garcia or something like that, right? I'm just throwing out 4 names that I've heard Terrence Crawford say, right?
Yeah.
What can you do? What kind of relationship do you have with the people who work with these people in fights that you have made in the past that went through smoothly, dealing with the people who represent the 4 fighters that I want to fight? If whoever I go to, whether it's MTK, Matchroom, Dazian, PBC, Showtime, whoever you go to, that's what I will be talking about because I'm in the mindset of look, my last promoter, that's what I asked for, and they couldn't get me these 4 fights, and these are the 4 fights that I want. And if you can't get me what I want, then you're no better than they were. So I don't need you, just like I don't need them. You know what I'm saying? I'll present it like that.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you're gonna be in a horrible, horrible situation, and it doesn't matter who breaches what contract because at this point in your career, and this is why I say I have 100% complete understanding of how when people say I don't feel sorry for him because you are Terrence Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying? No matter how you slice it and how you dice it, you don't want to be in charge of the business of boxing, but it is your business to deal with.
Right. Yep.
You know
It's
how
just an
exactly he fell
ugly
out?
situation.
He said defamation of character or character assassination. You know, defamation of character. You know, that could be one. Um, Caleb doesn't want to fight at all. Yeah, it depends on the you know. He can be like, well, the character assassination, but then he has to prove, well, I didn't talk about his character. I just said that he doesn't want to sell the fight. In my Bob Aaron voice, he won't do interviews. He won't sell the fight. It's your job to sell the fight. It's his job to fight. It's his job to be prepared. And so, you know, just because all these other
Exactly.
guys are
That's
doing it
why
for
he hired a
themselves,
promoter.
don't mean he has to do it. That's why he has a promoter. Otherwise, you should
Exactly.
give him that money back that he paid you to make the fight.
Yeah. All right, drop my water.
You know what I'm saying? Sitting out here, you know, these guys
Right.
sit out here and talk about all the other fighters. I'm not just talking about Bob Arum. I'm talking about Dazian too. Dazian got Ryan Garcia on there fighting for a mandatory versus Devin Haney, and they sitting up there talking about how great a fight would be between Devin Haney and Javante Davis. I'm sitting here like, what are y'all talking about?
Mm-hmm.
You got Saul Alvarez sitting right here, and you got Gennady Golovkin sitting right here, and you have Demetrius Andre sitting right here, and you're talking about Demetrius Andre. A great fight with Demetrius Andre would be Jamal Charlo. We don't know why Jamal Charlo. Why are you talking about Jamal Charlo when y'all got Gennady Golovkin and Saul Alvarez right there? Dazian,
Right.
Demetrius Andre, and Jamal Charlo. You know how many times I've said, every time I've seen that, I was like, what are y'all talking about Jamal Charlo for? You already know the situation with Jamal Charlo and Demetrius Andre. You already know that one is with
Yeah.
Showtime and PBC and Fox, and the other one is with y'all. And with y'all, you got two other champions at that time that will fight him, that say that they want to fight him. Sal Alvarez just got on the podium after he fought Danny Jacobs, and he said out of his own mouth, I want all four titles at middleweight. And he had three of the four. That means what? The only one left is Demetrius Andre's title. What are y'all talking about other fighters for? That ain't even on your platform. Like that's the issue that
Yeah.
I have with boxing. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. You want to talk about Javante Davis and Ryan Garcia because y'all feel like it's gonna be more money for you if you can get a guy who like Javante Davis who is putting asses in seats in not just one city, not just one state. He go to New York
Right.
and get people to come to his fights. He go to Atlanta, he get people to come to his fights. He go to Baltimore, Maryland, he get people to come to his fights. He come to California, he get people to come to his fights. And y'all looking at it like that instead of saying, "Hey, we got Devin Haney right here, and he's in the mix." I
Right.
remember watching Devin Haney versus Yuriorkis Gamboa, and at the end of that fight, so now do you think he'll be a fight that where Lomachenko or Ryan Garcia would be interested in fighting him? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so, guys. Like what? Why are you guys not talking up your talent? The fuck he signed over there for?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I think he went in with good faith and thinking that they've done good business before, so they go in for a double or triple dose of it, not knowing that it. He probably was made promises verbally up front that he will get the big fights, and I think he spoke on that before, that he would get the big fights and will make it happen. He become uh, uh, undisputed champion and all this kind of thing. It didn't happen.
Yeah, but bro, that's not what I'm saying though. You're 10 million% right. And I agree with you because I heard him say the same thing. And even after this last fight, Bill Haney has still said that the business has been good. But what they're talking about is the money has been right. We agree with
Right.
that, right? They're talking about they said they was gonna get us this money for that, and they was gonna just try to get these undisputed fights and try to get and make the offers to the right fighters, but they can't make them get into the ring and fight. They can't do it. What are you gonna do?
Right.
But the
Right.
money that they said they was gonna give Devin Haney Promotions, the power that they said they was gonna give Devin Haney Promotions, the leverage that they said they was going to give Devin Haney Promotions, and the autonomy to move as my own promotional company. They have delivered on that 1,000 fold, right? That's one thing. My thing is this: on the flip side of that, on the Dazian Network boxing commentary programming, Akim Barak, Chris Mannix, these guys, they're the ones that's the issue. Why am I here if every time that I'm here and I'm fighting and the money is right, don't get me wrong, but the guys that are supposed to be talking me up are constantly talking me down. Get them online. I'm on your team. We all on the same team. You don't hear ESPN talking shit about Vasyl Lomachenko and Terrence Crawford. Bob Arum might, because remember Bob Arum said the same thing about Lomachenko. He said Loma doesn't do interviews. Terrence Crawford doesn't do interviews. But ESPN won't talk shit about him. The network, the people who talk about the boxing, they're not talking. They won't dare say that Errol Spence is better than Terrence Crawford. You see what I'm saying? They won't dare say that Gervonta Davis or Devin Haney is better than Teofimo Lopez. Now maybe now they might change because the purse bid and went to Triller and all that kind of stuff. But but you know what I'm talking about. The networks do their job. They play their position.
Yeah.
The commentators is out of pocket. Nobody's saying nothing. They just letting them go on and on and on. Like ain't nobody said, "Hey yo, Akim Barak." Every time Devin Haney is in the building and Ryan Garcia is in the building, why don't y'all have them on the same panel? Why is y'all have Ryan Garcia up here? He is not a world champion on the Dazian network, but he is the mandatory for the champion, and the champion is in the building too. Please put them two on the panel. If y'all don't have a panel, please at least throw out the invite, and then on the air, whoever doesn't accept the invite, you say, well, we invited Devin Haney to come, but he wouldn't join us. We invited Ryan Garcia to come, but he wouldn't join us. But here we are, we have Devin Haney. But here we are, we have Ryan Garcia. That's how you do it.
I missed part of what you guys were saying. I lost sound there, but I caught the last little bit. Something you mentioned. I just wonder if it may be a little bit of a mandate that's come down from the network because they don't completely, and I hate to use this term, but like own Devin Haney. And since they're in a co-promotional deal, and so because they don't have complete control over Devin Haney, they don't want to build him up just for him to have the freedom to go wherever he wants. Because I mean, he does have that. So I mean, I'm with you. The fact that you would sit there and ignore a fighter and boost up guys who aren't even champions and talk about guys who are not even on your platform as champions. But here you got a world champion that's there, that's won awards like Knockout of the Year that people forget about and other stuff like that. Yeah, that's the main reason why so-called mainstream media is in the position that real boxing fans know that most of the time they're pushing agendas and narratives. But I mean, what else can we expect? Because, like I said before, when you look even in the records or the rankings and in the sanctioning body rules, they have stuff in there about, well, if the networks can come together and make a deal, they don't strip that titleist for that. They just say, well, we'll just go to the next available. And, I mean, when would the network have anything to say with what you're doing as a sanctioning body? But they do. You know what I'm saying? But you're right, though. That just, it does baffle me a little bit how they don't promote the champion that they actually have, but talk about others and those who don't even have those.
Exactly. And you would think that it would be in their favor. Let's say, like you said, which was a brilliant point. We can't really fully control him. This is a business venture. Well, guess what? Y'all the one that signed up for the business venture. So do your part. Wouldn't it be better for business if y'all had the in-house fight between the mandatory and the champion and you promoted it? Maybe if you promote it, maybe if you show them in the ring together, showed them on the panel together, sitting in regular clothes together, talking about the possibility of a fight, talking about their amateur history, you know, letting them break down uh, what a fight between them would look like. Talking about, hey man, he's quick, but he ain't as quick as y'all say. I was able to counter him. I was able to deal with the speed. Oh well, I was able to deal with speed, but I was able to time him. Oh, you know what? He's powerful, but I felt his power. It wasn't that much. If you had that on the program, wouldn't you maximize your possibility for maximizing your dollar? So even if
Yes.
that's the case, which is a great point, you still can parlay it or finesse it to where it benefits you. And
And
it seems
plus,
like it's weird
if
that
I show
nobody
you
is
the biggest
making a do
fights,
it.
if I show you the
Say that
biggest
again.
fights and I build up the biggest fights for you on my network, then you'll never
Right.
leave me because we make good money
Right.
together. That'll be a relationship that lasts forever. So, it's almost like you cut off your nose and spite your face in a certain
That.
essence, but they're not thinking long term business. You know what I mean?
Yep. Cut off your nose and spite your face. That's what I was like. Well, it's funny because when Cinto was breaking it down, I was like, that sounds like cutting off your nose and spite. I was thinking that literally in my head, and then by the time I started talking, I forgot that I was going to say that. So it's crazy how things work because you said it exactly the way I was thinking it. It seems like they cutting off their nose to spite their face, and that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like you say, even in a
Man,
relationship, like if you're doing everything you're supposed to do, you giving her everything she's supposed to be getting, she ain't looking nowhere else. That's why I don't play into that. Oh, I stole this dude's girl. You ain't steal it if she wasn't looking. If she never seen you, you ain't take her from her.
right.
You know what I'm saying? And so the same thing with hating. It wouldn't even be no negotiation type deal. If you're doing what you're supposed to, then it's just like, man, we just send me over the stuff. We're gonna keep this thing going because although my guarantee may be 3.5 million, you got me a fight that made me 15 million. Why would I go anywhere else? You know what I'm saying?
Big facts. Ain't no need for me to go anywhere else. You're doing what you said you was going to be able to do, and so thank you.
Right.
We could have had about we
Man,
could
I
have had at least two
apologize,
or three
fellas.
fights. We could have had about two or
I got
three
sleeping
Haney
for a
versus
moment,
Garcia
fellas.
fights. You said what?
I was saying I apologize. I got sleeping for a moment, and I was thinking about this girl I saw yesterday who had a funeral, man, and I hadn't seen her in a long time. And I was just while I was asleep, I was wondering why she never did give me that thing, man. But it's okay. It's past tense now. I'm waking up now. It ain't have nothing to do, but
Yeah.
I missed a whole lot of what y'all said is what I'm getting at.
It's all good, bro. But yeah, RD was
The
just cooking
joys
on
of early
the
morning,
point.
bro. The joys of
Yeah,
early
yeah,
morning, working overnight. Your mind go all kind of places.
Yeah, yeah. That's exactly what happened to me too. Exactly what happened. Like, darn, I don't miss that. When you were talking, Rob, I heard you, but I didn't hear you. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, darn, when you got finished, I said, I don't miss the whole thing. But I was trying to wake up and, uh, yeah, she should have gave it to me though, man. I don't know what was the hold up back there. I don't even remember. Was I playing hard to get or what? I can't remember.
Maybe it was the wrong side of the street, Cinto.
Yeah,
She was
that's
with
what it
people.
was.
You was with
yeah,
PPC, and she was with the zone.
Wrong promotion.
yeah.
Wrong promotion, man.
What they said, the timing wasn't right. It's all about timing.
Right.
Salute
Yeah.
Had
to
to let
Ben
it marinate a
Israel.
little bit, man.
Shalom,
Had to make
shalom,
it bigger. You know
Ben
what I'm saying?
Israel in the chat. Shalom,
Yeah,
Akim. Shalom to Jay Dixon. I think Jay Dixon's in there too.
Yeah, she had to let it marinate a little bit. Santos,
Mm-hmm.
man, he had to build it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Man, she used to be finer than some guns. I mean, she older and picked up some weight now. She's not like obesely, uh, uh, what do you call it? It's not like she looks terrible, but she's not what she was. You know what I'm saying? But when I thought, when I was thinking earlier, a few minutes ago. I find she was. I'm like, why she ain't never giving that thing, man? Did I not try to get it hard enough, or what? What the deal is? But it's okay. It's okay.
So
I just
earlier when y'all
I
got
don't.
on Haney, was
I,
y'all saying that he's resigning, or what was y'all saying about him with the zone? Because I kind of missed, my audio went out a little bit earlier when y'all got on Haney. What was y'all saying about it?
Yeah, I don't know if he's gonna resign. I don't know if he's gonna resign yet. I wouldn't. Uh, I wouldn't be mad if he did. My whole thing is if the business is right, right? If they're getting the money, if the business is right, if I'm
yeah.
having the autonomy to be Devin Haney Promotions, right? Because there is no guarantee that if you go with Showtime and PBC that they want to do it their way. And yeah, you can have your little promotional company, but it's going to be a little lesser thing. We'll put your name on the ropes or something like that, but you're not going to have no real uh, uh, power in terms of being your own promotional company. We're not going to let you uh, go all over the place. Even though I keep telling people that Al Heyman uh, advised fighters have been allowed to fight on all these different networks and all these different platforms, depending on how their particular contract is set up, right? Because some people set up exclusive contracts so that they only fight on Fox, PBC, Showtime. But he's had fighters that that have been on PBC and Dazian, right? Like Andy Ruiz, he fought on both platforms. Danny Jacobs, he fought on both platforms. Mikey
Yeah. That.
Garcia, he fought on both platforms. So, but Al Heyman has shown that he doesn't pigeonhole his fighters.
Right.
But
Right.
and I think Arrow in the barbershop last night said that he's going to try to get two of his fighters on. So,
The Manny
and I
Pacquiao
think
card.
Devin Haney did the same thing on the Dazian card that he just had with
Yeah, he had it. It was his.
some of
It
his
was.
fight. Yeah. So
It
if you
had
can
some of
make
his fighters.
yeah, so if you can get stuff like that done, then you have wide options. But if you go to one of these people who have this old mentality of no, 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 no,
No
we're
good.
your promoter, you know what I mean? And we'll tell you what to do. You don't tell us, but I think Demetrius Andrade and Devin Haney has had a unique setup. And I'm not saying that they're the only fighters that have it, but Eddie Hearn has come out and publicly stated on the record that they have the opportunity to fight wherever they want to fight. Like Demetrius
Correct.
Andrade, they're going to give the opponent first. They give Dazian the first dibs on the putting on the distribution of a bout. But if they really want the smoke, Showtime, PBC, or Fox can offer a fight to be on their network, and Dazian will be glad to have the A team or Andre's team
Dog.
fight Jamal Charlo. You know what I'm saying? Devin Haney's that same way. Keep that autonomy. Don't go backwards is what we were saying. You know what I mean? Don't go
Right.
backwards. If you can't have the same autonomy as Devin Haney Promotions, then don't move. Don't be moving around and setting up new parameters and all this stuff, and you still sitting up here not getting the fights. Especially when you already know the money's been right. You mess around and go somewhere else, and they want to restructure your contract midway through.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think I was talking about Terrence Crawford in that same light. You know what I mean? He needs to make a decision. I'm not saying that he's gonna be with MTK Global. He could be out there just like what do they say when they have the free agency in basketball? Like yeah, let him take and wine and dine you. Some guys didn't go to I remember when Kobe Bryant was a free agent. They was like he didn't go to college So he didn't have this experience of being wined and dined, going on the recruiters trips. You know, in boxing, if they want to fly you out to Dubai, I heard Dubai is a nice place to go. You know what I'm saying, and visit. So, why not go hear what they got to say if they're gonna keep you up there for a week, pay for your hotel and your car, tell you where to go see the sites at. You know what I mean? But that don't mean you got to sign with them, or maybe you do. I don't know. But they got to prove. They would have to prove to me that they can get me what it is that I want, and I would be very, very specific on what it is that I want.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's definitely in a good position for what they're all saying. He can move around how he please.
Mike went out.
And,
You got a bad. You must be in a bad reception spot.
uh, probably whoever
Unless that's just me.
he pleases.
Can you hear him, RB?
It's probably me. I can hear y'all fine,
Oh, I
but
hear you now. I hear you now.
it's
So
yeah,
you sound like
I think I'm in a bad area.
you sound like you was cooking with that hot grease that was popping and shit. You was over here. Can't even hear you, dog, over the pop, 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 pop.
Pop, pop, pop.
That grease that be crackling on the skillet over there.
Yeah, I wouldn't say much. I was yeah,
Who was that? Jay Dixon said, "Isn't
popping, burning.
Jamel? Yeah, popping on your fucking skin and shit." Jamel isn't Jamel Herring with MT Clay Global? Is he? But hey, if he is, then that's a good. There you go. And that's probably a reason for Terrence Crawford to even go uh, see what they got to talk about. If Jamel Herring is a part of MTK Global and he has good things to say about him, you know what I'm saying? Because word of mouth is still the best way to for information to travel, right? If somebody whose opinion that you value say that, you know, well, Robert Brown knows boxing, Santos knows boxing, Jay Dixon knows boxing. You know what I'm saying? Reggie Owens knows boxing. You know what I mean? Then those are the people that you're gonna listen to if they come to you talking. Oh man, that ain't nothing. That ain't blah blah blah. Well, nah, that's not what Eli Zachary. Trust me, Eli Zachary, Ben Israel,
Oh,
they know what
boxing.
they talking about. They've been around it, so they know boxing. So I will listen to what they got to say about it. That word of mouth is better than how many likes you got, or how big your platform is, or how many chains you got around your neck. A lot of these boxers got cars. I said, oh, you see on Canelo's garage? Yeah, I remember when y'all was saying that Floyd Mayweather shouldn't be showing his
Yeah, every
cars.
time.
He's a show off. But now when Mikey Garcia show his
Okay.
cars off and Saul Alvarez show their cars off, y'all all into that car high performance and expensive cars now, huh? Ironic.
It must be for Rob because I never spoke on anything like that. Yes, I don't know. Um, but what subject with those two did you say? Man, I sound like a drunk. I sound like a drunk alcoholic right now. Slurring my words and everything, man.
Yeah, yeah. You sound
I
like you
got my
sleepy.
yeah. I am. My next stop coming up. I'll wake up then. Yeah, it's
That's
foggy as
all it
crap out
sounds.
here, man.
Oh yeah, and you got to be careful.
Yeah. Got four more stops. Got this one on the side. And I got another one on the other side. Then I got two on Tennessee side. Yeah, I made out what I said. Probably not.
No, I heard
Uh, uh,
How long do you drive
yeah.
before you get a rest? Before you take a rest?
Well, sometimes, if I'm super sleeping as early on my route, man, I just go ahead. When I get to one of my stops, I go ahead and take me about 10, 15 minutes, and I let y'all roll with my mic on volume. Then I'm good. And, get that little power nap in.
Yeah.
But this morning, it's a little different. Plus, I stayed up later yesterday than I should have. But I kept dozing off anyway, so I thought I was good.
Mm.
I did. If the fog is hurting me more than anything, because it's put me in that moment.
Yeah, bro.
I think
I know
my
exactly what you
eyes
mean.
think, yeah, it's real thick, and my eyes, it make my eyes think they should supposed to be closed right now.
Right. Can barely see shit.
All right.
That makes me think about that. I don't know why because I haven't seen no fog in the trailer of the movie, but the new movie I want to watch.
That's
Well, I
good.
gotta watch the first one. Is what's the movie called? A Quiet Place. You seen the trailer
A
to that?
Quiet Place. Yeah,
A Quiet Place.
I haven't, but I think I heard about it.
They got a sequel that's out,
Ooh.
part called The Quiet Place Part Two, and I started watching the first one because I saw, like on YouTube, I usually go to there's like a channel that have uh, Jay Dixon. Jay Dixon said, "Man, you better stop and get a Red Bull or something. You sound like you're about to fall asleep for real." Yeah, bro.
Hmm.
He said he almost to a stop, bro. So we're just gonna make sure that we put out that great old good old energy out there, so the brother can get to where he need to be at,
Yeah,
uh,
I'm
so he
pulling up
can
on it now.
rest his eyelids for a little
Got,
bit,
yeah, man. I got
or at
this
least get
stop
a
here, and then
second
I
in.
got one around the corner.
I was gonna say yeah. So there's a channel on YouTube that shows like it'll be like 15, depending on how many, but it'd be like 15 or 20 minutes of the latest movie trailers.
Hmm.
And so I usually watch that to see what's coming out in the year. And so I had earlier in the year I seen this trailer for a movie called A Quiet Place Part Two, and I was like, I ain't see A Quiet Place Part One. The hell?
Yeah, right, right.
And so I found it on my Fire Stick, and I was like, okay, let me watch A Quiet Place. And I started watching it, but I was like, I need to watch it while I was kind of like tired when I was trying to watch it. I was like, no, I need to watch this when I'm up and alert.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's one of those kind of movies because it's it's quiet, obviously, a quiet place, right? So
Yeah.
there's not a lot of sound in the movie in terms of dialogue because the whole purpose is you have to move around without making noise. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Because it looks like um, from the trailers that some kind of it looked like a monster movie, but I'm not sure if it's aliens yet because, like, again, I haven't watched it, so I don't know the plot. But it looks like
Sound familiar.
it's like aliens or something like that that's roaming around, and the way that they find you is through sound.
Sound. Yeah, I think I've heard. I think I've either seen a clip of it. I don't think I watched the whole movie, but I think my wife or somebody may have been watching it. And I just walked past it or something because it sounds so familiar.
Yeah, I gotta watch
Yeah. Yeah, man. Getting there. Hold on a
it.
second.
I'm gonna watch it this morning sometime. Stay
Got
started.
one. There you go. How you doing? All right. Okay, cool. Let's set this over here. Oh, you guys are short one too. It was short one yesterday and short one again today. You got a thing for a pickup? I don't, but I can pick it up. It's the one you brought me yesterday. Okay. Even swap notes one. Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right. You have a good one. All right. All right, Tank. Yeah, man.
Yes, sir. And I know that
I
helps,
got
dog.
enough.
You get around, you get to a stop, and you actually get to interact with people. Like you have no
Right,
choice but to wake up.
right, exactly. So I got to know around the corner, but no one be there. But okay, it's cool. But the thing is, it's still, give me the opportunity to get out of the truck,
Yeah.
For a minute, get back in, get the extremities active, and then I have to get on the road, drive about 20 minutes, and come to another stop, drop some stuff off, then going up the road to Tennessee. Finish my last two, which they're probably about 40 minutes apart from each other. But it'll take me about 30 or 40 minutes to get to the first one. So,
How far are you with Tennessee right now?
I'm probably about 45 minutes. No. Probably just shy of an hour, about 50 something minutes. But being I have to stop around the corner, it changes the dynamics a little bit. Yeah, it's probably, I can tell you exactly what the miles and time would be if I were to leave from here and go to Tennessee. Let's see, I'm in Muscle Shoals, Alabama right now.
No, okay.
And I got to go around the corner to what they call it Sheffield, but it's just to me it's all Muscle Shoals. They're right. I mean, it's just right next to each other. I mean, less than a mile. Well, it's from where I'm at right now. It's probably gonna take me 3 miles to get to what they call Sheffield or less. Let's see.
Yeah, I'll be tripping out when I went out there. When I went east, I think I went to. I think we landed in the. Damn, I forgot the airport already. Is it
I'm 54
BWI?
minutes away. If I'm going to my first stop in Tennessee, it's 54 minutes away. But getting to Tennessee's probably about 30 minutes, and then after I get on the Tennessee side, I got maybe another 24, 25 minutes to drive to get to my first stop. It's 44 miles from here, my first stop. Yeah. Yeah. They'll get through these traffic lights and all that stuff. And but see, when I go around the corner here, it's going to take me out it's probably going to put me in more about 51, 56 minutes, something like that. Because it changes the obstacles that I have to travel to get to the main highway to take me back to Tennessee.
Because I remember when I went over east, I went to DC, and I had to go to. I think we came into the Baltimore airport.
Baltimore.
And
BWI.
And then, BWI.
Yeah.
And then we went from. I think I had to drive. We drove to visit some family in Virginia. And so actually I stayed I think in somewhere in Baltimore at an aunt's house, then we went to DC for the my baby sister's graduation, and then we went to visit some family in Virginia, my uncle's house. And I remember driving, all those places, and I was like, man, this ain't nothing like California. Because we was driving from DC, and they was like, yeah, we'll be in Virginia in about an hour or something like that. And I was like, man, yeah, right. We can't do that in California. Our state's so big. I mean, it take us several hours just to go from Southern California to Northern California.
Yeah. Y'all got some riding to do. Texas is so wide, it take you a while in that one too.
Yeah, Texas too. I drove from here to Texas.
It's like that on the side I'm in, going from Georgia, where I'm at, part of Georgia I'm at, all the way down to the very tip of Florida. If I went north, I'd be in Canada by the time I reach, you know what I'm saying? It's like the same distance. I would have crossed like 7 or 8 states and gone into Canada by the time I reached the very tip of Florida, you know?
Oh, yeah.
It'd be crazy sometimes, especially when you got to drive over and around mountains and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's you know, that's
you could be 30 minutes from somewhere, but that mountain, 30 miles from somewhere, and that mountain.
That's what kills
too,
you.
You know?
That's what kills us in the East, man. With reception and all that stuff, you know, we gotta go through the mountains, man, and see these mountains out here are a little bit different than like out west. You got a lot of desert, and you got, you know, the mountains don't have a bunch of trees and all. It's not a bunch of forests, you know what I'm saying? But here in the East, man, it's forestry all through the East, man. So you don't get lost in them sun guns. It's only be hard for them to see you this time of year. Shoot, man, it's a pretty landscape sometimes, man. But you don't want nothing to happen, you know. Because I'm telling you, man, sometimes I'm riding around certain areas that I hadn't been into or I have been to. It looked good, you know, the landscape sometimes, but sometimes it's so much forestry, you can tell that no one's ever really been in the forestry in that particular section of land to clear it out or anything like that. Man, you know, ain't no telling how many bodies been hung and set on fire in them places, you know what I'm saying, or buried or whatever. I think about that all the time, man. I said, man, they got so many places that they can put bodies at, man. It's crazy. I'm like, sure, don't tell how many.
That's what scared me, man, coming from up north, bro. That scared me. My family, we moved from, we was in a concrete jungle, you know what I'm saying, Queens, and then we moved, like, going to Georgia, and, like, riding through and see nothing but all these trees. It's like, that ain't.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're supposed to be here, bro.
And don't tell how many of my ancestors done hung from trees and been set on
Space
fire,
and
been buried and all that.
you know?
Yeah, man. I think, and I'm from the South. I'm from Nashville, you know, but I still think about that stuff, man. It's real. It's just reality.
Yep.
Yeah, man. It's a trip.
Yeah, some spots down here, man. You go to prison and get locked down, bro, and they be like in the middle of a swamp, kind of. You know what I'm saying? They like, you know, if you can escape from here and still make it, then they don't even look for you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I've seen some spots like that. Yeah. So I've been man, down in Memphis area of Tennessee. They had opened up a new joint called Millington. It's a federal camp. It's on the Navy base. You know, where they had the prison camp at when they first opened it. It was all forestry, man. You know who cleared all that forestry out so they can see through them trees? Me and the fellas did.
Yeah.
Yeah, weed eaters like so. That first thing they put in my hand when I first got it, there was a weed eater. Yeah. I said, well, I might well get the party started. I said, I got 5 of them to do in 5 years. I said, might well get the party started. Wishing I didn't have to do it. I said, shoot, I can't sit around here and think I'm gonna sleep my time off. You know, now you gotta go and do what you gotta do. But yeah, man, it was crazy. I mean, you go down there now, you wouldn't even think it was ever any forestry in between those tree areas. It's so clear. But it was straight up forestry then. I said, this is how they cleared out a lot of the forestry in the past. They had people like me doing it. They weren't necessarily in prison. They, you know, probably just, you know, slaves or some indentured servants or something like that. Sharecroppers or something, you know, they probably just trick them into doing it or something. But man, it's a lot of untapped land in this southeast, man. Probably in the east, you know, like from maybe Virginia all the way down. I really haven't been in the states of Virginia or West Virginia, but I just assume it's still a lot of rural areas because of the mountain. The mountains kind of seclude some areas from being developed, like most areas can be developed. So you run into a lot of forestry here and there.
Then you got a lot of
lakes and all that stuff.
Virginia got a lot of stretches of stuff, man.
Yeah,
they got that whole Cumberland water gap area and all that stuff, man. And then it's like even here. So I'm more in like the Augusta area of Georgia, but like even further south, you got like there's some Muhammad farms down there where Elijah Muhammad bought all that land, and had that land that they could live off of down there. It's a lot of land, but it's hard to get land here, man. They ain't trying to sell it to you, Especially if they want to know what you're gonna do with it. You know what I'm saying? So you have to kind of maneuver around them and stuff.
Yeah, that's power, man. That is power, that land. Man, these dudes. Give me some returns. Yep, land is man, I was on the north side of Nashville yesterday. And I don't run around and explore like I used to because I stay busy. I try to stay busy, and you don't tend to want to drive where traffic's going to be when you drive for a living. So when you're on your off time. But anyway, I went on the north side. I used to kind of hang out there. It's in a predominantly black area. Man, you can see they taking that over too, man. And man, there's so many changes out there. They don't trick a lot of folks out of their property. Now, it look nice, but I know what's coming. It won't be ours anymore. You know what I'm saying? And it just doesn't. It didn't look the same, but you still see our faces running around there because they hadn't got it all yet. But it's coming. And I need to get some of it before they do. I wish I got
we had a guy down here that did that, man. Yeah, we had some families down here, some black families. They got real smart. It was real interesting. They had a lot of land, and of course, the people was after them to sell it. What they did is they went to like the power companies when they was like contracting, and getting the lumber to make the poles for the power poles, you know what I'm saying, to run the power lines, right?
Yeah.
And so what they did is they sold the lumber, the timber off the land. I mean, it was like immediately like part of the land they sold. There's like $100,000 check to be split between 2 or 3 family members, and then they turned around and separated the land and title deeded it off and did all this stuff. And they tied them guys up in so much legal trouble, man. They just left them alone. They ended up, holding some like 100-some acres, you know what I'm saying? And just, nope, I don't care what you offer me, I'm not selling it. I'll lease it to you for a certain amount of time.
Yeah,
you can work on my land, but I'm not giving it to you. And man, them folks were so mad, man. They set fires to the trees on the land and all that, but it just was what it was. They smart business folks, man. Yeah.
More educated than they wanted them to be. Yeah, I was hanging out in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, 2 years ago in 2019, and I had taken 8 months off from my business. My bank account was straight. I didn't need any money. I was good. Well, I ain't gonna say I didn't need any, but I wasn't hurting for it. And man, I was out there, and I was at the pool, and met this couple, older couple, white couple, and the husband started telling me what he did. He didn't tell me everything he did for a living, but he told me a little bit about some of the years, and he told me about some land he owned. And he told me about the trees and how the government pays him X amount of dollars per year. I mean, every so many years for the trees off the land. I forget how much money was involved, but quite a bit. And there was quite a bit of acres. But like you see land on the side of the highway and stuff like that, somebody owns it. And this kind of land he had. And the government, when they want these trees, they'll plant them and they'll harvest them every 25 years. And then you get X amount of dollars out of it. And I was like, oh, okay. And that's that's like a gift that keeps on giving every 25 years. And you don't have to do nothing. You just wait for them to grow. And you get your money. That way you still own your land, you're still reaping benefits from it. It's working for you. And then like that leasing you were talking about, Rob, that's, you got some land in a prime area where they want to make it commercialized, some kind of put some kind of industry type of business there, or industrial type of business there or something, or if whatever they try and do that is going to keep for a lifetime and keep producing. That's how you can get your family put your family in a great financial situation. You lease that property to them, that way you always own it. They always have to pay you for whatever they're doing on that land. And it just keeps on producing over and over again.
Yeah, a guy told me that a while ago. He told me to always invest in stuff they can't make no more of, and they can't make no more land. So
that's right.
Try to invest in stuff like that.
That's right. I got my family. I won't say I'm gonna say my family. We own. My mom, she passed. We still have her lands in a prime area of Nashville where a lot of gentrification is going on. Right now, my knucklehead brother's in the house, and I messed up. My mom told me not to let anyone in there, and I let the fool in there. But legally, I can't get him out of there now. And I just don't worry about it. I just said, I was taking care of all the bills and all the maintenance and keeping the house up, but he done ran that thing down so bad, man. I said, forget that. He on his own. We still own the land. I paid off all the debt that was owed on it to make sure that the other folks couldn't come in and take it from us. The only thing got to be kept up down is the taxes. And we're good. Everything else I can care less about. And I'm taking my time paying the taxes on purpose because I'm trying to get him. I'm trying to let them scare him up to get him out of there, but it ain't working. But I think he's got a little case he's fighting legally. He might have to go do some time. He go do some time. I'm changing all them locks on them doors and getting them up out of there, man. Because I can't do it. There's some things I promised my mom I would do in her behalf for the great grandkids. She wants a trust fund set up and all this type of thing. And he's preventing any of that. As a matter of fact, the great grandkids that benefits from it are not my grandkids. It's my sister and my brother's great grandkids, and they're the ones that's preventing this from happening. And basically, to me, they're robbing their own grandkids, and they're too stupid to realize. Because some people when they haven't really had anything, or don't know how to work to get something, they just the head ain't right, man. And then I'm thinking they made me promises, and of course they reneged on all that. So I just let them fend for themselves nowadays. Cause I'm gonna be all right. I'm gonna get out and make mine. As long as the Lord put breath in my body and strengthen my soul, I'm gonna get out here and make something happen for me and mine. I told him, I said, I got a house. I ain't worried about what y'all doing. Y'all you don't want to listen to me. Do what you do. But what my original plans was to build 2 houses on my mother's property and sell at least one of them, if not both of them. And my original plan, there was a vacant lot right next door to my mom's lot. I was planning to buy that lot for myself, build 2 houses on both lots, and I was going to sell at least one on each lot and hang on to the other for a little while, and then sell it later. But my thing is, I know once you sell some property, it's gone forever. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't want to lose all the way out forever. You know, I wanted my family to have a little plot of land in that area for principle. You know, more than anything. But I was going to do those two houses so I could sell them and make enough money to do the trust fund for my mother's sake, and also to take care of my sister and brother. And they too stupid to realize what I was telling them. You know, because my mom only put down on paper for them to get X amount of dollars, but you know, she didn't realize I told them they stick with me, I make sure they get more than what mom put on paper. And the reason I would have been able to do that because my mother, when her will came back, it came back 3 days before I took her to the hospital and never made it home from the hospital. She died the following week. And unfortunately, she never got a chance to sign her. So, you know, but my sister, my brother know what she wants done. You know, and they didn't want to live because I wasn't really worried about myself. I was more or less worried about them. See, I'm the one that's always helped my mom out. You know, I gave her money to the house. It's not mine, it's hers. And she had a little debt on that from trying to help others. And I paid that off. You know, this not she passed. So. And on to my niece, you know, a lot of people. I don't know about nationwide, but I know in the Nashville area, a lot of uh, uh, black people in the hood when they get insurance, life insurance, back so the matter they that was my pop, you know, and then, you know, so right now. I think he's 17, man. My brother's more of a squatter. He don't believe in paying rent. He don't believe in paying taxes. He don't believe in doing nothing he should be doing. He wants to live everywhere for free and just squat and not pay his way. He's one of them type of cats. So I just let him be, man. Don't want to listen to nothing. I was trying to talk to him about, you know, how he can help himself, and he listened for about 1 week. That was it.
Yeah, sometimes it be rough. dealing with that family, man, especially when it comes to property and you know what I'm saying, ownerships or stuff like that. A lot of times that's what we was, talking about before. Sometimes we can be our own worst enemy,
Yeah, that's right. We did have that conversation.
They be so worried about us having, that you may get something more than me, and I'd rather not nobody have it. And it's like, come on, man. Like, I don't know.
Fool,
that's a rough mentality, but
this
it's
fool, he running
in a
around.
lot of families.
He's going around telling people that I stole money from him and my sister that my mom left us. My mom didn't leave any money. They see my brother and sister. They thought my mother was well off. Because see, my mom, I'm like her. I was gonna say she's like me, but she was older than me and she birthed me. But I'm like her. We know how to survive and we know how to juggle and we know how to pay our bills and manage our money. And that's what mom was so good at. She was good at managing her money. She come through raising kids in the 70s, you know what I'm saying? By herself as a single parent. So, mom, she knew how to stay within her her financial means. She didn't live outside of her means. And when she was able, she always worked decent jobs, when she was able to get decent jobs as she got older. But they thought she had like a boatload of money, thought she had a big insurance policy. No, she had 10 grand. And I had to put initially another almost 5 grand with that just to get her buried. And then afterwards I had to spend even more money. I had to spend another $3,700 or something like that to do some other things. This was, almost a year after she was funeral expenses as well, because I had on in that section. So I had to get her a slab, because I wanted her to have something with a decent size on it. And I had penned a poem that described who she is and what she was and how she lived her life. I put all that on the headstone, and as far as a picture of herself, but for years they run around, not for years, but for several months they run around, hey, he ain't take it. But the people that they were talking to, they knew that they didn't know what they like to party, get their drink on, get their smoke on. My sister, she been on and off of drugs. My brother, his drug is weed and alcohol. Hers is weed, alcohol, cocaine, you name it almost. she deal with it. And so they don't tend to keep themselves in check or keep their life on board like they should. And they living from place to place, And the reason I let them in the house, because I was trying to follow my heart. They were about to be kicked out where they were, and I didn't want them on the street. And it was right after my mother had died. So just a few months later, so I went ahead and let them in the house, man. And biggest mistake I made. My sister, she did move out and get her own place. My brother didn't. And he's still there. Here it is. My mother died in 2018. This is 2021. The school's still there. And so my stress levels went through the roof in 2018, 2019, and I found out I had high blood pressure and all that. So I said, man, forget all that bullcrap. I'm not gonna let anybody kill me like they killed mom, because stress is what pretty much outside of other health issues took my mom out. And so I'm just not a player for all that. So I separated myself from all that bullcrap, man, and just trying to live my life, man, and just trying to make sure I keep hanging on to my mother's property. You know what I'm saying? Make sure the folks don't take it from us. And that's what I do, man. Until that fool get out of there, I had the place nice and everything after my mother passed. That fool done run it down, man. Run it down. I'm talking about down. Had Tom, Dick, Harry, Lucy, Shelley, and Felicia, and everybody living there too.
Yeah, man. That's rough, bro.
I always
Yeah.
like to listen when people talk about family. You know, with me, I didn't really. My family wasn't really like that. You know what I'm saying? I kind of
Yeah. That's
ended up
great,
having
man.
to leave home at an early age and go to my grandmother and stuff like that. But
Oh,
it's
okay.
just yeah, it's just and that's why like I listen to people talk about the family dynamic. I know even on Fred's show he was talking about the gang culture and stuff like that. But
Right,
some people
right.
don't realize sometimes, man. You when you don't have no family like that's there and you the one when you're fighting, you're always fighting against this person and their cousins and everybody from their neighborhood and stuff like that. And you don't have
Yeah,
nobody looking out for you.
you by
Sometimes you do
yourself.
get drawn to that gang type stuff, man, because
Yeah,
at least I know I can walk down the block and have some protection, or at least if
yeah.
you come at me, I got some people coming at you. You know what I'm saying? So
Right, right, right. You have to make some
that's
other
why
people your
I
family.
try not to comment real heavy on stuff like that and even family
Yeah,
stuff. I mean, my father, my parents, I had decent, good parents and stuff like that to a certain extent, but then certain things happen, but you just, I don't know, each generation I try to build, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I, whatever example I got, I try to be like, well, I'm gonna be better for my kids than certain things were for me.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
Exactly.
then
Exactly.
hopefully, I know what I didn't like and what didn't work with me. So hopefully we'll try something else with them. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I
I'm
always
gonna
like,
tell
I
you.
take pieces from different things people say about family and try to go that way. Cause I mean, I definitely don't have the answer. So I have to kind of listen to what everybody else say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you. I tell you, man. Um. Well, there's a couple of things I was gonna say, but one thing just came back to my mind when you said something about folks may find refuge in joining gangs. You know, when they've been all alone by themselves coming up. I can understand that. Believe it or not, I never joined a gang, but I can understand it from the simple point. I did some time, and never I never did time with my homies that I grew up with. 'Cause I was always by myself. I did federal time, and the guys that where my sleeping quarters were, the section I was in, those we always gravitated to each other, and so it was us against the rest of the compound. No, we were probably cool with everybody, but at the same time, no one guy from that section, you know, is gonna have to worry about being by himself if he got some beef. So you see what I'm saying? Me and the fellas, we had, uh, formed an alliance, and we didn't even talk about it like we talking now. We didn't say, "Hey, man, we're gonna look out for each other." It wasn't like that. It was just organic, or organically happened. We became family to one another. We were the coolest of the cool of whoever we were cool with on the compound. And so, to this day, anytime I get a chance to talk to any of those fellas, I got great love for them, man, because we were each other's family, man. We kept each other laughing and smiling, and when one was down, we tried to do what we can to lift them up. You know what I'm saying? So that type of thing, man. And I mean, we needed something. We looked out for each other. So that was it's a different situation, but it's a similar situation of seeking family and refuge in people you didn't know from day one. You know what I'm saying? And like my actual family, um, the craziest thing about my brother and sister, I'm the middle child. My sister's the oldest, my brother's the youngest, and the two of them, they were used to ask my mom for whatever they wanted to ask her for, and most of the time they got it, and sometimes they didn't. Well, my mom taught me not to ask for anything, and taught me to get my own, and things of that nature. Taught me independence. And I don't think she planned it that way. I think she was just doing it because I was the oldest boy, and she expected me to be the strongest one. And I thank God for her doing that to me, because I get a little emotional sometimes, because it taught me to be. It had a lot to do with the man I am today. And I never been a follower, man. I always did my own thing. If I got in trouble, I got in trouble because I got in trouble, not because somebody influenced me to. If I did the right thing, I did it because I followed my heart. I never had a big brother, you know what I'm saying? And I always did my own thing. And it's still some leadership qualities in me. And I appreciate her for that. All the whippings I got, I don't agree with all of them she gave me. But she used to tell me, you'll thank me when you get old. And I was thinking, this woman must be crazy. Because no one in the family got what I got from her, as far as my siblings. But man, she was so right. When I got old enough to see life in a different light, I said, man, I'm glad my mom spanked me. I tell people all the time, my mom beat a conscience in me. Because if she hadn't, man, I don't know how many deaths I would be responsible for, you know. But because of her, I can lay my head down at night and not feel responsible for any deaths. You know, I haven't committed murder to anyone. Not saying I wouldn't kill somebody. And the only way I would, you know, I could think that I would be feeling just and killing somebody for self-defense, or if somebody done something to my family member and I know my family didn't ask for that situation or something. But other than that, man, I thank God for what my mom put me through and what I learned from her, because it made me a stronger, better person. I mean, I don't worry about things getting way too hard, because I've seen some hard times and I've seen some good times. So I mean, it prepared me for a lot in my life, you know, a lot of ups, a lot of downs. And I just think I can deal with life better because of how she raised me. And that was my girl. You know, we wasn't close when I was a kid, but as I got older and became a man, I always was determined that I was going to look out for my mom in one way or another, however I could get it done. And I was able to do a few things for her in my life, and I thank God for that. But I wish I could have done more. And the thing is, we got so close, man. My mother and I became like brothers and sisters. But make no bones about it, we always recognize the dynamics of our relationship as mother and son. And I had to still continuously show my respect to her. And I just thank God for it. When my mother passed, I was hurt because I was going to miss her to help anymore. But I didn't regret her death because I knew she had been in a lot of pain for years, suffering from health issues. And you know, one hand, I was like, she don't have to go through this anymore. And I thank God for the 50 or 51 years, whatever I got out of her. And on the other hand, I was like, man, I'm hurting. What am I going to do now? You know, because my father had passed 5 months before my mother. And my biggest fear after my dad passed was losing my mom. And I didn't know it would come that soon. But I had to deal with both of them, you know. But I think of the good times when I think of them. And more or less the, you know, bad time. But, you know, when I get to talking about them, I get a little emotional. But my sister and brother, it's hard for me to understand. We grew up in the same household, and they didn't get from mom what I got as far as, you know, survival skills, the mentality that my mom just, you know, installed in me. And I just don't understand it, man. I mean, it's all about a party for them, man. You know, they never have money for anything positive, but they got money to get drinks and whatever helps them get high and whatever helps them party, man. It just amazes me. But they never have what they need. They always need to make a phone call or something to them. But I told them when my mom passed, I told them that the bank was closed because they always used to hit my mother up for some money. I said, the bank is closed. It's time for everybody to straighten up. Fly right, because I'm not going to be doing what she does. You know, because I used to get on my mom all the time. Every time they do something for my mother, they act like my mother had to pay them. And I used to tell my mother, you stop giving them money just because they're doing something for you. They can never pay you back for raising them, you know. And man, I've never, ever in my life asked my mother for a dime to give me for doing something for her. And I will argue with her if she tried to give me some money, you know, not arguing a disrespectful way, but just tell her, no, I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it. You know, I refuse. You know, and then some kind of way I'll figure out how to leave it in her house for, you know. If she was trying to force money on me, man, I wish I would take some money from my mom. My job was to do for my mother, not to pillage from my mother. Yeah, I get mad every time I think about what they did. Anyway, guess I better talk about something different. Was it little boys and gals? Hey, something else.
Oh man, I'm over here listening to the anecdotes as I was putting in the chat. I'm over here
Yeah.
just soaking up the game, bro. But I gotta edit some video, so I'm gonna have to jump off. Uh, I didn't want to jump off until you finish, though. I'm over here listening.
I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, man,
Yeah,
I
you
get
kicking
caught up
game,
in that
Cinto.
sometimes.
Nah, bro,
Hey, for
I
real, bro.
appreciate
I'm
it,
like,
man.
shit. I gotta edit some shit. I was like, I gotta edit this video, and
Yeah.
but I was like, I'm not leaving because bro, cooking. This is that Kwame Brown Mama's cooking. He talking about. That's
Ain't
what
it?
he be
Yeah,
Yeah,
talking
man.
about.
man.
Yeah.
This is the
That was
very
my
epitome of that. You know what I'm saying?
that was my world, man. My mom, man. You
But
know,
see,
my
that's why I
mother
like.
was
That's why I like sharing knowledge
yeah.
like that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody don't have the same experiences, but you know, you take it and you put it in. Like that's stuff. That stuff they can't put in the so-called books or the movies and stuff like that. That stuff like shapes. You know what I'm saying? You know how you do it, and like a lot of times we don't really understand where this stuff come from, man. You know, so how we raised and all of that play into stuff. So I listen to that as much as I can, bro. Because I mean, we
I'm gonna
all
tell you,
trying to do this thing together here, you know.
yeah. The one thing I regret more than anything that I did to my mom that she
Right,
didn't
right.
deserve is breaking the laws and going to prison, man. That's the one thing, because I mean, she had high hopes for out of all the kids. She had high hopes for me to do the right thing. My sister let her down. My sister was kind of, you know, really good in academics and stuff, and she didn't go to college. She decided she was gonna go to the army. Now we all in the doorway, wishing her off to the army as they came and picked her up and was taking her away. I guess they wanted to take her to the maps or whatever. You know, where they do the physical and all that before you go in. And we waving and crying and all this bull crap, you know. And next thing you know, a couple of days later, we hear that she's over one of our uncle's house and partying and everything. I'm like, what? She no, Maxine's in the army. And we go see her for ourselves, and she was at an uncle's house. She was embarrassed to come home and tell my mom what happened. They found out she was pregnant. And so anyway, we had to get around all that old bull crap, you know. And she only had one child. That was the first and only one she ever had. And I finished raising her daughter because, like I said, my sister, like, she, you know, got out there a little bit, not a little bit. She got out there a lot and enjoying herself. I finished raising her daughter, and you know, I kept her daughter, you know, in school, and she was college bound and all this kind of stuff. Had a lot of offers coming. She was a track star in high school. Had some records. She still got some records standing at her high school. And I just knew she was gonna do well. You know, she competed in the Junior Olympics and all that. Man, used to have her traveling around, you know, with a travel team. Man, this girl, she got so hard headed. Man, I had to send her away from her house her senior year. Send her back to her mama. And she had all kind of awards and trophies and just did a great job during the time she was with me. She was like a little celebrity, you know, in the city, man, and church and all, you know, wherever we went, you know, people just loved when she came around because they applauded her for her accomplishments. And she made good grades, you know, academically at school. And man, this girl, she got so hard headed, man. I had to send her back to her mom. And she went to two or three different colleges for a short period of time. Each time, never finished either one of them. You know, because she ended up before she graduated, she got pregnant. And I kind of regret sending her back because she got pregnant. But she wouldn't have got pregnant on my watch, but she got pregnant on, after I sent her away, But at the same time, I used to always tell her that, we used to watch track and field events on television a lot too, And I said, look, baby girl, I said, all I want is just give me a Mercedes or a Volvo or something when you win one of these big world meets. You know what I'm saying? You know how someone win cars? That used to be our little inside conversation about that. Because I always had big dreams of her competing on television in front of the world. In the Olympics and all this stuff, And that girl, and she despised drugs and all this, you know what I'm saying? I've never been I'm the one in the family that didn't drink, get high, smoke, none of that stuff, still don't to this day, never have. And so she was despising drugs, everything, she didn't want to live the life her mom lived, none of that. Man, carbon copy. And I'm like, darn, I got that wrong, didn't I? and she's got a lot of, she tells people that I was too hard on her, and because I wasn't big on letting her date. I let her go on a couple of dates when she's under my roof, but I chaperoned. And she tell people I was hard on her, wouldn't let her date. I was mean and all that, and I wasn't mean at all. See, what it was, she wasn't used to getting her butt spanked. She got out of line with me. I would spank her butt, but she didn't get. I only remember spanking her maybe 2 times out of 5 years. And so she just, I made sure she had what she needed. I let her do high school. I let her enjoy high school. She was in the band. She was track and field, volleyball. One time she played basketball, and she did a lot of them. But when she got to doing the track and field thing and on the high school level and got really good at it, where she was ranked statewide and had some ranking in the nation, she focused on that strictly. And she did the band as well. But and she went to the prom, her junior and senior year. I don't know why I didn't deprive her from what I could tell. I never deprived her of anything. If she kept her books up and she kept her academic, grades up and everything, and she wasn't disrespectful and she was respectful at home and stuff like that, I didn't deny anything. But whenever she that's what she would get. This is what she would get mad at. She'd do something she wasn't supposed to do. I mean, if she really defiled my authority as far as what rule I've given her or what I told her she had to do it, and she went against all that and did something else and lied about it, and I found out she lied about it. Her grades was lacking, because if she had a C, I wouldn't let her run track, because I knew she could do better than C work. When she would get late, she would, start making C's and all that bull crap. I was trying to stay on her about her academic, give her what I didn't have, because I know what I was capable of doing in high school, and I got happy and got to having fun in high school. So I said, no, you capable. She was on the honors program and all this stuff. She was capable of doing A-B work. I want A's and B's, Now, if you're doing your best and it's still a D or F, then we got something to talk about. We need to get you switched out of that class, get you into something that you're going to achieve better. And I used to explain that to her and all my kids as well. And I'm like that with my granddaughter to this day. So she get laid, she get them C's, and then she don't broke the rules and snuck off with these girls and go do something she wasn't supposed to do and stuff like that, and then lie about it. I found out about it. Shoot, track meet coming up, coach, she won't be competing this week. He be hurting mad, but hey, I had to draw the line somewhere, I had to I made her miss a couple of meets, but they wasn't too important that they still placed. So they still made it to the state and all that stuff. I didn't kill their whole season. But man, I had to do what I had to do to let her know that this is what boundaries are all about. I didn't want her making the same mistakes I made, academically or financially in the world when she gets old enough, to take care of herself. But she didn't. See, her mom wasn't like that. And see, to this day, that same niece of mine, they want to do, and they academically, they don't even. They're not even on the level they should be on. It's real sad, man, because her mom did well academically. She did well academically for the most part, and she graduated with honors. And then she don't even put time in with her own kids to make sure they're fine academically. It's hurts more than anything, but I have no control of that, But it's crazy, man. They don't realize what impact they have on themselves or their kids when they're doing a whole lot of silly stuff. Everybody will take care of their business like they should. And I just have to let them be, man, and just pray for them every day. Hopefully they're, right.
Nah, bro, you did what you're supposed to do, bro. You did what you're supposed to do, bro, and you did what you did how you was taught. But I'm gonna get up with you though, man. I'm gonna get up with y'all, RD and Santos.
Yeah,
I gotta jump off, get some work done.
Yeah, me too, bro. I gotta head to this other job too, man. I'll be, listening in.
Right.
But yeah, good cooking with you guys, bro.
Hey, Rob.
Yes, sir. Love y'all. Y'all be safe.
Yeah.
All right, Tay. Hey, Rob, you going to the fight, right?
No, I won't be able to go there this time, man. No, I won't be able to go this time. No, I got some other family stuff, so I'll probably check the pay-per-view on that one this time. But
right. I feel. All right, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the kids out the country, man, around that time. So yeah,
it's always
I'm gonna catch it out,
you, man. You know that.
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. Yeah. Yeah, I was sitting there waiting on these dates for a long time, man, and I went on and planned to leave the country with the kids and take them to see something somewhere,
right, man,
and then the dates dropped on me, man. And I'm like, God,
yeah. Yeah, I feel. But now, man, what you about to do, man? I'm gonna tell you what I tell everyone. You already know what I'm about to say. I mean, what I'm about to say, you know what it is already. Not exactly what I'm going to say, but you know what experiences. Time pass, time never stops. Once that time passes, it's gone forever. So don't put off something later on that you can be doing right now when it comes to family. Man.
Yeah. That's something that you can't replace. You know what I'm saying? Money and things I can replace, but not the time.
Other situation. I lost time, 5 years when I get it back, man. And look, my kids to Disney World and places like that, like I wanted to, and so now I'm trying to, extend all these opportunities to my grandkids, man. And I really want to extend it to the adult, the adult kids too. But I want a big family trip. But I want them to come and tend to their kids. I'll help with the expenses, you know what I'm saying? But y'all tend to your kids.
I got you.
Because I feel like I owe them a little something, you know what I'm saying? But I can't get everybody together, man. Everybody's doing whatever,
Yeah.
But it is what it is. But yeah, man, you take care, man.
That's something, man. I got to get them kids, man. I got to keep them with their eyes open on other stuff so they see every opportunity they can get, man. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just what's around them locally. So I kind of introduced them to different cultures, different things, so they can interact with different things. And
that's what you're supposed to do, man.
Just widen out so you're not stuck in your own little box and you can't rely on what somebody can tell you. You got to know some stuff for yourself. You know what I'm saying? So
absolutely.
Yeah. If I got to sacrifice my passion for that for a minute, I'll do that. I can sit down and chill with them and watch it across overseas somewhere,
Right. Absolutely. No, hey man, you that what you're about to do is the right thing to do because of the fact time never stops. You can never get that time back, man. So I applaud you on that, my brother. And when I hear fathers are out here doing great things with their family, it warms my heart, man, because I just wish it was more of us like that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, bro, I
These
say I
kids,
had fun making them, so you know what I'm saying.
absolutely,
I'm gonna have fun with them. I have fun making them. You know what I mean?
absolutely, man, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what's up. All
All
right,
right, bro.
brother.
But
I
I'm
know
gonna
you
cook
got
with you
some things
again
to do.
soon, man.
Okay,
All
man.
right.
You take care, man. Be safe.
All
Until
right.
the next
All right,
time,
man.
man. Manada.
All right. Same thing here.
All right, my man. What we got?